been denied. You may have hit rock bottom. You may have been craving for the lights. Now, all strive for one goal.
Taking that life of the Akai as well. There becomes the jump on the Esperanza.
Put your hands together for the champion.
Do you have what it takes to be a champion worthy of the highest glory?
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the World Championship of Mobile Legends. Bang, bang. It is the M1. My name is Contract. Alongside of me is Gideon Q, joining in on the table. And we'll be casting alongside some of the greatest talents across the globe to actually fend for that title to be crowned as global champions of M1.
Yeah, and I'm so excited for today because now we're moving on from Group B from yesterday to Group C. And it's going to be really interesting because we've got some top-tier teams in there, and I'm excited to see some of the more international teams play against them as well, just to kind of like, scale the power levels here.
That's right. Speaking of power levels here, there's definitely a lot of all these top dogs that you mentioned here. There's Joe Esports, there's Sunspark, there is Todak as well. So, of course, when you put them all together, this will be the
Hey, don't forget Evil Esports. They're also in there too.
That's right. Almost lighting it off of my mind. But of course, with this sort of the lineup here, we're about to see some epic Mobile Legends action. So, of course, without further ado, let's, of course, give a huge shout out to our organizers as well as our sponsors here, as the whole M1 World Championship of Mobile Legends is presented by Moonsun, but supported by KS. And of course, we are live from YouTube Gaming, and our official sponsors will be U Mobile.
Yeah, and overall, it's been just a great event so far, and it's only going to get better from here on out. And I'm excited to see where this is going to take a big turn, because even though there are some, previous MPL competitors, where does Evil Esports NGO kind of stand amongst them? Like, where can they actually take a couple of games off of them? Like, we've seen Burmese Ghouls do a really good job in Group B, but Group C is just a whole new ball game.
Oh, yes, indeed. And now that we're seeing some of all these players as well as teams qualifying in through the M1 qualifiers instead of the MPL, of course, it's not really that easy ride for them as well. They have to get themselves across with so many of these games being played out to even get here to begin with.
Yeah.
And now in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, they're looking to be playing in the grand finals. Of course, if you guys haven't got your tickets for M1, it'll be happening in Axiata Arena from Friday all the way up to Sunday. So you guys still got time to book your tickets for the grand finals.
And though we're going to have the schedule put up in a little bit, but for the first game of today, Sunspark versus Todak, already with a heated matchup. And it seems every time we're casting the first games of the day, it's always something explosive.
Well, definitely that's a great way to actually shake things up if you guys are not really all too ready for the day or even the coming weekend as well. Now it's time for us to check out the rules as well as the schedule if you guys are new to the M1 group stages.
As M1 is just around the corner, let's take a look at how the group stage live draw format is going to work. The 16 participating teams of M1 will be sorted into 3 pools, with the first and second pool consisting of the MPL qualified teams and the third pool consisting of the M1 qualified teams. From the 3 pools, teams will then be randomly drawn into 4 groups, with each group consisting of 1 team from the first pool, 1 team from the second pool, and 2 teams from the third pool. Team EVOS Singapore will be automatically seeded into Group A due to the home ground advantage of winning MPL Malaysia Singapore Season 4. In each group, each team will play 3 best-of-3 round-robin matches. Placings will be determined through the point system, with 3 points awarded for a 2-0 match, 2 points for a 2-1 match, 1 point for a 1-2 match, and 0 points for a 0-2 match. With that, the top 2 teams of each group will proceed to the playoffs, with the first place teams in the upper bracket and the second place teams in the lower bracket. These 8 teams will then go through a best-of-3 double elimination format. Day 1. All 8 teams will play on the first day of the playoffs. All matches will be played in a best-of-3 format. Day 2. The lower bracket matches will be played in a best-of-3 format. The winner bracket finals will be played in best-of-5 format. Loser going into the lower bracket finals the next day. Day 3. The lower bracket finals will be played in a best-of-5 format as the starting match of the day. The grand finals will then be played in best-of-7 format. The upper bracket team will be given side pick priority first. And with that, the first ever world champion of Mobile Legends Bang Bang will be crowned. Tune in starting this 11th November to witness history being made.
And we're here to continue be making history. Group C, so far, nothing much has happened yet, but we want to see those power levels one more time. I cannot keep reiterating this because the big question on our minds is where are these qualified teams going to go? Who is going to be making out of Group C to potentially compete against Group A and B and their top competitors?
That's right, and for Group C here, we see some of all these greatest teams from across the world. Of course, I reiterated it a couple of times before. Like, this kind of looks like the group of death that we did mention about. Like, Group D is definitely well stacked up, but Group C as well, we're seeing pretty much a great balance and when it comes to how all these teams actually play their games as well. Like, some of them will opt to actually go for that sort of a team fighting and objective sort of gameplay. Well, we did see some of them legends actually favoring that sort of split push. And of course, now we're going to get ourselves that first game of the day, and we'll see what we'll have. And of course, we're starting off the day here coming with Sunspark here fighting off against home favorites Todak, and on game 2 we have Todak versus Evil Esports at 11:30.
Yep, followed by Sunspark against Geo against Evil, so on and so forth, as they need to play their single round robin to get all the games against the other team. So if you want to support your favorite team, make sure in chat alone you're already hashtagging them, you're already showing your love and support. Make sure, because they're going to need it if, you know, they should drop a couple of games. They need that extra support. But coming into this, right, look at the prize pool. This is what they're going to be looking to play for. The winner gets 80,000 USD, and everyone wants a chunk of that pie.
And we're looking at the biggest prize pool that we ever had for Mobile Legends Bang Bang. That's $250,000 up for grabs for every one of these teams. And of course, at least there's a little bit something for even teams that made it to Kuala Lumpur, and they will not walk home empty-handed. But of course, if they are here, they're looking for the top prize. $80,000, of course, is a huge chunk of money. Well, I'm not too sure how much of diamonds you could actually purchase with that sort of money, but of course, if you work so hard for it, it's definitely going to be pretty much rewarding, and you can walk away and say, "Hey, I'm a world champion of Mobile Legends.
I'm a world champion. You check out my $80,000 worth of diamonds account." Like, is that too far? Is that too far to go for diamonds at that point? Like, you're set for life.
Oh,
for
yes,
that
indeed.
M1 account.
I'm pretty sure that you don't really need all too much of that, unless, you know, like every new release you just buy every single skin on the table. Then that's gonna be a little bit of that different story. But of course, jokes aside, now we're seeing Sunspark here fighting off against Todak. Like, both of these teams, of course, play some high-tempo game.
Yes.
And I'm really looking forward to see what Sunspark has to offer. And Todak here comes as the first runner-up of the MPL MYSG.
Exactly. I think you bring up a really good point here, because both sides play a very interesting, well, I wouldn't say interesting, they play meta, but they have their particular, as you said, tempo, the pace of the game, how they want to kind of force out their advantages. And I feel like Todak is a little bit more, you know, controlled in that sense. They're not willing to go all out into an all-out brawl, take 50-50s unnecessarily just to create that lead. I do think Sunspark, on the other hand, mechanically, these guys are sound, they're very fine, and they're very willing to take 50-50s because they are very confident in their self-capability to actually win those 50-50s. It feels more like a 55-45 half the time, every single time.
Or 51 at times, you know.
And
like,
yeah, that 1% could just be enough to get you that lead. And we've seen this before, if Sunspark gets a lead, they can just plow through. But, you know, then then again, hopefully they learn their mistakes from their own MPL and they don't actually get reverse sweeped again this time round.
That's right. And now, of course, we have a little bit of a recap. If you guys missed any action of the previous day, here are some of your favorite moments of day 1 or day 2 in that sense.
Some tempo control, Burmese Girls are the ones dictating where to fight and who to kill. And like this, oh, Evil X even surviving with a slither of health. That is a Numinum Blast counter go. And this is too deep coming in for Burmese Girls. The two heroes will...
It's just threatening, but of course, they were gonna kill the ground.
That is the first push coming in from Burmese Girls, ladies and gentlemen. And basic attack times 3,000 coming in.
Comes in, he wants that revenge. Polo as well with the chance for the jump rally, gets the stun onto Scott. Long will flicker away. Breezy gets ambushed and gets taken down by Vin. And this is what you want to see from Axis East for the recovery. Polo with the minute blast, but cancels by Scott. He hooks him away, and then will give Ranger the killing spree. Pacing now. Evo's going on top of General, but there is Breezy in the back line. The front line is actually split for Team Ghost, and this is perfect from Team Axis with the money collect back in. The Omen, the Channeling Omen is there for basic, but the damage was not enough. And now the Guardian's Barrier will find the goal.
Looking hard, he's just chucking them out, but he disrespects Conan. Conan gets the initial trade back, but again, a rock in a hard place. Skylar, his avatar, comes right in. They pick up an easy kill. Killing spree coming in for that carry. They're going to be knocking onto...
But a little bit of defense from Candy Comeback. What a nice block in there. But of course, there's Esmeralda. Falling Storm was gonna connect. Damage from Kimi may not be enough as the Dams goes down, however. But the Hylos as well. Breezy now.
Here we go. That is a chunk of damage coming in from the side of Team Guzu.
Oh my goodness, the Wild Charge!
The Wild Charge is too real.
Luminum Blast is gonna be cast, it's gonna hit all the two. There's gonna be the shutdown finally. They jump onto Conan this time. Can they kill the Taps? Yes, they can.
They have to protect this door area, and the fantasy does come on. Ice Ice Cola once again goes pathway and rejuvenate. Does keep the Bob still alive, but now Burmese go. Time for the re-engage. Now Kid jumps right in, and maybe a big call out does not get the divine judgment off, so Team Gosu still survive on this, but basic his call out, the last insanity is an insane move from Team Gosu, but not in a good way. The general also call out as well. A007.
The dash is over the wall, but the rest of the team is not going to let him go without a fight. Lawson taking so much damage, but it ain't going to be enough.
Conan is running for his life, is trying to escape. Only one tick of health left, and he does walk it out alive, but not so fortunate for the concussion as Axis Esports tries to close things up. And now I'm feeling really pumped up after, of course, having that sort of recap. And yesterday we saw Burmese Goals secured the first ever perfect finisher in the group stages.
They go with 6 points, 0 losses. They won all their matches 2-0, 2-0, 2-0, 2-0, locking themselves in a very comfortable spot in the upper brackets of playoffs here. The question is, can Sunspark or even Torak make up and maybe even go even with them in their scores in Group C?
I feel like this group here will be a lot more challenging in that sort of sense. Of course, with due respect to other teams coming from Group B as well. But when we're looking at some of all these names, which are pretty familiar to some of the rest of the world, Sunspark here definitely has something that they want to pull up in terms of the meta. Well, yesterday, Burmese Goals definitely used that jaw hit into effect. I'm looking at Sunspark here. Perhaps they will bring something really different to the table. Back in the days, of course, from certain regions, they've always brought out really great pocket picks. Even like supports coming to the table where we hardly see from some of all these Southeast Asian teams in this recent patch. So who knows? There might just be something up their sleeves.
Yeah, that's true. And while these players are actually getting ready back here, I'm excited to see what they're preparing for. I've been hearing a lot of chitter-chatter, seeing what they're willing to try to actually go for in terms of what they want to do in terms of strategy. But we're just going to have to wait and see before we really answer that question. But I'm hoping, because it's my personal favorite, sticking to the meta is the way to go.
That's right. Sticking to the meta is definitely something that's safe. But, of course, we're still having a little bit of that sort of stuff to show you guys. And here are your top 5 of the Day 2.
Oh, but now the Divine Judgment connects on the Godan, goes for the Aura, doesn't connect, can't do anything, reminds and tips him a bit, eventually gets goes down. Here comes the Gunstone, Mister there, will get taken down from the count as well. Burmese goes, they're keeping us out, but Ice is overextending, but no, here comes Kinsey.
Once he gets it, penalty zone already used on the North. Oh, big catch here! Great time is breaking into penalty zone! This is huge! They try to turn this around, but they don't.
That's all for now. Here comes Dai. Maybe he's just gonna play a little bit sneaker to revitalize in there. Where's the Glorious coming? Here it is. They want to set things up here. They baited them. Candy comeback just got baited. KK01. The flicker injector pulls one. Here's another. Now, Nana, you're gonna be a donkey, and I don't know what you're gonna be running here. Sorry, a raccoon in this regard.
Beeline towards the rest of the team, but we will find a Q first. Glorious path with a bit too late, but Polo will go for the cage. He found the Warhorn. Evo's going on top of General, but there is Breezy in the back line. The front line is actually split for Team Ghost, and this is perfect. Team Agnes, they want to collect back in. The Omen, the Shining Omen is there for Breezy, for the damage was not enough. And now, the Guardian's Barrier will find the goal. Evil X will make sure Team...
And here we go. That is a chunk of damage coming in from the side of Team Cruiser.
My goodness, the Wild Charge!
The Wild Charge is
It's
too
gonna
real.
be Luminum Blast is gonna be cast, it's gonna hit onto 2. There's gonna be the shutdown finally. And they jump onto Conan this time. Can they kill the Daps? Yes, they can. But look at the base! It's the mash!
Turbo Masha!
And with that, that's your top 5. I mean, that was just a completely solid line of play, and I'm excited to see some of these teams actually make their own top 5 coming in today.
Well, what was your favorite moment of yesterday?
I mean, obviously, it's got to be with CC as well as the Team Gosu as well. I mean, that series alone was just so hectic. It could have gone any way, but, you know, Team Gosu still managed to get on top. Unfortunately, both of those teams have been knocked out.
This is the nature of competition, and even in Group A, we saw EVOS Esports Singapore being the top dog of MYSG. They were the first one to falter as well. And of course, there's only going to be 2 of these teams that will make it out of Group C. So tomorrow is going to be the same thing for the side of Group D as well. But now, locking our eyes in towards this matchup here, let's talk a little bit about Todak, because we've already mentioned about Sunspark for a little bit. And for Todak, we've seen them play pretty much well in the meta as well.
Yes.
But there are times that they are not really on that peak form when they try something brand new. So do you think that they will be ready? Because all these teams were given enough time after all the MPLs concluded.
Well, personally, I feel like when you're coming into something like M1, you have to have some form of preparation here, especially with the other teams. But more importantly, you need to play something on an international level. You need to start scrimming. And that preparation is so important. And I think with a lot of teams, you can clearly see certain teams not being as prepared as others. And it shows in the group stages alone. And you got to, again, natural selection, weed out the weak as much as you can. We only want the best here at M1. And I think that's why this group stage is so important for a lot of these teams, because not only is it the training ground to kind of tell you, hey, are we worth it to actually go into the playoffs, or is what we thought how the game should be played for so long actually wrong?
That's right, and there's so many of all these teams here just trying to prove themselves, and now it's time for Todak as well as Sunspark to head into battle here to see who will come up on top. And with the very first band here heading over to the side of Sunspark, what will they possibly go for? Of course, we got the most band heroes, which is Xborg as well as Kufra here. So do you expect the same thing to be offered between both of these teams?
Honestly, I think Grok 100% pick ban so far. Not too big of a surprise. Same as Xborg. The question is whether they kind of want to let Xborg go. Most teams say no. Grok, most of the time, they kind of want to leave it up to pick it for themselves. Ooh, Harith coming in.
is
Very
banned.
early ban coming in from Sunspark.
I'm still liking the Harith ban here. There are times that even Harith was left out in the open. It might not be picked by some of these teams, so it really depends on what they really want to focus on at this point. Now, Todak usually would go for either a Grok pick, so I don't think that they'll be axing that one out, but Fuzaken here is opting to also lock it in if it's ever being left out. So Todak just taking their sweet time here as we see. Of course, the lineup for Todak will consist of X-Ray, Moon, Iwan, Chiku, as well as Nenas.
Your team
Yep, and
is
Kufra,
banned.
again, he just hasn't been able to really touch the battlefield too often. A lot of teams opt to not deal with him at all. So obviously, I do think it's pretty smart. A lot of teams who did have been able to touch Kufra basically have just destroyed games.
Oh, yes, indeed. Well, I would definitely say that Tyrant's Rage into walls is definitely one huge element that you don't really want to deal with, especially when you are fighting in choke points in the jungle. Now, we're also seeing a lot of all these players from the
Your
MPL
team
always
is
utilizing that Kufra into great effect. Same goes to Esmeralda, though she has been hit by a couple of all these nerfs, but it doesn't seem like it's stopping all these top teams from picking her at all.
I mean, even though she is S-class, the teams who have decided to ban her or even had the opportunity to pick her only have a 50% win rate so far. So really, it technically is just a roll of the dice based on the group stages alone from day one, data compiled from day 1 and day 2. I'm not so sure whether it's as good of a pick as we all mentioned, especially at such high level play, because a lot of teams are just like, you know what? How about no? How about we don't? How about we just play around it? How about we lock in something like a Kaja of some sort, just to make sure you don't get to play the game?
I feel like her position right now is similar to what Kimi is, because Kimi has received a couple
Your
of nerfs as
team
well,
is
and
picking.
she wasn't really getting all too much of that attention. Even sometimes that pick is being left out in the open. Just such as right now, we're seeing a Chao ban coming in from the side of Todak here,
I
which
like
is
it.
pretty interesting, which means that they're going to open up another strong pick for the side of Todak. Now, Fuzaken really got to pick a poison here.
I really think this is so smart, because if you ban out Cho, that kind of limits the pool. Kaja is open. Kaja is open. Xborg is open. Grok is open. Oh, look at that death stare. Look at that. He knows. He knows the camera's on him, baby.
Oh, he's not really going to stop until you
team
budge.
is picking.
So cameraman's probably a little bit shaken there with that sort of reaction. Now, that's going to be the Xborg being picked up. And I'm liking the fact that these boys here are already starting off the day with some great spirit.
Yeah. I would like to see Todak actually pick up the Grok Kaja here. But then again, high loss is on the table as well. So it's like, pick your poison.
I would like to have a Hylos on the
Hylos.
team in that sort of sense.
Rock.
So
Your
Todak's reading my
team is
mind as well.
picking.
Well, these players definitely know that getting these sort of picks is definitely really safe for the first phase of the game.
Agreed.
But this means that SS, they now have the option to get that Kaya, and they won't let it slide away.
Yeah, Kaja is going to be hovered over as of right now, but what are they going to pair it with is the bigger question. They could pick their mage up here and then kind of hold off on the tanks, but, you know, carry a great counter pick to actually deal with the Grok. Overall, I think this is pretty solid, a pretty solid pick. The question is, do they want to actually go for it? Because then, second ban phase, they're going to be losing out on the mages. So again, it's one of those choices like, do I pick it, do I not pick it, or have I revealed too much information for Todak?
I would say that they definitely haven't revealed all too much. This is pretty much standard for Todak, but from the side of Sunspark, they also have the option of picking the Lolita as well as the Kaja, and instead
Your team
they're
is
going
picking.
in for that Lunox as well as the carry pickoff. So, which means that Todak, after this phase, they just have to remove one of
team
this
is
and
banning.
may be able to also get one for themselves. So, who knows with this sort of Chang'e pick? I think that
I
what
like
they
it.
should do, Todak should possibly pick up maybe, well, something a little
Your
bit more
team
offensive
is
to
banning.
defend it, or even steal that Lolita away. But then again, they've already got so many great frontliners. They need a heavy hitter.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, we see Sunspark, they have all their heavy hitters already, and I think for Todak, they might have a slight advantage here. However, the one thing that that they have to worry about is actually dealing with the Boxia. Now, they could ban out Lolita, very clear counter pick. Ooh, they want to get
Your
rid of the
team
Kaja.
is
Instead, they're
picking.
willing to give up the Lolita as well as the Baxia. I was expecting them to ban one or the other and let them actually have the Kaja, because in most situations, she needs to kind of like play towards the side flanks to catch somebody off or make a big play, which is easy to deal with if you have Purify.
Now, of course, it really depends if they would actually prefer having that Purify, of course. Now, for Todoc's side, they could definitely try to negate them from actually securing
Your
better picks, but
team
they're
is
going in
picking.
with this Leomort pick. So what do you feel about Leomort? Because we don't see it all too often, but it's definitely something that's pretty reliable heading into the
Your
late game.
team
I
is
think
picking.
what they needed was a way to kind of like deal with the X-Spark. I think Leomort is a pretty smart way to deal with him. Though, yes, his early game not as great as the X-Spark for sure, but as he scales, he's just going to get better and better and better. You last Insanity, I'm basically just going to kill you the moment I pop my Phantom Steed. So to me, it makes a lot of sense. They're finishing out the composition with the Granger. I like it. Overall, this is really, really good. Like, Granger so far, 73% win rate. It just feels right.
Yes, and 73% win rate is definitely that sort of a percentage that's off the charts if you really want to consider in all these competitive play. And now that Todoc's having that sort of take up there, it might just have some slight edge over that carry, especially in the mid game as well as the early game, where they could definitely deal a chunk of damage. But it really depends on how some of all these teams rotate to actually reap rewards out of the jungle or even secure things like the turtle as well. Now, in terms of team fighting, which team do you prefer?
Ooh, that's a tough one. That's a tough one. Before I even answer that, I want to thank Alayla Lele from Reddit itself for actually providing a lot of these stats for us here at the caster's table. Really great work. She compiled it. He or she compiled it over the past 2 days, and it's just a comprehensive list. So thank you to the Redditor who actually put it back up. Definitely helps us at the caster table. To answer your question here, I personally think it's kind of 50-50 because it's based on 2 conditions for Sunspark and 1 condition for Todak. I think Todak has a very linear line of gameplay. Siege, if you fight, we can kind of, you know, re-engage into the fight. They're not looking to force anything out unless it's a catch. And in most cases, we've seen the Hylos not really being able to, like, it's not a Kaja. It can't just like, hey, you are going to die. It doesn't get to pick and choose. Kaja, on the other hand, needs to land on some big hitting targets. Lock down the Leomort, maybe. That's 1 point of contention on the top side of the map. They could look for the Chang'e for sure. I don't think she's going to be in range to get Granger, but I think Chang'e is something that they need to be very, very aware of because her range is just so long. She walks up. If she gets chunked out by the Meteor Shower, it's not going to be a good time for them. So I think Sunspark, they kind of have to look for many different angles to deal with Todak right now. And again, whoever gets that early mid-game lead is going to have, like, net themselves 2, maybe even 3 turrets.
Yeah, perhaps so. And I'm really looking at how Sunspark could approach this is to bully off that Leomort in the early game. Now, speaking of that, we're heading in towards our very first game of Day 3, Sunspark versus Todak here. And of course, Sunspark on the blue side versus Todak on the red. Now, we've already talked about a lot of all these picks. Now, let's get towards that Lunox pick because from what I remembered, we're seeing a lot of great work from all these players that picked up the Lunox. But wow, what do we have in the side of the river here is Ninas Chiku already soaking a little bit more damage coming from Felicia as well as the JP, but they are not letting them getting anywhere close to proxying the wave.
This is such a bad trade because overall, like, Chiku, he got chunked out really hard, forcing out the Rejuvenate from Ninas to kind of keep him at a healthy amount. They're going to get the cooldowns. They're going to get the cooldown, which of course is always great. But again, like, if you want to go for something aggressive, you need your mid lane. And Todak, they understand, like, yeah, we've got a strong early game. Let's use our mid rotation to kind of steal away your buffs.
Yeah, I can see great aggressive plays coming from Todak, and Flicker has been taken off the side of Felicia, and immediately look at it, how efficient they just went in for the raids, and Todak now will be able to secure that river crab. While on the top side, they're about to do the same coming from Sunsparks of the Philippines.
Yeah, I personally think that they should contest topside for sure, but again, I think they want to focus all their energy towards the bottom side. Oh no, Leomort's in trouble here. X-Ray instantly goes down. He disrespects trying to use the momentum to try and gain some sort of advantage. He gets punished instead. Rezio gets a good chunk of the power of nature here. Guardian's Barrier is popped, but let's look at that replay one more time, because as we can see here, he definitely disrespected, walks up too far, and then he already had at least half of that gauge passive gauge from X-Ray, the moment the true damage starts kicking in, he was basically goner.
Yeah, and look at how much damage that they just put out in that split second of time with Kill VJ, as well as the Renzio going in, and here comes E1 flickering after the fight, but it will be Renzio going for the chase, and Fuzaken will seal the deal, and that's 2-0 for the side of Sunspark.
Yep, and Todak giving another kill over JP, taking quite a bit of damage, but at least he's able to pull backwards. Wait, hold on! He takes a full hit of Rondo, that last touch! The crit was able to pick him off.
Oh my, and they did not expect that sort of damage output coming from Chiku all too early of the game. Now Lolita, of course, a little bit way too late. Mahmoud's going to receive a little bit of that tickle as E1 has arrived to the scene, and E1 is just, of course, not trying to overextend. While Rafflesia, once again, right under the tower. What can Rafflesia do to keep himself safe?
Oh, hold up. Look at the rotations. Look at the rotations because Sunspark wants to collapse onto mid lane. Do they notice? Todak don't know. Rafflesia goes down, but Chiku might be in trouble here. He has to pull back as the rest of the team pulls it. Glorious Path is already not down, but Fukasen isn't going to let them escape. Hurricane Dance right on top of them. Nunas is in trouble. He has no support from the team, but Todak, they're willing to sacrifice 2 members and hopefully get Turtle off of this. They are rushing it down with the Meteor Shower to net themselves some gold after that heavy loss in the bot lane.
What a beautiful Hurricane Dance right from the corners of the tower, and they did not see this one coming. Look at Nanas, he's already all taken off a back seat, and Nanas could only run the opposite direction, and that was definitely a great flank coming in from the side of Sunspark. Well, Todak managed to secure that turtle over the top side, and now things are looking pretty good for the side of Sunsparks here with about 1k of a go lead.
Yeah, and it was great job by Fukasen because he managed to get, cut them off. Ooh, good play. JP is in trouble. He's in so much little more damage. The wild charge comes through, clips JP. JP is not having a good time, but Sunspark, remember, they're still ahead in gold. They're still in it to win it.
Wow, they're hammering each other on so early in the morning. And now, looking at it, it's less than 4 minutes of the game, and we're already getting 7 kills in total, while Fuzaken's just trying to secure this. Well, I'll just take it back. He didn't have to secure it.
They were close to securing it, but once you see the rest of the team of Todak start moving into the jungle, you have to really question how many members are committing. Oh, Meteor Shower here. Ooh, takes away the buff. Nobody has Retribution to steal it away.
Wow, I really like how Moon just easily take that one off without even needing to look what's inside of the brush, and now X-Ray's in trouble. He's going to be flanked by all 3 members again, but here comes Fuzaken, pinned by the corner of the wall. But X-Ray's going to be pretty well alive.
Great Purify here. They're going to dive the mid lane here as the rest of the team starts pulling through. That's Sonata forcing out the flicker from JP. He is not going to go down this time round as the rest of the team pulls back up. They don't have a wave. Rafflesia finishes off that siege turret. The rest of the team of Sunspark is trying to collapse on them. Todak will not get that side flank this time.
I just love how these teams are not even giving each other any rest at all. Every time where they actually get one pick off, the other team will be actually doing some objectives or even trying to crush down some towers. And now that we're seeing that turtle spawning in towards the river here, we're looking at members of Todak trying to secure it, whilst Fuzaken's just trying to chase off E1. Well, I'm looking at Todak here, who is hiding behind the shadows here, just waiting for Sunspark to strike.
Yeah, they can't start. They would like to start it. However, Leomord, he still has to clear up that top side, and I think they just want to stall here. They're just kind of, waiting it out, seeing how Sunspark kind of reacts to this, because Leomord will move at any point in time. Bottom lane, Xborg is taking quite a bit of damage. Last Insanity, he pulls it out. Rezio, he's going to be A-okay, but this is not going to be good for the top side as X-Ray is in a lot of trouble. Even with the Phantom Seed, it's just too much true damage coming in from the carry.
So much of that DPS output coming from Rafflesia, and now with Todak here, having some easy takedown on that turtle with the help of Moon, of course, on that Meteor Tower. Now Renzo's all alone, Flicker being popped as well, and somehow he still managed to escape, but not for long. Chica's going to push them all over, and speaking of pushing them off, it's going to be Fuzaken securing that kill, and now E1's running for his life, and with that, Sunspark comes out with a total of 7 kills for now.
Such a good play coming in from Fuzaken here. He uses the 1,000-pounder, gets right in the middle. Let's look at the replay here as Rezio, he goes down, but look at that rejuvenation. It pops down, and Fuzaken is just like, no, I am not letting you abuse that. I'm going to push you out of the zone.
That was so beautiful. I can't really explain how they actually reacted so quickly, but look at how Todak is still pretty much equivalent in terms of gold. It's only 400 that sets them apart, and there's already Athena Shields as well as Axe for both the X-Borg as well as Lolita. On the other side, of course, there's the Endless Battle as well for the Granger, which I'm looking at the Granger now with that 3 kills, the only member that's really ramping up from the side of Toad.
Yeah, but so far the gold is even. Like, both sides are, you know, they're being very efficient with their moves. They're trading pretty evenly. Even though Sunspark does have a 3-kill lead, it doesn't mean that Todak hasn't been making moves across the map. The turtles that have added up, they've accumulated.
Wow.
Oh no, he's gonna be locked in here. Fusaken waiting the full duration. He's not getting out. The Numenon Blast does come down. They get the first kill onto the high loss, but the rest of the team is pulled out. Revelation, he blocks out the entire Meteor Shower, protecting his team. They're going to be locking E1 down. He flickers right on out of there. He doesn't want to get back in there. Fusaken is in a little bit of trouble, takes a little bit of damage from the crescendo, but it's not going to be enough.
I'm loving how Fusaken is setting the tempo for every single match.
E1!
Oh, he goes down for the mega kill, and he will fall into the hands of Kill right here. Kill VJ 404. That's no error, by the way, as we see this turtle definitely going to be snatched here by Sunspark.
Yeah, great play coming in from Sunspark, but E1, what you doing there, buddy? Like, you're already low. You gotta respect not Revelation, but you gotta respect KLVJ, because he is just absolutely killing it, and he is one of the leading mages on their side. So he's got a lot of gold on him. He needs to get that Athena Shield sooner rather than later.
Well, now, speaking of Athena Shield, of course, some of these members already have it, but look at Ninas here. They're getting clipped off once again as Fusaken hits him on the wall with a Hurricane Dance. He was coming into the rescue as well, but look at the rest of the members of Toda. They're marching right into the jungle, and Ninas, the first one to fall alongside with the Granger as well. 2 down from the Malaysian side as we see KLVJ chasing over an X-Ray, and they will not let this one slide. JP goes in for the triple kill, and he's hunting for more. Can he go in for a Maniac? Of course, it's a little bit way too late to secure that, but Sunsparks now getting a huge leap after the team fight.
Yeah, let's look at the replay one more time, because as you can see, Moon was trying to get some damage and actually eliminate Rezio here in the back line, and a lot of that damage was wasted. For some reason, he took so little damage. He was able to kind of kite it out just enough to mitigate the amount from that Meteor Shower, which is really, really impressive.
Well, I gotta say, we're starting off the day here with a huge triple kill on JP. Well, make no mistakes at all. We're seeing Sunspark here, of course, one of the hot favorites from the Philippines, and now Felicius setting one up against X-Ray all by himself as well. Phantom Seed has already been called, but there's no use calling out Barbell when you have 3 men flanking from the back. And what I love about Sunspark is they are so efficient on those turret dive.
Yeah, they really, really are. They hold their abilities until they absolutely have to, and I think that was kind of on X-Ray for turning back into the fight when he could have run the opposite direction, but I think he knew he just had to buy a lot of time.
Yep, and definitely bought just enough time for themselves. And we're getting in us here. They're going to go in for the catch, and the Panda will be taken down.
Finally, Fusaken actually goes down, and Lord is going to be potentially in the hands of Todak. They might need to take the 50-50, and it looks pretty good because 2 members from the side of Sunspark is down. It's a 3v5.
Well, speaking of this TV5 here, that's going to be a huge wall charge over onto Kill VJ, but he's going to go right in towards the Order of Brilliance, flicker over the wall, and Rezio with the last insanity right in between the Villamavas as well. Oh my goodness, they're turning it around, and Raficia will be the next one to drop, and now that Chang is going to go on a killing spree, and Kill VJ's got to bow out on this one, and Todak now has absolute control on the Lord.
I mean, how is Kill still alive after everything that just happened? I mean, Todak, they should be able to secure this, but looking at this replay, like, E1 was right on top of him. Kill, at the very last second, was able to get that Harmony as well as the Brilliance, and he manages to survive, flickering over the wall when everything was looking so bleak. The Numenon Blast was a great effort, but again, look at that Rejuvenation, perfectly put on top of the rest of the team members. He just, Hylos just powers through all that damage.
Yeah, and I really got to give credit to all these members of Todak because their position was so magnificent. All the frontliners were doing their duty, and none of these members of Sunsparks have managed to reach the back line in that sort of sense as they were pushed back into the jungle. And, well, for Kill VJ, he seems like he's pretty much untouchable for the time being.
Pretty much, and I think they need a little bit more time to kind of scale. Golden Staff already being purchased by JP. They kind of need to contest Lord at this point in time. I mean, Todak just won a really good fight, but a lot of their members are getting chunked out and are recalling as well. Ninas.
Wow, of course, for Ninas, he's definitely gonna be getting himself ready to get himself in towards the Lord Pit, which right now the Hylos is marching right into it. But look at Renzo here. He's already got that immortality. Same goes to Fuzakin, so they could dive in whenever they are ready. So Sunsparks here, they are calling the shots. They're trying to bait them with this Lord call, but the members of Todak, they're reacting and responding with a little bit split by themselves. Look at the bot lane.
Yep, and Rezio, he doesn't have his full armor yet. This allows X-Ray to actually get some damage onto that turret. He might be, he shouldn't be able to take this. And yes, he pulls back away. Todak played that really, really well, using E1 as the living ward, getting the information and playing around it.
Now, E1, of course, being the frontliner, like you said, and he's just going to buy enough time. And I just love how Todak just negate that pressure by just splitting up on towards two of these lanes. And, of course, Meteor Child being utilized here will just be shredding some a little bit of the help coming from Fuzaken. But both sides, they really know that if they were to commit, they want it to become a full swing of a win for either side.
Exactly, and I think Todak, they just have to keep playing this game. They just have to keep sitting out. Rezio getting chunked out. He doesn't get the last insanity, but the Firaga armor breaks. Chiku is like, nah, don't want to push any further. Don't want to force anything out just yet. We're waiting for Sunspark to make a mistake. And Todak is waiting with a shiv in hand, waiting for the killing blow. They get the initial kill. They punished him. Rezio is going to be going down. The immortality is popped, but he flickers on out of there. He survives.
How on earth did he survive that? He flickers off in time as well, and he was just by the edge. It almost clipped him, but Todak, they were doubling down on the bottom side. They still get the tower instead.
Yeah, I mean, Todak is playing this macroly so well. Sunspark is in a position where they can't force anything unless they have position, and Todak, they understand that. They see as long as Fuzaken doesn't get a good Hurricane dance and Rezio is chunked out, they can play the map, and they're doing a really good job at playing the map.
I certainly must say that they are so great in that macro play, and I can't help but to agree with every word you say. Now, Fuzaken already at the forefront, trying to deal with E1, but you know, tanks versus tanks, not really the ideal situation. Felicia also waiting on the back as well. Lolita could possibly channel a great Luminon Blast if Todak ever comes right in towards the lower pit once again. Now, look at JP though.
I mean, JP is going to get chunked out, but I think E1 should be okay here. I don't think JP is, you know, absolutely unstoppable just yet. Chang'e is right behind her, so they don't have to worry. But, you know, on the bottom side of the map, they're, like, trying to make sure they keep control over the waves. And as long as Todak keep playing this rotational game, I think they might be able to get out of this. Nanas takes a little bit of damage, but he's not the priority target.
Yeah, and speaking of which, you can see gold has already been evened up by the side of Todak. And there was not really that sort of a gap in between other than the mid-game itself. Now, look at Chiku as well as these members of Todak. They are on the back front. And Fuzaken trying to run for his life. Renzo going for the last inside of the pops Leo right in front of the members of Todak. And once again, they're getting caught out. And Xbox will be the first one to fall. X-Ray go on the hunt. That's going to nail them to the wall. And JP gets himself safe. But he was trying to hold them all the back. And now it's time for the Lord. And Chico's already taking it down.
Yeah, they called them off. Todak is just like, retreat, boys. We don't need to keep on going for it. Let's look at that replay one more time. And honestly, I have to commend Fuzaken there. That was almost an insanely good play if he was able to get that Hurricane that's just a little bit earlier, but they just did not let him. The Purifies were there and they were ready, and this is when the mistake happens because Sunspark is fighting in the playground, in the battlefield of Todak, where they are stuck in one line. The moment they are in one line, not a lot of, you know, broad corners to kind of dodge away from the ultimate from Moon. They are just in a straight firing line.
Yeah, that's definitely one thing that they really got to watch out for. And none of these members from the side of Sunsparks have been able to reach anywhere close to Moon either. So fighting inside the jungle, definitely not the ideal situation for Sunsparks. But look at them go. They're going to go in for another catch. And they might just be able to get that kill over on the Nunes. But here comes X-Ray though. X-Ray as well being chunked down low.
Oh my God.
No! There comes the Nunes blast. And double kill headed towards the side of JP as well. And SSAs, that's enough for a day as they have to stop the Lord from marching towards the bottom side, which means Todak is trying to clear up mid lane and open things up by taking out the tower, but there's not enough time for them to even get anywhere close.
Felicia single-handedly won Sunspark that fight and netted them, stopped that Lord push, all because he put up his shield at the right time. That Guardian's Bulwark just so good. Blocks the entire crescendo, blocks the entire meteor shower. No damage from the backline. He just took it like a champ.
Oh, yes, indeed. And look at Todak here, of course. Now they're having that goal swinging in their favor, of course. By this moment here, 70 minutes of play, they should be able to complete those items. And look at X-Ray. He's really not that sort of a player that's all about that KDA. Although he's 0-5, he's still having quite a little bit of that impact where he's in charge of pulling members of Sunsparks all across, just distracting them, trying to bait and switch, trying to secure all that sort of macro play that they've been pulling up for the entirety of this matchup.
Oh, Rezio's in trouble. Last Insanity over the wall, trying to hop on over into safety, but he might be in trouble because Chiku is not going to let him get away. The crescendo comes through, but Rezio's one hit away. The immortality is popped. Glorious Pathway is put down. They might need to use the rejuvenation. E1 is taking a lot of damage, but again, rejuvenation is put already up, but Fuzuki is not going to let them play the game. Flicker coming in from E1, well played, but he still goes down. The passive from Carry takes him at the very end. Ooh, Golden Staff. Beautiful item.
Look at how chaotic that sort of team fight was, and it's only one casualty. And they are playing with such clinical finishes that they are not trying to make any sort of mistakes at all. But E1, of course, was soaking most of that chunk of the damage, and we all know E1 as one of the best tanks hailing from Malaysia. And now he's already 0-3-5, but every single time he goes in, he wants to make sure that he gets one sort of takedown. But now we're seeing Sunsparks here trying to open up the mid lane and Lurfisa at the frontline defense. There's still that immortality, so there's no reason for Todak to actually expend their utilities on that low leader.
Exactly, and I think this is already just a great matchup. I think Sunspark honestly should have been the favorites coming in, especially against Todak here, because again, we haven't seen Todak go out of their, their comfort zone into the international scene, and I think they're doing a great job against Sunspark, who honestly have been playing a really tough game and a really tough composition that requires a lot of mechanical skills. So a lot of commendation going over to Sunspark, especially Fuzukin. It's really dependent on their tanks right now. Like, Sunspark is solely dependent on their tanks to set up the fight.
And not only the tanks, the carries have to do their duty. Well, of course, speaking of carry, we're seeing JP here with 7 kills already, and for Kill, he's been performing since the start of the game. So these are the two guys they really have to catch out.
Yeah, that is so true. Oh, that's not actually being popped too. Oh, they get the catch.
Whoa.
The immortality being popped on the Fuzukin. He can use the 1000-pounder. He's gonna be safe, but they finally break that immortality. They have to wait for their cooldowns, hold their ground, clear the waves, and maybe look for a fight. But again, Sunspark, they know, they're like, all right, let's pull back a little bit, take our time with this. They don't have our ultimates. Maybe we can set up a fight. Revelation in trouble. Rezio already with a flame strike. He's already popped up to get some momentum to move backwards. Chico is taking quite a bit of damage, but they're not going to push through. Meteor Shower using to clear the waves. Kale taking a little bit of damage, but it's not going to be enough. Numenon Blast. Is he going to flicker? Yes, he does. He gets the catch onto the initial target. Hylos is going to go down. Rejuvenate is already there. The Guardian's Bulwark has been popped up, but it's not going to be enough.
Well, definitely not going to be having all too much of a business here from Todak, as they've already lost out Dinas. And now Sunsparks calling out the Lord, and this is going to be the second Lord of the game. And can there be any reaction at all from Todak? They're opting for a split push. They're marching down to the top side as well as the mid lane. And they say, you can have the Lord all you want, but I'm going to take down your base. But the side of Sunsparks here, they got to either recall or find a way to fight back. Todak now did not have enough time to get anywhere close to that tower. Renzio, though, getting a little damage, being chunked out, and that will be the Akai taking off the Granger, and now losing Chiku is definitely a big blow to Todak.
Yeah, I think dying now might have been a big mistake here, because now Chiku, one of the core members, has a 40-second plus death timer, and Lord, by the time he comes back to life, Lord is already knocking on that inhibitor.
Look at the graph. What does it tell you? The members of Sunsparks are turning things around by breaking the silence, taking down the Lord, taking down one member off the side of Todak. With that sort of pickoff here, they managed to set things up so perfectly. Phantom Steed has already been called out, but to no sort of opportunities for him to even react. Now, Malefic Raw on the hands of Chiku, definitely giving a little bit more burstiness, hitting in towards the hands of the Granger. But the side of Sunspark. They're waiting for a mistake. They're waiting for a look to come right in. Fuzaken going in, pinning down 2 members of the wall. And that Hurricane Dash was so pivotal. No blast is stack upon it as well. Double kill for JP as they manage to crash right in. Now they're looking to secure game 1 in the hands of the Philippines. And Sunspark here are doing what they please. And they are going in for this finishing blow. And now Todak is on the back foot. And Sunspark takes game 1.
Oh my goodness. Fuzaken is actually insane. He is actually ridiculous. That was so nasty. Goes right in the middle, gets the Petrify off, and immediately pulls them in with the ultimate. Oh my goodness. Well played, Sunspark here. Todak, they've got to hold their ground. This might be, a little bit of a sad defeat in their eyes, but this is a best of 3. We might see it happen. They might try and turn this around, but Sunspark looking so good, playing a composition that requires so much positioning, so many conditions need to be met, but their tanks are absolutely ridiculous.
And they met every single expectation, and by far, that was one of the best archives I've ever seen so far in the M1 World Championship. Let's have a look in towards the post stats as we see, of course, Fuzaken getting some high KDAs, but the All-Stars here kill VJ with a total of 5 kills, 11 assists, and the highest damage has been dealt by JP with 39% being chunked out to the entirety. And it's so hard to even take down members of Todak. You see how tanky they were. Yet again, then as well as X-Ray, they were rendered ineffective. And we were seeing Chico as well as Moon. They were struggling. Moon, although he was not taken down a single time at all, there was nothing much that you can do when there's no more frontliners fielding on towards that battlefield. And now let's have a look into towards these early phase of the game where I saw a great dive coming from the side of Sunsparks.
Yeah, and especially in the early stages of the game, like JP was getting punished a lot of the time. A lot of the members were focusing the mid lane when they rotated, but not here. They were going in for Turtle, and that was the main objective. Like JP took quite a brunt of damage. He ended like the early game at 0-2, like 1-2-1 if I was correct. And he really took a beating here. And Todak, they just kept trying to punish him, but eventually they adapted really quick. They switched him over with Rezio. Rezio held his ground for the long period of time, and then he got a lot of support in the top side, allowing him to kind of catch up into the game. And the moment he got his 3rd item, he was ready to pop off.
Oh, yes, and he popped off so hard, and there were so many of all these sort of opportunities that he took without even thinking twice, and they managed to actually secure that sort of lead. Now, look at the side of Sunspark here. Look at how many times they actually dove over that Leomord, and this is that sort of win condition that we also mentioned way early on. You got to stop the Leomord before he becomes that late game monster, and this is where things start to actually turn for the side of Sunspark. So as we see, of course, a full commitment, and this is where Todak, of course, won this sort of team fight by having great positioning from the side of Moon.
Yeah.
And look at Meteor Shower. Almost every single hit has connected. And of course, Reflecia will be the next one to fall in this sort of battle between the two.
Exactly. And I think, looking at this game of rock, paper, scissors, like the entire game was dependent on Sunsparks being out of position. Like if Reflecia is even a little bit away from the team, it just gives a huge green light for Todak to be like, all right, the shield is out of the way. Let's deal as much damage as we can. And maybe by the time that, Reflecia tries to disengage the team with the Numenon Blast, it's a little too late. And we can see this time and time again, they caught them out. And then Sunspark is like, all right, we need to fight them on our turn. We need to make sure our formation is correct. And if we get those conditions down, we win fights. And as you can see, that Guardian's Bulwark just blocking everything.
Oh, yes, indeed. And not only that, we're also seeing a little bit of that overextension coming from Todak for a couple of times, which resulted into this. They were on lockdown here, and Fuzaken, time and time again, those Hurricane Dance were really the main factor of how the side of Sunsparks managing to actually take a couple of victories, and especially for this. This is that golden moment where the Lord came in time, and both of them are pinned over the wall, and Todak was rendered useless, and there was nothing that they could possibly do to actually defend this. They can't take down the Lord, but there was still all of these members left intact, and that's how they managed to take game 1 off of the side of Todak.
Yeah, and I think Sunspark, they were adapting along with the game, and that really shows that, a championship mentality. I can't believe these guys are only just the first runner-up in their own MPL, because they are playing like absolute beasts here.
I would definitely say that they are on fire, and this is just game 1. we're not even down to game 2 yet, but of course, that will happen in a couple more minutes. But let's talk about all this draft, because Todak definitely had a really tanky composition, but what's the problem here? Do they really lack of damage, or it was just down to that sort of execution? Because I saw a lot of all these sort of risky plays, like when Sunsparks attempted for that Lord, they did not challenge the Lord at all. Instead, they went for that split push. They tried to take 2 turrets at one go, and I felt like Sunsparks, of course, having a lot more of that experience to actually deal with that situation, they say, you can try as you will. And the moment that they were done, none of the towers were even touched at all.
Yeah, agreed. I think it really came down to just positioning and knowing, what are your win conditions at that point in time in game, and I think Sunspark did a much better job. And I will correct myself. I was thinking of Onyx PH, who is the first runner-up, and Sunspark's being the champion this time. They definitely deserve it here. Man, my brain somehow switched them over. I don't know why, and I'm going to get some angry DMs later.
Oh, yeah.
But for the most part, I think Sunspark played a good game. They adapted on the spot. The question is, can Todak adapt to this composition now that they're going to be on the blue side?
Now, heading in towards the blue side, we're going to see, of course, Todak getting one favorite pick. But I'm really optimistic about what Sunspark is possibly pulling out with their very first 2 picks here, because early on we see Todak pulling off that trump card, trying to ban off some of the things that they won't pick. And with that, they open up things like the Kaja. And they, even when with the Kaja being opened up, they didn't really need it to pick it. So that's what Sunspark has in that sort of a composition, where they were so confident. They said, okay, we can even play without some of these core meta heroes. And you would say that Kaja is definitely that sort of a strong factor with that Divine Judgment, but they definitely had a better composition working alongside with that Lolita pick. And of course, Carry as well as Lunox in this game 1 was perfect. The way that JP as well as Kiel played that, I would say that there's no better way that they could possibly perform even better than that.
I feel like I don't need to highlight them, only because like they're playing so consistent and they're doing such a good job that I don't really need to say too much. Like, it's so dependent on, like, even if you played it absolutely perfectly, they're playing exceptionally well. There's no need to highlight that. It's really based on the tanks being able to perform, to give them the space they need to do their work. They're like, bros, like, hey man, Revelation, you just need to block that meteor shower and I can go to town.
Oh yeah, they're just waiting for Fuzaken to actually start things off as well.
Please,
like,
just give Fuzaken a Kai one more time so I can fail November.
Oh yeah. Well, okay. I won't judge your sort of kinks, but then again,
I like good plays a little too much. But yeah, coming into game 2, I think the big question here is, how do they want to kind of reshape their composition, because I honestly feel like red side has quite a significant advantage, especially in the meta now, especially if you hold up a situational pick within your first 2 bans, then you kind of open up like this huge plethora of heroes to go for the counter picks, and you open up so much more. If you're on blue side, I feel like you're so limited by just that one pick. You want to get that combination of 2 in the beginning.
Yeah, I do think that having the combination of 2 will definitely at least set what you really want to prepare for your opponents, or even set some things up like with those sort of bans where you are trying to force your opponents to actually follow the flow in that sort of sense to match up with that 2 picks. Where if you don't really match up with things like a fighter, if you actually pick a fighter as well as a mage, then maybe on the following phase, you'll see a lot more of that options getting taken off the table. So, of course, that's out of the draft. But now we're, of course, taking a couple of moments here before we head in towards draft number 2. Now, Todak here, of course, under pressure. Can they perform? We've seen them in the grand finals, of course, as the first runner of MYSG. Now, challenging the champions of the Philippines. It proves to be quite a difficult challenge for them, but at one point,
the moment he notices, I can't. He has such a powerful glare at the camera. Look at that. Oh boy.
Oh,
but
man.
yes, as you were saying,
I'm pretty sure that if you were Sun, I'm not too sure about the ladies. Of course, the ladies are just staring at the screen as well. So, of course, and he even stopped me on my tracks right there. I was just saying that things were on a stalemate for a moment between 2 of them, and from the side of Sunsparks, they led the way. They actually break the silence in between, and even though they were on the back foot, they were losing a little bit more of those sort of structures, but yet again, they came back and they came back swinging hard on the side of Todak as well. So Todak here, of course, we're talking about a team from the MPL Malaysia qualifiers. This is the first time that they qualified to the MPL on their first run. And now, in the World Championship here, they're actually putting up a good front as well.
Exactly, and I think this is going to be a huge a huge factor coming into Group C, because this is giving the benchmark level that you need to be to beat Sunspark coming into Group C, because they are the favorites to actually come up on top of the group anyway. So, you know, for EvilX and Geo as well, they're both going to be looking at this and be like, all right, so that's what we got to beat. That's the level that they're going to have to play to, and I'm excited to see whether or not they can kind of adapt based on the information at heart.
Here comes the stairs again.
I'm telling you, he just knows when the camera is looking at him. He's just like, ooh.
Maybe he's just treating it like a mirror. I'm not too sure about how the cameraman feels about that in that sort of sense. I'm just really glad that they're having themselves a great time, as well as they're looking like they're in their comfort zones as well. You know, being away from home and to play out a long-running tournament like this is definitely no easy task. You really got to settle in. And of course, if you're halfway across the globe, like from North America, well, you're going to be having to deal with jet lag and all these sort of stuff that's a little bit unnecessary. But, of course, if you are the best in the world, you got to prove it.
You definitely have to prove it here. And right now, I think both of these teams, they're taking their times. The game hasn't started just yet. They might be going to draft a little bit sooner here. And I think they need that discussion. They need the time to think like, okay, what went wrong here? How do we correct this? How do we deal with these players? But man, just like chat, I'm feeling it now. It's like, where is the game?
Oh, yes, indeed. Well, of course, for Todak, I felt like they weren't really making too much of that major mistake that give them that sort of a loss in that sort of sense. I felt like it was down to decision making when it came down to the final few moments right there. And of course, as we are anticipating game number 2 here. Now, let's talk about picks. What sort of heroes should be removed? Because I'm looking at Lunox here. I talked about that high win ratio before we even start off the game. And once again, we were proven to be pretty well correct. And Lunox, I'm thinking that Todak could also pick this one for themselves.
Yeah. They could pick it.
Or is there any other mages on your hand?
I feel like no matter what, like mages on the table, they just need to be played right. No matter what it is, they all kind of fulfill that same role. They're not unique like Chang'e, where they kind of define how you take certain fights. Same thing as Gushing as well. I think it's like a Harith. You deal a lot of damage. You make sure you don't die. You have options as well. It's kind of like pick your poison. Do you want to have a Beretta this time, or you want to have a bigger gun? It really doesn't matter. They all do the same thing.
Oh, that's right. And if they can actually secure that kill with that one shot that they can get, then that's definitely well worth it. Now, heading in towards the draft here, we're seeing Kaja now. Again, it's taken off. Well, of course, first game, it was left out in the open, but Todak here says that they don't really want to get picked off like that. But one thing to factor in, will the Akai be taken away?
Yeah, I don't know. I think they might want to consider getting rid of these bigger playmakers overall. Like, they just want to make sure they don't have to deal with it. Unless Todak is ready to... unless Todak has something in mind. Like, they tried to take triple purifies just now, just to make sure they don't get punished. Like, even Leomar was still struggling to get out of certain situations because they couldn't deal... Because he couldn't deal with the Akai, even with a purify, because they sent 3 members there. So, I don't really know.
Well, of course, it's something that we really got to slowly ponder about. And now, heading in towards that sort of a second man, well, we talked about how won't be ever seeing this sort of game 2 as well as game number 1. Now, Todak's turn to make a move. Well, they've already gotten some great options being left out in the open. So there's still the Grok, which most likely they are trying to utilize as well. Now, will Sunsparks here remove the export? I feel like they should.
They might consider, now that they're on red side, they might want to consider getting rid of the export, but they did get rid of the Esmeralda the last time, so I'm not too sure about that. They're kind of thinking on it. If they get rid of the export or the Esmeralda, it's both understandable, but you're giving it over to Todak, and I think they might not first pick the Esmeralda. You know what? How about not getting the option?
Well, even better in that sort of sense. Now, X-Ray here, of course, Spalt for choice. it's really about what they really want to prioritize here, whether it's the fighter, the tank, or even that sort of mage that we talked about as well. Now, we also missed out Kufra being left out in the open now. So that's going to be getting themselves that sort of pick that every one of these teams have been looking out for. But that will mean that Sunspark will immediately, instantaneously, without even thinking twice, locking Hylos as well as X4.
Yeah, overall, I think the Kufra is going to be a really big pick here. So far, it's been 100% pick ban overall. And we've seen Tonak play in the MPL. They are proficient with it. Right now, Sunspark have to ask the big question like, oh boy, looks like we're going to have to take Purify again.
Oh, yes, indeed. Well, Tonak, of course, maybe this is about time that they actually steal off that Akai as well. So perhaps that will be great. But now, we'll totally didn't see that Valor pick coming in, and now they will be pulling off this sort of strats. And Moon now opting for that Kimi. Now, interesting to note that they're going for this sort of a draft. Well, of course, pretty good damage output overall, but I'm not really too keen on how they're going to be playing this Kimi out, because they're pretty squishy for now. What they need is a solid tank, and they've already taken that Lolita in the hands of Sunsparks.
Yeah. I feel like Todak had to take the Valier so they don't give it over to Sunspark. But then again, Sunspark did have the option to pick it up last game, and they decided not to. So I don't really know. I think this is kind of like, in terms of just like preference, you pick your poison sort of thing. They ban out the carry very early on. It looks like, are they trying to set up for a Grok here? Not so sure, because they know for a fact that Sunspark aren't going to get it, but they could just ban out the Grok for them. They could just ban out the Grok for the second part of the ban phase. Ooh, Diggy this time.
Diggy is definitely one game-changing support that they are thinking of removing. And now we're, of course, seeing a Gushing, which will dive right in to hunt down that Kimi as well as Valier. So, well, high mobility picks as well coming from the side of Sunspark. I'm liking what I'm seeing so far, and that sort of a ban over on the Kimi is definitely as a respect ban towards JP, because JP on that carry on that previous game was definitely a huge defining factor for their victory as well.
Yeah, I don't know about the Gushing here. I think the Gushing is kind of interesting. They could have gone for the Lunox again, and I think that might have been okay. But again, Valier is a problem, and they wanted to deal with it with the Gushing. Ooh, it's going to be the Masha as well as the Hellcurt. A potential 1-3-1 composition.
Wow, I'm definitely not expecting this at all, but we know Chiku to be pretty good at that Hellcurt, so let's see how he will play this one out. From what I'm seeing right here, there's a lot of split pushing potential coming in from the side of Todak, but if they were to commit to that team fight, I'm not too sure. Is Masha enough to actually front the battle alongside with the Kufra, and how are they supposed to set it up? Because what I'm seeing here from the side of Sunspark is a lot more stable. Even if they were to actually lose a fight or two, they could still slowly wait for that late game to come back up online. And especially with this last pick for Claude, they are definitely going to commit in towards diving right in to secure those kills.
Yeah. Ooh. Locking in the Claude instead of the Granger this time round. Is that a smart choice? I think he should be able to do something here, unless the condition has to be if Valier goes down first, because if Claude decides to go in with the Blazing Duet, I think Valier is going to be able to push him away with no issues whatsoever. So I think like there's a couple of conditions that they have to play around just to make sure they have the most efficient amount of damage.
Yeah, I would say that eventually if they solely get themselves in the mid-game, and if all the right conditions are met, if they could go in for like maybe a pick-up for 2, then maybe by then they would be able to get all these huge items out. But well, now I'm really torn apart here. I'm not too sure which side I favor most, but from Todak, it's definitely interesting.
Yeah.
But I'm really looking at their chances in team fights, which I felt like the only thing that I really like is Hellcurt being brought in with the Dark Knight Falls. Sometimes with that sort of ultimate blinding the enemies, they will be, of course, having a little bit of a communication issue to know where exactly are the rest of the enemies in that sort of a scenario. But from what I'm seeing here, the Claude is going to be pretty much doing a whole lot of that dirty work in towards most of these team
Enemy
fights.
reaches
Now,
the
of course,
battlefield.
let's get into it, the action as we see Game 2 between Todak versus Sunsparks.
Yeah, I think right now Todak is kind of in this position where the moment they hit level 4, they want to force out a lot more fights onto the side of Sunspark, because again, their level 4 isn't as strong as you would imagine, because look at it. Rezio, he's not going to deal as much damage with the Blazing Duet as he wants to. JP has the most amount of damage, and Kale is just going to be by himself for the most part. He's not really going to join the 5v5s as often as you would imagine, because Todak has some superior wave clear.
Well, I really like how they're really switching things up, and this is how flexible Sunspark members are, and they don't really mind of switching things up. And look at that, 2 masks has been purchased by the side of Lolita as well as Export. A little bit of that revitalized coming from E1 as well. So, of course, that's definitely one spell that's going to be pretty much game-changing in terms of team fight, but I'm not too sure. It's Kufra, not exactly that sort of a hero that likes to stay in one spot.
Yeah, and overall it's just there's too many factors that's running through my head. There's too many factors. Like it could easily go wrong, and I feel. Oh wait, here we go. We can already see that Moon is dealing good amount of damage to Revelation. He manages to get on out of the skedaddle. Chico's in trouble now. He gets hit by the sword spike. Oh, one more hit. Wasn't able to get that auto attack before the Shadow Blade Slaughter came back in. Fuskin is in trouble. The rejuvenation is not going to be enough. They trade 1 for 1.
Beautiful 1 for 1. One inside of the jungle and another on the bottom side of the lane as well. And wow, that was a little bit too close for comfort as we saw Kill VJ almost dropping out as well. But Todak here, we're responding pretty well with that sort of rotation in towards the enemy's left side of the jungle was pretty much well effective. Now they're hunting out for another one, and they're trying to take down JP. E1 gonna go in. Whoa, with the bouncing ball.
Oh! Just well played, E1 and Nanas. Just well played. The bouncing ball just locks him down. He can't do anything.
Look at that.
He wants to get out of there, but it's just he's not allowed to because of the bouncing ball. It restrains his movement every time he uses a mobility skill. It just locks him in place. Well played.
Even if he uses that sort of ability to hop over the wall, the maximum charge was already pointed at him as well. So try as you can, but that was definitely going to be going in the hands of Todak anyways. And they managed to also secure the turtle at the same time after deleting him off. But wow, this is why a lot of all these teams don't want to even see Kufra being played. But look at Ivan now. He's trying to set things up, bouncing ball being utilized. Ooh. And Renzio forced to use the flicker at such early stages. And here comes Fuzz again.
They're going all in. Oh, instantly game found. The Numenor Blast actually pulls them through. E1 is in trouble. He already has to use the Tyrant's Rage. They broke the turret, but they need something to kind of respond. But they don't have the damage. Masha in the backline. She needs to clear this up. She needs to clear this up as soon as possible. X-Ray is trying to run Renzio down. He needs to join the fight as the rest of the team is pulled back. Moon, he's trying his best. He's peeling backwards. Chemical Refinement. JP, he's in trouble. X-Ray. X-Ray. He has to do it. He's trying to get one last one. JP, he goes down. He wasn't able to get the sword spike up, and Renzio makes it out of there. Todak come up on top. Oh, that was so close. It could have gone either way.
Oh, yes, indeed. And now let's have a little bit of flashback of what just happened. Starting off, we saw Rafucio, of course, being focused down by Todak, but because of that overextension, they managed to punish him. But after all of that, X-Ray came just in the nick of time. But E1 still managing to actually go in for those really huge knockups, and Renzio had to actually fall back. And we saw Moon, of course, chunking so much damage. He managed to take down the Halas, but JP, of course, stuck between this really awkward position. It's either they go into commit over Moon or try to deal with X-Ray, which of course they will take that chance against the Kimmy.
Man, that was like a super risky 50-50 for both sides. Luckily, Todak did come up on top.
4 kills already for Moon out of this sort of skirmishes, and now look at Fuse again, already forcing out that Rox's pathway, and E1 already soaking out the damage, and instead Fuzaken cannot commit. He's already pretty low, but I'm liking what I'm seeing so far from both sides.
Yeah, I think Sunspark, now they're going to be playing from behind. Let's see how the champions of MPLPH actually play this out, because we've seen them get ahead, we've seen them go even, but we've seen game 1 as well. It just fluctuates. They could easily just kick back.
Oh yeah, and for the previous game, we saw, of course, E1 as well as Moon. They were, I think Moon has been really consistent, but as for their frontliners, they were taking so much of that sort of hit. But look at that! He just marches right in, but there's no sort of backup coming from the rest of Toda. And now here comes X-Ray joining the table, flickering over the side of JP as well. Arrival on time, but they're still trying to opt for that kill. JP escapes, and here comes the last Insanity, diving right at the back as the Luna secures a kill over the Macho. And here comes Dark Knight Bolt. Chiku takes down the export.
3-for-1 Sunspot with superior rotation. Like, wow. I wasn't expecting the cutoff after Tier 1. They really dedicated their resources to make sure E1 as well as X-Ray go down.
Well, I definitely did not see X-Ray getting himself so prepared for this, and how they actually turned this one around was pretty well amazing, because Kill VJ, he went in for that commitment, and with Chiku flickering in towards this battle, that's definitely a 1 kill being secure, and Sparks right now trying to fight back in this sort of battle, and they are now only having about less than 2,000 of deficit, so it should be pretty much well enough for them to actually commit, and here comes E1, get clipped off!
Yep, he's going to be going down with no hitches whatsoever. Very good catch coming in from Sunspark. Again, superior rotations. First it was with the arrival, and this time E1 is definitely disrespecting the opponent. He has to be more careful. Great use of the glorious pathway, just to kind of speed your way up and slow down your opposition from escaping. But X-Ray, he's doing his job really nicely. Even though they gave away 2 kills over to Sunspark, he was able to net himself a turret. Yeah,
and he spots out Renzio right now, cutting across that river. And, I would say that E1 is just buying a little bit of time, but like you said, he's committing a couple of all these mistakes which should not happen at the global stages at all. Well, he's just overextending all by himself. There's no members of Todak to back him up for 2 times straight. And I felt like maybe he's just getting a little bit of that jitters. But now, with that sort of turtle being spawned up, there's not going to be enough time for the side of Todak to react, because this turtle is being secured by JP.
I think E1 is just he's trying to be the playmaker. He's trying too hard to make the play. He's not waiting for the opportunity. He wants to force it out. He wants to change the tide of the fight against Sunspark. Oh, wait a minute. Is he going to flicker for it? No, they all move away. They're already using the maximum impact here, but on the top side, they're trying to steal away the Gargoyle. This might be a big fight, Kill. He's trying to make it happen. The last Insanity doesn't pop up as much as he wants to, but Fuzukin drops down. The glorious pathway as they pull out through. Chico, he can turn this around. He wants to pick up Export. He gets the cushion instead. Fuzukin is trying to hold his ground. Pops the rejuvenation. Maximum impact doesn't hit, but he still goes down. 2 kills going over to the side of Todak here, and Export makes it out scot-free.
This is what I talked about when the Helka comes into play, that when the Dark Nightfall hits, they are all in a disarray. Kill VJ opening up the last inside as well, trying to clear the wave, and now one more turret being destroyed over the top side here. And with that being said, Toda have great control over each of these lanes, and within less than a minute, we're going to see the Lord coming into play.
I mean, this could turn again, because we know for a fact that Kill is using Arrival, so maybe they could force out a fight where it looks like it's going to be at bad, use the Arrival to kind of even out the numbers, or maybe get a numbers advantage in the next upcoming fight.
Well, definitely we'll be able to actually put that to advantage, but now we're seeing great positioning coming from the side of Todak, just waiting patiently, hoping that members of Sunspark would be going in for a little bit of that phase check. But there are 2 occupied getting themselves over the top side. What is only going to be Fuzuken right here. And if he gets clipped out, there's still the Rush's pathway, and he could possibly run off. But with the 1 member taken out, then Sunspark will lose out the opportunity, and E1's going to set things up as well. He knows that he's right there, bouncing ball just to stop him for a little while, but they cannot fully commit.
Yeah, and man, I mean, Ninas is just chunking people out. That's kind of the beauty of Valir here. And Kill, he's trying to make something happen. I'm not too sure what items X-Ray has as of right now, but I think he does have the Corrosive Scythe already. The question is, does he have Wind Talker as well? I need to double check the items to make sure, because then that kind of gives him an opportunity. Oh, no, he gets caught out. Chiku turns back in. Dark Knight falls. He manages to get the kill. Revelation is now in trouble. They manage to get a double for 1. Moon goes down, but Chiku gets 2.
There was no reason for them to cut by the corner of the river, and immediately gets punished. Chiku being so responsive, after taking that double kill, he's going straight after the Lord. And now let's have another look at how Chiku sets this one out perfectly. And he could even do this without the help of the rest of the members of Toda.
Yeah, and I think that was just a really good job overall. It was a good attempt by Sunsparks, but Todak, I think they played that really, really well, and they kind of disrespected how far ahead Chiku is after those 4 kills. Because, man, he is gigantic.
Yeah, he can definitely hit back home to buy whatever sort of a brand new sports car if he wants. But now look at the items. He's already got VOD as well as Endless Battle, and there's definitely more to come after this. Well, of course, the wings have been bought there by the export.
Oh,
and,
my goodness.
Well, it's going to be Moon just trying to actually pull one shot out of the barrel that he has. And that's definitely one buff headed towards the way of Todak. Well,
Yeah.
Sunsparks have to play it really safely and possibly try to force a sort of a move coming from the side of Todak and punish them for it.
Yeah, and after getting that initial push, they do get the tier 2. They're gonna let Lord die on top side. They're gonna keep on pushing. They're gonna let the wave push through on top side. They're gonna keep on going through. The question is, can they keep? Oh, here it goes. X-Ray's in trouble. Takes a lot of damage. Chiku is at 1 HP. Glorious Pathway is put. Numenon Blast actually locks down the backline. E1, he's holding his ground. He's already used the last Insanity here. Nobody has died just yet. E1 is gonna sacrifice himself for the team. Masha runs to the top side of the map, trying to find some pressure.
Well, it's only down to Masha, Valor, as well as KB to actually go out there to just slowly force things upon the side of Sunspark for the very least. Well, of course, not many other major objectives other than the towers are in the eyes of Todak, as we see the goal swinging in favor of the side of Todak the entirety of this whole matchup here. But of course, JP looking to change things up. And like you said, that Gushing here, you may not fancy it for a couple of reasons here, but he definitely pulled off some pretty sick plays overall.
Yeah, he is finding some great catches onto Moon. And Moon, so far, oh my goodness, Keelv is in trouble. Chiku tries to predict it, but doesn't find it. But Keelv, he knows he's got, drops the emote just before he goes out. And Chiku with a reply.
Oh my, well, at least they're having a little bit of fun time. But Chiku instead getting pinned down, Flicker being forced away. And now an eye for an eye. Look at him go and pop there by JP while X-Ray says, okay, you can take my member, but I'm going to take your tower as well. Here comes Fuzukin as well as Renzio trying to commit to this, but you know you cannot out-chase this Masha.
Yeah, she's not going to let herself die. She just walks away, 3 health bars still. And right now they're kind of waiting on Renzio to get all of his items. He buys his Athena shield to kind of protect himself against Nanas as well as Moon. Oh no, this is not looking like a good fight. Nanas bails out of there, but again, E1 in trouble, has to go down. But they actually get the arrival out of the export. And now this kind of opens up the map a little bit more for Masha to play the way she wants to.
That's right. And for Sunsparks here, they're just forcing this sort of a push heading towards the mid lane. And after that, they're going to camp out for the Lord as well. While, of course, JP already forcing a push over the top side here. So they're definitely spot for choice. Now spots out X-Ray. But X-Ray is going to wait for the rest of the members to come right after. Of course, the Val is going to be waiting at the back as well, while Rafflesia already getting that invade towards the lower side of the jungle.
Yeah, they're just holding their ground. I mean, so far it's looking good for Todak. I think this is their window. If they force out another fight, they might be able to win this. They just need to make sure that JP doesn't get into that backline and take out Moon or even Chiku at that point in time. Because, again, both Moon and Chiku are huge.
Well, Moon and Chiku right here. You saw Moon, of course, playing a perfect game in the previous round. It was almost perfect for this game itself, where we saw Moon, the last time that he got a kill, he was deathless as well. So now getting caught out a few times. Speaking of getting caught out right here, Renzio forced to open up that blazing duet. That maximum charge will not land. And Todak here is still trying to open things up over the top side. Well, there will be that immortality in the hands of Kill VJ after a couple of minutes here, heading in towards the mid game. And now E1 once again causing a little bit of flaw, but there is the Lord. They cannot afford to lose any members at all.
Yeah, it really is going to be too difficult. Chiku here, he's just holding his ground. Lord is back up, and now both Sunspark and Todak, they want to contest this.
Well, we're seeing them not really moving all too much of a muscle for the time being, but Masha doing Masha things, just waiting things out and hoping that they will fully commit to a fight, and the Masha will slowly break in towards the top side. And they're sending that export in towards the top, and maybe this is where Todak will try to respond as well, because they know it will be a 5v4.
Great use of the maximum impact there. He doesn't want to walk up and use his range. Instead, oh, wait. He's going to... Wait a minute. Is he going to make it out? Kenji can make it out. Yes, he can. Yes, he can. Yes!
Oh!
He makes it just in time, having to use his ultimate to escape, but this gives the green light for Sunspark to take it out. Export on the top side of the map, getting chunked out, but again, bottom side, they're going to lose Lord for this. Can they steal it away? Chiku, he's here.
He won! He won! Goes in for the steal! How is this even possible? Coming from the Kuna, and he also takes out the Gushin as well. They're turning things around, and there's Tamasha pushing to the top wave as well. And in the blink of an eye, Todak stats that one away. Now down to Replicia as well as Renzio. Renzio doing some stuff as well. And for the side of Sunsparks, they're hanging on the thread. They're trying to defend the tower, and they will have to lose out Replicia right here.
Oh my goodness, that was such a huge steal. Rezio, he tries to go away. Maximum impact does pick him up, and now Moon, he's just going to sit right in front of Revelicia's face. He's not going to let him go without a fight. Revelacia playing this well, using the chunk, but he goes down at the very end. They have already broken mid inhibitor. They want to break that one top side. And Kiel, even though he used the arrival to protect himself, this is not looking good for Sunspark. That one steal might have cost them the game. They're going for it. Todak wants to end this.
Todak here will push it into the game tree. They're crashing in the base, and the Lord is heading in, and they will push and force this game upon Sunsparks here, who could not defend at all.
Oh my goodness. After E1, he was struggling to perform. He was trying to make things happen. He finally did. He finally decided to be patient, waited for his opportunity, and stole away a game-changing, game-winning Lord.
Yeah, and of course, we were pretty harsh on him on the early stages of the game, where he was actually committing mistakes after mistakes, but he definitely redeemed himself in the late phase, going in with the drive-by as he hops upon, stealing it with only very little health. I thought that there will be the retribution to secure it, but of course, Sunspark lost that sort of matchup in a blink of that sort of moment, and now the MVP, you really gotta give it to Chiku, because Chiku was in that sort of game-changing fight. There was also that triple kill as well as the double.
Yes.
And we saw how they were actually rotating across the map so efficiently, and Sunsparks, this time around, they really got to bow out. And JP, though he did a lot this game, it was not really enough, because he can only focus one target at a time.
Yeah, he trades 1-for-1 almost every single time he goes into the fight, and always finds a priority target, or at the very least chunks out everybody enough to kind of allow his team to play with more space. But overall, this has just been an absolutely insane series here at the M1. Group C started off with a really good game.
Oh yeah, and I'm really glad that we actually woke up really early to the studios for this. And look at E1 here. Of course, he's slowly tanking things out, and he's setting the tempo for X-Ray to come by. Of course, X-Ray flickers in, finish off the kill, and Fuza Ken alongside with Renzio. They're going for that chase, but Moon was way too powerful in that sort of early phase. And look at Renzio, of course, he's level 4. What can he possibly do? And even so, he did manage to escape with that flicker coming up online. And for the side of JP, he's just taking all the chances that he can get.
Yeah, absolutely. This has been an absolutely insane series. Like, I don't know how both teams could have played it. It really came down to that one big play towards the end. They were going pretty even, and Todak did have a pretty decent lead, honestly. And I think even if Sunspark was able to get the Lord there, I think Todak had a really good response. They killed They tried to deny exploit on the top side. They broke mid inhibitor anyways.
Oh yeah.
And then at that point, it's like, okay, your Lord doesn't matter as much as it used to.
Yeah, it definitely wasn't really all too much of a concern. But wow, we saw Sunsparks also making a couple of rash decisions. And one great example was right here, where they were definitely torn apart, and they were slowly segregated from one another, and that's how Todak managed to punish them. And in this sort of matchup here, look at Chiku. He went in for that mega kill, and they didn't even need the help of E1 to secure this double upon that Lolita.
Yeah, and what's really disappointing to see at the very is Fuzigen being played into a very linear hero. Like, he's doing the job, but he is a playmaker. Like, at heart, you can definitely see him wanting to do more with the high loss, but the high loss can only do one or two things. He drops down the all, runs at people, absorbs damage. He's not a playmaking hero. He needs that playmaking capability, because I think that's where he shines the most.
Yeah, I certainly agree. It's so different as compared to the Akai. Yes, we saw him tanking a lot of that damage, but we need him to actually force members to move about. And look at Renzio right here. Then after that sort of steal, they don't really know how to even respond to that. Like, he flickers back and he changed his direction and focused back towards the side of E1. Well,
Yeah.
of course, they're trying to actually bring the fight towards Todak, hoping that they do not march in towards the mid lane as well. But it was all said and done when the Lord marches in towards the crystal, and that was definitely that finishing blow. And Todak definitely well-deserving of this win.
Yeah, crushed it, absolutely crushed it. But I think Sunspark, they put a very good fight here, and they really pushed Todak to the very limit until the very end. So, again, this is going to be a really exciting Game 3.
Oh, yes, indeed. And now it's still a 50-50. Like, we saw, of course,
Yeah.
the first game itself, there was like a yo-yo where we saw the goal swinging up and down, red side, blue side. But this time, Game 2, Todak pretty much took it really convincingly, and on that sort of a goal, it was always on their favor most of the time. And there was only a couple of those pick-offs every now and then. Of course, E1 committing a couple of all these sort of blunders, and a lot of great movements coming from the side of JP. So maybe that sort of switcheroo was not really advisable in that sort of sense, because
Yeah.
I definitely prefer seeing JP back on that marksman. Not to say that he's worse on the mages. It's more.
He's okay, I'm going to give him credit because he is a flexible guy.
Very flexible guy.
Very flexible, and he played that well. Like, honestly, Ritsu did a pretty good job. JP did a really, really good job. The only problem is that they didn't exactly have a lot of playmaking capability. When you have something like a Lolita and a Hylos, you're pretty much like one-dimensional.
Oh, yeah, and we definitely talk about how one-dimensional that pick is, but it's that sort of tankiness that they sort of needed in those team fights. But
Yeah.
it's really how they actually play out the team fight as
Agreed,
well, which
agreed.
was a little bit chaotic, of course, when you turn off the lights with the Hellcat coming into
Your
play.
team is
It's
banned.
causing them a lot of that sort of trouble to actually get things around. Now, heading in towards this final game of the best of 3 here, we're seeing the Harif not even getting a single game off the series. And Kufra,
Your
of course,
team is
they're not going to
banned.
be actually opening things up for the side of Sunspark to actually go in with that sort of pick. So, Sunspark here.
Esmeralda.
Maybe? Yep.
Esmeralda.
Most likely. Most likely.
That, or they're just going to be like, you know what? Hellcrit was too much of a problem last game.
If I were to be in the seats of Sunspark, I would say the same to the captain, like, hey, should we do this?
No,
Like,
I was making a joke about that one. No, do not actually ban out the Hellcrit. Hellcrit wasn't the biggest issue you
they'll
have
get
to deal
debated
with.
if they actually do. But
Yeah.
But even if they actually negate that Hellcrit, at least they will have one less thing to worry about in that sort of sense. But the real problem right here was not really that sort of a hero coming to
Your
effect,
team is
but
banned.
it's actually a Hylos ban. Now,
They're
this
changing it up.
changed things a whole lot. Now, that means this is going to force Todak to actually ban out the export, or even the Kaja that we talked about.
Honestly, they can ban out the Esmeralda, give them the Export, and then eventually go for a better pick for yourself, or you can hold it up and pick up Export. The question is, how much do you prioritize Export? They're just
Your
going to leave it
team
all
is
out on the
picking.
table here. Esmeralda is up on the field, Grok is up on the field, there is no Kaja, and they will have the opportunity to pick up an Esmeralda this time round.
Now we're looking at the members of Sunsparks, of course. No more Death Stares coming out of all these members, but they will instead go in for the Grok immediately. So,
Your
Todak,
team is
we've already
picking.
talked about the export most likely coming into effect. So let's talk about the pairings right here. So if they're getting the export, what will be the next best pick? Because you talk about Esmeralda, they are locking in the carry.
They lock in the carry. They could go for the Esmeralda here if they wanted to, because I mean they've got the setup. I'm not gonna lie. Like, hey, what you thinking here, boys? Because you banned out the Kaja. You're definitely trying to set up for something. If not, why didn't you ban out the export? They're kind of using export as a bargaining chip here. It's like, hey, do you want it? Like, if you want it, we can pick it up
Wow.
for you.
Chill.
Finally, someone decides to pick
Your
up the chill.
team is
Oh,
picking.
now this means that they're actually really confident to actually deal with the export. So they're leaving it out in the open once again for the side of Sunsparks. And of course, we saw some of these members who are actually really flexible coming from the side of Sunsparks, and they will definitely pick it up alongside with Masha. So we're already seeing a lot of all these frontliners for the side of Sunspark. So heading into the second phase here, I'm looking at members of Todak. What possibly would they be able to actually take away from this?
It's tough because right now, if Sunspark decides to go with the Xborg as well as the Masha, that means Xborg is going to go into the support position. They're gonna have some great wave clear, but again, it's about that playmaking capability like we were talking about just now. I would like to see Fuzugen to play Akai one more time because he was doing an absolutely monstrous job. But again, stick to the meta, stick to the things that work.
Yeah, and well, Akai definitely wasn't one thing that worked, but they have different sort of plans heading in towards the last game of this first series of the day. And Todak now, having that Lunox being opened up, they're going to take it away from Kill VJ in that sort of sense. And of course, Todak themselves are also very familiar when it comes to playing the Lunox with great higher win ratios as well back in the MPL. Now, heading in towards the second phase, I'm seeing a lot of that sort of the possibilities right here. Of course, early on, we see some Sparks banning out Diggies, so I think that should not be even factored in because so that hardly goes in for that. But there was a couple of games that they did actually go in for the pick, but Lolita is that sensible choice.
So that needs to ban out. Oh.
Whoa.
Your team is
Smart
picking.
move.
I think the smarter move came from Sunspark because now they have options of both Kimmy as well. Like initially they were setting up for both Kimmy and Chang'e, and now they basically get Kimmy for free at this point in time because you can see Todak, if they pick Kimmy now, it's gonna mess up their team composition so much.
Well, I don't think that it would possibly be too much of that thing to factor in because if you open up the Chang'e as well, it's going to be pretty much a really hard game to play because you already got so many of these great frontliners. All you need is something that is pretty much well secured to actually protect yourselves, and usually Chang'e could actually cover that sort of distance without fully committing. Well, of course, you can say the same about Kimmy right there, but I would definitely prefer a Chang'e to a Kimmy any sort of day at all. And Todak's secret strat, bringing in the Malaysian legendary hero Badang into the picture here. Of course, we've seen some great frisk crack being played out by some of the teams of Group A, Group B. Now, Group C, where they're definitely not missing out on this meta as well. Like you said, this will be the Kimmy as well as the Granger, falling in the hands of Sunsparks.
Yeah, I think they set this up absolutely perfectly. The way they played that pick match, really smart. The question is Xbox still going to be extremely viable in this sort of meta, especially as a support? Yes, we've seen teams do it before, but Baxia is going to be the pick of choice. That's interesting because at least 4 of their members buy healing items, so it makes sense that they want to kind of go for the backline and deny that healing.
Well, I'll definitely say that Baxia was that sort of a surprise pick that they did not really see coming, but we've seen the Indonesians play all too well. And, well, heading in towards this very final game, definitely we're favoring the side of Sunspark's composition on how they actually drafted this. And, well, I gotta say, Todak here definitely having the guts to actually leave out so many things out in the open and gave it for free towards the enemies in that sort of sense, which means that this is something that they might have just planned out, which they don't really want to like, hey, oh, great picks, great meta, and like, why not we just give them and try to counter it in a different way.
Agreed. I think what was interesting was the Cho pick. They were flexing it for the longest time, and then they finally brought out the Badang, and then it became clear, okay, now Cho is going to go into the tank position. I think it's pretty interesting because, again, in the matchup itself, you have to deal with this Xborg, and though you have the mobility and rotational prowess, it's going to be a tough matchup still if you put him into the fighter. So it's smart that they picked the Badang. The question is, can they force out a big team fight? Because Masha is always going to be split pushing, and we know for a fact that the Philippines, they were the ones who decided, split pushing is the way to play the game, and they evolved from then on out.
That's right, and now we're heading in towards this very final game. And wow, how would this be even possible? And well, when we talk about that Badang coming into play here, and the possibilities of him getting even close to kill VJ is going to be pretty tough to even begin with. So how could they actually play this one? Renzio slowly getting themselves that sort of a proxy towards the side of the bottom side. And now, of course, Sunspark trying to actually focus their sort of forces in towards the top lane as well.
Yeah, and I think Badang is going to be, again, we saw X-Ray on the Leomord the last time. Badang this time is probably going to be the point of contention for the side of Sunspark as well. But it looks like they want to play around their top side a little bit more to have that numbers advantage and, kind of steal away the smaller camps instead of the buffs.
Yeah, and like I would say that they just take anything that they could possibly get for the time being. And now a little bit of challenge over the top side here. Fuzaken trying to actually steal that one. Oh,
he stole it. He stole it. Oh my goodness. Oh, that has got to suck so bad. Now they're under a lot of pressure. Caleb is already level 4. He's gonna pressure Chico out of it. No, this lane is looking so bad already.
Oh no, Chico's the first one to fall as we see. First blood given away to the side of Sunspot. But here comes E1 on that box here. But there is no business for him at all.
This is interesting because we know for a fact, I'm surprised that Moon didn't decide to go up top side. Instead, he kind of chilled up. If you look at the minimap, he went bottom side to take the river crab instead of helping the top side and kind of rotating with his teammate. And I think that in itself, just like such a small thing of being late to a rotation, cost them so many members.
Oh, definitely it was really costly, and we're looking at that sort of a buff loss was already a huge blow to members of Dota, and now having to actually hug by the corners of the turret, and with all 4 members crashing in, well, Sunsparks now having that really great 1K of the difference heading through this game is going to be pretty much well securing themselves this turtle if they were to force out members of Todak.
Yeah, and right now Todak is playing a great game so far, but you know, small micro mistakes have cost them a little bit, but I think they should be able to come back. They were able to play from behind last time. I think it shouldn't be too difficult to slowly come back into this. Turtle is going to be going over to Sunspark. Again, they got to keep abusing their advantage, make sure Todak don't have an opportunity to come back.
Yeah, and I really love how Renzo is playing this matcha as well. From even the previous game, I think that Renzo has been pretty much phenomenal in all these games. And for the side of Fuzaken, of course, now he's playing a Grok, which means that he really got to set the tempo straight for them. And now already taking a little bit of that chunk of the breaks off of that sort of mid lane tower is going to be pretty effective. And kill VJ. Did he just steal another buff?
Yeah, they are just denying everything from Todak. It's only 3 minutes of the game, and they've developed at least a 3K goal lead. Chico forcing half the flicker here. Ninas might be able to get a catch. He does actually go for it. Way of the Dragon onto an opposite target. JP was able to get out of the way. Jetsunada is coming through. They don't get any picks whatsoever. Sunspark has just turned it up another notch. They're not letting Todak get any advantages across the map.
That's a little bit of missed opportunities, but they're trying for the second time coming. And Raplicia is still holding on. And here comes Moon with a flicker as well. This will be a little bit of a goner. And wow, flicker of course being popped, but JP right here will be, of course, just watching things slowly crumbling downwards. But here comes Fuzaken as well, giving some support. Whoa, that's a big blow. And there goes mega kill for the Granger.
Woo, they are getting super far ahead. JP is gigantic. 4 kills under his belt. I think Sunspark is just tired. They haven't even showed their true form just yet.
I told you about JP on those marksmen, and wow, already 4 kills. And this might just be the 5th one coming in, and wow, unstoppable by the way.
Yeah, and Todak is just feeding them the kills at this point. Sunspark is just gobbling them all up. They'll take all the protein they will that Todak gives.
Well, I'm not too sure about protein, and they're looking like vegetarians right now. Like they're really being starved out of all these sort of things that they could possibly get from the jungle. And we can evidently see Sunspark here, when they show aggression, they want to make sure Todak gets nothing in return.
All I can think of is the anime glasses. You haven't even seen my final form. Glasses, mirror glass sheen, scoops across his eyewear. Oh, Rezio in trouble now. He's taking quite a bit of damage. He's going to be going down. Finally, a pickoff for Todak here, but what are they going to lose?
Well, maybe the pair of glasses in that sort of sense.
Oh, my glasses.
Well, of course, you can actually change it up to actually see their power meters in that sort of sense. But look at that go. One more tower down, and Sunsparks immediately opening up the map, and I'm not even sure if I'm really seeing this correctly. 5,000 in difference against Todak here.
Yeah.
Of course, we saw that sort of aggression coming from Todak for the past 2 games, and now they seem a little too silent for my liking. And of course, Todak getting this only sort of buff that they could possibly get on the side of Moon, as they are still pretty much, well, not really getting so much of that great levels on their side.
Agreed. Yeah, they're really being starved out. Fuzaken, he's just going to walk in. He doesn't really care. He's so far ahead of the game that it's just like, you know what, Power Nature, walk in, walk out. Cool, their team is there. Let's bail out. Let's go for a different lane. And overall, Sunspark, they've got a huge lead. And we saw Todak, they only had a 5K goal lead, and that won them the game already. Sunspark now have at least a 6K goal lead. Let's see how hard they want to stop this game.
Well, they can just slowly trail out the red carpets, and Rezio will be rendered down. And wow, here comes Todak trying to actually do hard ways, but wow, that wall charge into two, stops them on their tracks, and the rest of Sunsparks are coming into the picture as well. And JP now trying to actually take one member off, Moon flickering backwards. That's not the direction that you should even be considering.
Yeah, but again, Todak is trying to play across the map here. 7K goal lead for Sunsparks. This is looking so good for them. Let's look at the replay one more time because Fuzaken, he knew he was in the bush. He's like, all right, I got to make sure they don't go back. This is 3 kills for my team.
And he already predicted it. He knows that they'll be there, and it just landed perfectly onto 2. Speaking of Fuzaken, he's in trouble right now. He wants to be right in the middle, and X-Ray goes in and kill VJ, force the flicker away, and whoopsie.
You know what? I can respect that from Todak. They were close, but not close enough. Like, that lead was able to keep Sunspark alive for the most part. Had they not... Nana doesn't get it. Wrong direction, and JP was able to get a free kill off of that. Good attempt, though.
You could see that things are slowly breaking out, and well, things are definitely looking a little bit more bleak for the side of Todak as well, and they are on a different sort of page coming from different members. Like, you saw one after another, they tried to actually dive into the fight, and well, I can't really say all too much about what Nunas tried to attempt right there, and he was already low to begin with, and there's nothing that they could actually do against Sunspark, even if this child decides to hit right in. Like, what? Are you gonna kick up Masha or something?
I really don't know what to say, because like, you are looking for those angles, and when you are playing Tro, you just have to look for these opportunities, even if it might cost you your life. At least trading 1-for-1 in this position for a priority target is worth it.
Oh yeah, and look at Fuzaken though. He's so confident in his approach. He's just slowly showing all sort of the emotes that he has, and of course, we saw a lot of all these great King of Fighters skins as well. If they were to be playing Chao, of course, Nunas 0-3-1 right now. Not really the best of stats, as we see Chao slowly falling off the radar here, and Nunas will be heading for a kick. Like I mentioned, there's no point even dealing with the frontliners here, and Fuzaken is just blocking him at his time of fun.
Yeah, Destinata even popped as well. Moon is chunked to half. He should be able to heal with no problem whatsoever. But again, Sunspark is so far ahead. 9K already. They have starved out Todak. They are just that anorexic kid in the corner, just looking for anything for themselves to try and get fat.
Well, I'm not sure, like, if you have anorexia, you're going to take a long time to even get there to start out off with, unless if they do another miraculous stun to take down this lord, but no miracles will be happening so far.
I mean, you gotta play with the mindset of Nunas. He's trying to make that play thinking he's fat, even though he really isn't. But now X-Ray is trying to pull out of the way. Brilliance is already pulled up, but they don't want him to go. Flicker comes out. They're gonna sacrifice. No members lost just now, but Masha on the back line kills Chico solo by himself.
Oh, Renzio, of course, soaking a little bit too much, but he's still well and alive. Monster kill for JP, and how on earth will Todak will be able to even get close to the Granger? Here comes the Lord as well, trying to open things up. E1 immediately melted down like butter. Godlike going in for JP as they crush down the mid lane as well. Here comes the Nuts going on the back. What can they do? That will be one more kill going in for the Kimmy, and now only down to X-Ray as they will take the series, and now Sunspark will be leading away 2-1.
Again, we haven't even seen their final form, and they decided all of a sudden it's like playtime is over. We need this 2-1.
Yes, indeed, and they needed this so much, and they're just here to prove themselves why they are the best hailing from the Philippines.
Yeah, and Todak here, Game 3 must be so devastating for them because, again, they never had an opportunity to really come back into the game. Chico was getting targeted time and time again. The rest of the team couldn't get ahead, and I think honestly, Sunspark, they played a strong game. Todak put a really good fight. If this went to a best of 5, I think we would have seen a completely different game.
Oh yeah, I'm really looking forward for those best of 5s. But for now, we gotta just settle for those best of 3s. And JP, undoubtedly the MVP of the matchup. And well, let's talk about the rest of the team, because I like how Fuziken as well as Rafisa played out. Renzo, although he fall 2 times in this entirety of the match, he was actually pulling a lot of strings to actually make things work, taking out a lot of towers. And as for Nunas, I felt like, you know, the priority on that show was unnecessary.
Yeah, honestly, I would have liked to see a better showing of the Cho this time around, but you have to admit, Fuziken played a strong game, and when you have Kimmy Grok, your aggression, you just have to be hyper-aggressive. You have to make sure they can't even breathe. And I thought for a fact that X-Ray was going to get targeted. He was not the target. Sunspark is like, you know what? Forget about X-Ray. We're not going to let him play the game once we crush down Chiku as well as Nanas.
Yeah, and I feel like this is a sort of composition that Toda is not exactly all too familiar with, as we see them not really opting for this sort of a setup. But wow, that wall that was set up coming from the Grok definitely secured them pretty much great advantages. And we talked about them getting starved out. And, well, pickoffs, and pickoffs. Of course, Todak here trying to reply somewhere in the middle of the game. But this game-changing wall charge here definitely stopped Moon as well as E1. But E1, of course, still have a little bit of leeway right there. But unfortunately for Moon, of course, he had to bow out. But we're heading in towards that mid-game where we hit in towards 9-minute mark. When the Lord came up, there's just no stopping Sunsparks by then.
Yeah, it's just such a tough game to play at this point, and I think having Refalacia, he did a good amount of work, and especially with the true damage, making sure that, you know, he has that, you know, availability. He can kind of just tank pretty much all the camps with his passive as well. He has like an unseen presence in a lot of these games, and though he comes in with Last Insanity to kind of, you know, absorb as many abilities as possible, chunk out a number of people in the back line before he kind of bails out, and, you know, let's Grok kind of do the rest of the work for him. I think overall Sunspark just played a very clean game this time around.
Yeah, and this time, of course, not only clean, they were so decisive in every single thing that they were just forcing Todak to play on that turf, and every single terms and condition were met to actually get themselves that sort of lead. And it all started off by that jungle raid. That jungle raid was so nasty.
Oh.
Every single buff, as well as some of these camps, have been snatched away. And, well, I don't know. They're just going to be spamming a lot of all these feels bad for the side of Todak.
Agreed.
Well, I guess like there's still more to fight for, because we're still having a lot more of these matchups coming up. And now let's see what the winners have to say as Sunspark claims this victory 2-1.
Let's go throw it over to the interview.
Thank you so much, all the casters here. There was a fantastic, intense match here between Sunspark going up against Todak. And here with me, I have Raflisha from Sunspark himself here. How are you feeling?
Feeling good. Excited. Yeah.
Excited here. Right after match here, you immediately taking 2-1 against Todak Esports. And my oh my, Todak has been one of the top contenders from the Malaysian region, especially you know, with that dominating performance in game number 1. Were you expecting that kind of gameplay in the first game itself?
Yeah, we expected them to be that strong. We just play with our best. That's why we came with a good start. Then the second game we lost. Then we boost ourselves again so we can end the game in 2-1.
All right, all right. And I gotta ask this here. You know, it's your first time coming into its M1 World Championship. I gotta ask a little bit more of your teams here. Who's your youngest in your team?
Kel BJ, 14 years old. He's our fighter, marksman, or mid lane. Yeah.
Wow, a multi-role at 14 years old coming up in towards the globals. I have to ask this here. We saw in game number 1, he was playing the mage role. And then in game number 2, they switch up in towards the off-lane fighter role here. And now he's putting back onto the base here. Are you guys still trying to find a play style coming in from your team?
Yeah, there's a lot more to learn. We always practice to change roles, to rotate our play style so we can have a better gameplay.
Wow, that's a little bit tough here. No, that sounds like there's a lot of history behind what you're going through. You mind sharing a little bit here of Sunspark's journey coming before heading towards the world stage?
Actually, it's really fun journey because we always eat together, we always bond together. That's why every game we always have fun, we always enjoy the game. Every outcome is a very good outcome for us.
All right, all right, all right. Last question here. How long have you guys been playing together?
Almost a year.
My oh my, 1 year and they're here at the World Station. That's Sunspark for you. Thank you so much, Rafisha. And of course, good luck towards the next games to come here. And of course, ladies and for those of you watching here, we are going to be taking a short break. But as of now, let's take a look at what the casters think about this interview. So casters, take it away.
Loving the optimistic approach coming from the side of Sunspark as they claim victory rightfully. And wow, of course, 14 years old prodigy with that multi-role coming in. Hill VJ is definitely one player that we really have to look out for. Of course, Gideon, we've seen what they have to offer here. Is there going to be any other teams there that could topple down Sunsparks in this group?
Honestly, I don't know. I'm waiting for like Indonesia to like get into the mix during the playoffs to kind of see how this all metals down, man. It's gonna be absolutely insane.
Yeah, definitely going to be pretty much insane. And now we're going to go into a short break. And when we come back, we're going to bring you match number 2. This is Contra here, as well as Gideon Q signing off.
Girls with the nails done.
They told us that it's just a game. That nothing will ever come out of it. That it won't bring us fame or glory. That it won't make our country proud. They told us to stop wasting our time. Well, let them say all they want. We'll prove it to them. We'll be the champions. Mobile Legends Bang Bang World Championship 2019. M1.
You may have been denied. You may have hit rock bottom. You may have been craving for the lights. Now, all strive for one goal.
Taking that life of the Akai as well. There comes the jump on the Emerald.
Put your hands together for the champion.
Do you have what it takes to be a champion worthy of the highest glory? been denied. You may have hit rock bottom. You may have been craving for the lights. Now, all strive for one goal.
Taking that life of the Akai as well. There comes the jump on the Emerald.
Put your hands together for the champion.
Do you have what it takes to be a champion worthy of the highest glory?
Do you have what it takes to get your game on and win the World Championship? Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Mobile Legends Bang Bang World Championship 2019. This is day 3. We're going into Group C, the second series of today. I'm Husky and I'm joined by IC Baby 12.
Hey, my, oh my, what an intense match here just now to start things off. We had early on Todak going up against Sunspark. 2-1 from the side of Sunsparks here. And fortunately say Todak will be proceeding in towards this round and he's going to be playing again. But this time it will be against Evo Esports from Turkey. So I'm looking forward to see how things are going to go in this second matchup.
Absolutely. And of course, this World Championship is presented to you guys by Muntun, of course supported by KBS. This is also live streaming exclusively on YouTube Gaming. And of course, if you guys are watching right now, catch every battle stream like cray. Get unlimited data for all apps with Gila Unlimited GX30 only with you mobile.
Yes, my, oh my. And speaking of which here, you know, remember to catch all the streams here because we are going to be expecting some intense matches here. Today, we saw 2-1 from side of Sunsparks, and now from the side of Todak. Do they need to step it up here, especially for Malaysia fans? And for the sake of Malaysia, they need to step up and try to pull a win here because they've got 1 point. Okay, fortunately for them, from the first series, they still have 1 point of it taken away from side of Sunspark.
Yeah.
But now, they need like what? Clean 2-0s, maybe 2-1 here if they want to stand a chance, but I'm not too sure about that. But Evo Esports, this is going to be their first debut match here. They do have a chance. They will be the one to beat the obstacle in the face of Todak.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially when you've played your first series and you don't come out with a win.
Oh yeah.
Todak have one less series to play because this is their second game. As we both have seen just now. Especially Todak. I want to talk about the first series. I came in expecting a full 3 game, but props to Sunsparks for that amazing game 3. They roll over Todak. Now going up against Evo Esports, a team that we don't normally get to see or we are not normally exposed to, especially for our domestic region. They might pull off the Burmese Goose effect, those off-meta picks that might catch Todak off guard. If you're Todak right now, you have to kind of recover and just readjust yourself to get ready for this new series.
Fair enough. In this case as well, Evo Esports, they have 1 game advantage in a sense where they actually had the good read here on how Todak was playing against Sunsparks early on. So in this case, in terms of the draft here, we may see a little bit of a switch up coming from Evo Esports just to deal with Todak. But, you know, adaptability is the key. We've known here from Todak, especially because we are from Malaysia as well. We've seen a lot of their games here, and they've known to be able to play a lot of different kind of drafts here. So I'm not too sure if the guys from Evo Esports will be able to get caught off guard. But one of the notable heroes that we actually want to bring up is going to be the Hellcut pick here.
Yeah, the Hellcut. We've seen Chiku on the Hellcut during game 2 against Sunsparks. Absolutely amazing performance. Was able to kind of hard carry the team and allow the rest of Todak to kind of recover from a slight early deficit. But Evo Esports, we talked about this. They have been watching how Todak plays. They kind of have an idea. Todak against Sunsparks in the last series, it was always Harif Esmeralda. Harif Esmeralda. The final game is Harif and Hylos taken up by Sunsparks. Evo Esports, they're not going to follow that pattern right now. They're going to ban out the Kaya, and Todak will take out Arkai.
Yeah, and I want to bring out one point as well. I was watching a couple of their VODs as well when they were playing their qualifiers. They play a really mean Grok. Like, they have a Grok player who just does so much in terms of team fights where they go for this flicker Grok, which doesn't make sense for me, but it worked out for them. I'm not too sure if they're going to be pulling the Grok strat here, but seems to me Todak is going to be banning Arkai. Yes, they do. I think it's a great ban here from Todak. It was a specific respect ban towards Evo, just because they do play Arkai a lot during their qualifiers.
Yeah, and Todak might have a bit of flashbacks from the Arkai coming in from Sunsparks as well in that game 1 that absolutely dominated them. But like you mentioned, it is a safe pick. It is a safe ban, a respect ban. Now it's Evo Esports' turn to make their choice. They're taking their time with this, and they're going to go with the high loss.
Your team
Well, the high loss is pretty much banned here, but speaking of which, the Kimi is pretty much up for grabs here. So Toda may consider just, banning Xbox or Kimi, but just based on the previous series as well, Toda has not give a damn about Xbox apparently.
No.
They're okay with dealing with Xbox.
Yeah, 3 games consecutively for Reflexa to play that very mean Xbox, and they are gonna go for the grok. You mentioned that Evo Esports, they play a really mean grok that somehow worked in their for their playstyle, and told out they will show that respect. They take out the grok, but kind of falling back to this a lot of tanks taken out kind of meta. But guess what? Kufra is now open for the 2nd time today. If Kufra gets picked up, it will be the 3rd Kufra pick across the board.
Well, I have to correct you there a little bit here. It was Renzio who's played the Xbox from Sunsparks, and also later on was played from QVJ as well. They switch up the roles a little bit. However, yeah, you talked about the Grok as well. Yes, they play a really good one as well. But even in terms of S tier tactics here, I like how they just ban off immediately the high loss and also the Grok, just to deny all the super tankiness from the hero pool as well. But we know Toda can play a lot of tank roles. They're not too afraid about that. However, the Harry first pick here from side of Evo Esports, this is something I'm really worried here, because this immediately opens things up for the side of Toda to actually pick off the Kufra and also the Esmeralda if they want. I'm not surprised if they first pick the Kufra here. It's kind of like a must pick, but seems to me they're going to be prioritizing on the Masha instead of the Xborg.
Yeah, Kufra, a direct counter. We talked about this before the broadcast. If you see a Kufra, counter to Harry, counter to carry, any hero that wants to dash around, that wants to be mobile, is ineffective in that bouncing ball. They leave the X ball open, but I feel like it's completely fine. You have that Kufra in front. It stops so many so many avenues from all the other meta heroes as we speak. So Evo Esports, with that priority on the Harif, they must have an idea to make this work.
Yeah, I like how you brought up the Kufra as well. I think like in the previous series as well, we saw game number 2. That was how Toda actually won. We saw how tanky, I think it was E1 was playing the Kufra was just super ridiculous. And it was just insane, honestly speaking. And now, like I said as well, Xbox will be taken here from the side of Evo Esports. Carry as well to close things off. But Toda, what are you going to be playing here? Okay, Kimi, pretty standard stuff here. Masha, Kufra, and Kimi. So they have another tank still available, not shown yet. But Evo Esports, I'm worried here. If you think about it, right? Most of the S tier tanks is pretty much taken out of the pool. Hylos is out. Grok is out. Kufra is pretty much out here in favor of Toda. What kind of tanks are we going to be expecting here from Esports? Like, what? Gatot?
Yeah, Gatot, Franco, there's still the Lolita. They got a better Chang'e, and if you're Toda right now, you're looking, maybe the Lolita ban is going to be a really juicy one. Lolita does extremely well against the Kimi. You block all the projectile, the maximum charge as well, the Kimi's ultimate. If Lolita can catch that, can intercept that, it will be very good for Evo Esports. Another concern that we previously slightly touched on is the fact that you have the Harif, you have the carry, where Kufra just instantly counters them if he gets on top of them with that bouncing ball. There we go. Lolita taken out by Toda. That is all your top tier tanks on paper eliminated from the hero pool.
Wow.
Evo Esports now, they have a big choice to make.
This is tough here for Evo Esports because the tanks are pretty much taken out here as well. I think, okay, the Kaja is pretty much out as well. They can still play the Valia support if they want to, but it's not that great. You may transition into a Badang support if they want to from side Toda. But once they take out all these tanks here, I'm worried from side Evo Esports. They force them in a situation where they have to play tanks like what, a Mino, a Tigreal, maybe. But okay, seems to be it's gonna be a Valir here from side Toda, and I don't know, man. Esmeralda is pretty much still up for taking if they want to deal with the Harif later on. But they're saving that final pick here, trying to play a little bit of flex pick here. The Valir pick, is it gonna be support or is it gonna be mid? Or is it going to be the mage here from side Toda? That's going to be the last pick here to open things up and decide on this final drafts coming from Evo Esports.
And it's hard because before the Gato pick, I actually like the Gato pick because it is basically the safest and the best choice for Evo Esports.
Yeah.
The Franco is not going to work because of Kufra. You cannot pick Tigreal because Valet just pushes you back with the wall. So the best chance that Evo's has, the safest one, is the Diggy and the Gato. Diggy with the time journey to protect the team, and of course the Gato Kacha to be that main front line that Evo Esports have to kind of pin their hopes on. Toda though feeling pretty good about themselves. They didn't finish the first series with 0 points, and coming into this, they want to get that 2-0. They have the last pick advantage as well. You look at the Diggy, you look at the Gato. Toda, any pick that they pick right now is going to be great. Esmeralda, I would love that pick if they decide to go for that.
I wouldn't be surprised here, but I'm pretty sure they're pretty happy about this here. They have not much answer towards the Diggy here, but it seems to me it will still with the Hellcat here, and I honestly think Evo Esports is in some trouble because not many heroes can actually deal with Hellcat. But at the same time, they drafted the Hellcat here, considering they did not pick the Gushin to deal with the Xbox here. We've been focusing on the Harif too much here. We completely forgotten about Xbox, but we need heroes like Gushin or even the Hellcat to actually deal with the Xbox. So that was a great final pick here from Hellcat. Honestly speaking, I'm definitely going to be favoring Todak's draft just because I'm not a big fan of Gado Kacha.
Yeah, I have to agree with you. Todak's draft look more robust. If we talk about on paper, on textbook, Todak is following the script. But for Evo Esports, at the same time, that is a lot of burden on your carry. We talk Harif, sure, he is also the main core for Evo's Esports, but when the game progresses, you need that carry to shred through this Kufra, to shred through this, to kind of survive against this Masha. Harif now that will then transition to this core that has to deal with this Hellcat alone. You cannot leave the carry because Chico, we've seen him play an absolutely insane Hellcat. Todak, they got their main picks. They are comfortable in their zone. We're not sure about Evo's Esports just yet, but I'm interested to see what they have to bring to the table.
Definitely here. Evo Esports, they do stand a really solid chance here, but all hope of them here is going to be on the Xbox player here to my space, especially with the Harif as well, because they have those kind of early engagements here. We talked about, hey, we need those Groks, we need those Hylos here for those early engagements. Harif is one of those early heroes here, and if Todak finds a way to actually stop them in the track, this is where Kufra and Hellcat will slowly scale into the later game here. But ladies and gentlemen, here, this is going to be Evo Esports from Turkey going up against Todak from Malaysia in this best of 3 series here at the MLBB World Championship 2019 M1.
Yeah, and also to slightly touch on the Hellcat pick, because the Kaya was already banned out by Evos in that first phase. It is really safe to pick this Hellcat. You don't have anyone to kind of use a Divine Judgment and pull the Hellcat out of position to kind of disable this Kimi and Todak. They recognize the early disadvantage that Evo Esports has. They're going to collapse on that bottom part immediately. Carry was left alone. Gado Kacha is not there. So Todak, they can easily get on this objective, especially with that Kimi.
Wow, this is something I'm not expecting from Todak. They actually went for a single tank setup here. So Nana's going to be the main support here, but in this case, now here comes the engagement. A1 diving the tier 1s here. Unfortunately, doesn't seem to be able to take off the Itachi in that regards.
Yep, Gado Kacha pretty hard to take down early on. The bouncing ball was perfect, but doesn't really matter too much early on. E1 tanked as much as he could, but the tower was just a bit too much for him. Evo Esports still in a pretty good spot, but they're going to lose that tower before the 1.5 minute mark.
Oh, good call there from X-Ray. No, fortunately for him, he actually managed to steal the buff here. If Ash from the side of Evo Esports actually takes that buff here, this is going to be equalized goal from side Todak. But now,
E1.
tier 1's down here. Now here comes the first engagement. Kufra with the bouncing ball. And now the Revitalize has been used from side E1. They will take him down. First blood will head in towards the favor of Evo Esports. They stack 4 guys there. And X-Ray will trade off on the top side.
And it's
Ash actually trading off. My bad.
2 kills for Evo Esports early on. The idea, E1, he went for the engage, did not expect backup immediately. If you look at this replay brought to you by U Mobile, you can see that Evo Esports, they were ready for that engage coming from Todak. And E1, like I said, didn't anticipate Evo Esports with the numbers advantage. Took a bit too much damage and kind of get that first blood away. So Evo Esports with a great start. This also means that this carry has space to recover because he lost that tier 1 before the 1.5 minute mark, but it's totally fine.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? I talked about how they have to worry about the Xbox here from Evo Esports, right? Todak, they have to figure things out here. They're trying things a little bit risky, but A1, he's only level 3. He doesn't have the Tyrant's Rage. But like you said, the first turtle buff here, Insanity getting baited out here as well. E1 will fall immediately here. And now, where's the counter engagement here? Evo Esports taking 3 kills, but now here comes the stun coming from Ninas, but they can't seem to finish him off. The Revitalize has been used, and seems to me the turtle buff will be secure from side of Evo Esports.
And Todak is kind of falling back to how they play in the domestic scene, trying to go for the split push, not able to get that turtle away, and it means Itachi is going to fight the engage onto Ninas. Ninas won't be able to make it out this time. The maximum charge, just not enough damage. 4 kills for Evo Esports. It's going to be 5 because Itachi found Moon, managing to flicker away. This Kimi will survive for now. X-Ray is here with E1 as well. Does Evo Esports want to continue this? And it seems like E1 will pull the trigger onto Itachi. Ash will get out as well. So Todak, they find nothing in return.
Oh, nicely done there coming from Evo Esports, forcing the Last Insanity on Asher to actually disengage that fight. A1, unfortunately say we did not see enough of follow-up here because right now they need Moon to come up online with from the side of Toda, and they're actually scaling pretty 50-50 despite all these kills and economy being favored towards Evo Esports. And it seems to me the game plan here from Satoda is buy time for this Hellcat to come online. And in this case, Chuku is already level 7 here, and Toda, they're playing their cards right. Evo Esports, they completely ignored Hellcat for the first 3.5 minutes right now.
Itachi now trying to frontline Chiku, but Chiku's gonna turn back. Kaze joins the fight. Chiku will be forced to retreat, but meanwhile in the top lane, Ash with the last insanity is gonna get on top of Moon. This Kimi will start to burn down. Meanwhile, the Harry also find Nernas. That's another 2 kills for Evo Esports, and seems like they're outmaneuvering Toda.
Very nicely done here. And Evo Esports, they finally got a good read here. They know that Hellcat is nowhere in the vicinity, especially from Chiku. But Chiku, he stole the gold crab here. Will he go for Petrified? Look at that burst here. Will he even survive? Unfortunately, he will go down with the gold buff. And Toda, my oh my.
Toda is seemingly falling apart. Itachi not able to find that knockout with the ultimate, but Hellcat going down to Kaze. The true damage was just way too much for this Hellcat to do with early on. 7-1, 4.5 minutes in. Evo Esports, the only saving grace for Toda right now is that the goal disadvantage is a 2B, but now X-Ray, they found him. Marsha trying to run away, but the Hellbite is melting to both Mocker and Luca. X-Ray tries to turn around, but he's not gonna make it out. Mega kill for Mocker.
Good game sense there coming from Evo Esports to actually find their way into that kill. Let's take a look at the replay here. X-Ray immediately could not do much. He knew he was pretty much stuck. He tried to come into Lucia, but the time journey was there to provide the additional shield as also movement speed to kite him around. So Evo Esports making full use of their drops here. They understood their timings from Saratoga. They do not want Chiku to come up online.
Yeah, and the problem with this is if you are Toda, if you kind of get those towers in the record time, under a minute and a half, you need to transition that to the other lanes. Toda, they were not able to do so because Evo Esports, they willingly give that objective away to create more space for carry, because now that lane is safe for this carry to maneuver. They go around the map, they pick off Toda one by one, and because of that, that first turret actually doesn't matter to Evo Esports at all.
Well, in this case here, Toda, they're going to be playing the split push strategy here, and once they take the middle tower in tier 1, this is where these things are going to open things up from side of Toda. However, Evo Esports, they have a good read, they want to apply the pressure, they have the economy lead. You can see they're protecting the middle station lane here, and X-Ray, once again, he's going to try to go for a split push here. This time, they force rotations coming from Evo Esports.
And you have Aeon, E1 as well, trying to protect X-Ray, but X-Ray is going to get ganged up on. He's just going to buy time this time, running towards the middle lane into that jungle. He won't make it out, but Evo Esports, they're going to go for the counter engage. E1 is going to miss that ultimate completely and be punished by Katsu. He'll be taken now, Todak now, trying to retreat, and they will be forced to back off.
Overcommitment there coming from A1, but good play there from X-Ray. Try to buy a little bit of time, and yes, they bought in a bit of time here. Look at this, the creep waves from the top side as well is pretty much pushed in, and Evo Esports, they are forced to separate here. This will reduce the pressure that they need. Toda will buy a little bit of small time, but I'm not too sure it's going to be enough here because they've lost E1 in the process. But however, Nanas, oh no, will get scouted out from side of Mocker, and he will take that kill with the Xamarin Force. Revitalize being popped out as well. Evo Esports will take the tier 1 instead.
And making it look so easy as well. You don't see Gato Kacha often. He's not the main priority tank, but you have to always keep in mind that Gato Kacha's ultimate has a long reach. She can always turn around and start to fly. That was what happened to Kufra, and suddenly Kufra seemingly has a way to be taken down. Evo Esports, they're demonstrating that again. Toda now trying to go for split pull, but Chiku misses his skills completely, and that means Ash will get out alive. X-Ray though, still gonna get that tier 2 bot, and yes, he will. Trying to run away once more. Gato Kacha with the ultimate will force the flicker out. X-Ray buying time for the rest of his team, but Evo Esports will try to go for a collapse once more. This time Toda, they are ready for it.
Uh-oh, Evo X, they're in some trouble. Tier 1s are pretty much exposed here from the side of Todak, and you know that this is happening here from side Todak. They bought enough space here, and talking about this tier 1, it opened the entire map for this split push strategy to even work here. Evo Esports here, they had the aggression, they had economy, but this time Todak finally equalizes here. What a play here coming from X-Ray. Evo Esports, how will they play this?
Itachi did not have the ultimate, so Evo Esports, they have to concede that turtle. There's no way you can try to engage without that Gato Kacha ultimate knockup into taunt. So So Todak, they still get the objectives, and we pointed this out, both you and I. This was what's been keeping Todak in terms of goalie. They are not too far behind because they got the turtles, they got the farm, they got the mini wave and the towers. But Evo Esports, because of all the lead they've garnered through kills, they are able to roam freely across the map, and Todak just trying to split them apart.
Good steal here coming from Marker. That buff is what Todak thinks needs in the next fight here. But because of that buff being stolen here, I don't think Todak is going to be committing here a lot. Once again, X-Ray is going to buy a little bit more time here for Chiku. Go for the split push here. This double assassin strat here is working out. Chiku once again going to be focusing their mark here. Last incentive being popped out, and so is the darkness to buy time here. Unfortunately to say, they lose X-Ray from the side of Todak, and now Evo Esports, they want to wrap things up now.
And you can only do so much with the same strategy. The split push not going to work out because you're giving resources away. Mocker is going to go right in. Kufa found it, and he'll be shut down by Chiku. Evo Esports though, with the time journey coming out a bit late, doesn't matter. They still want to go for the engage. The taunt onto E1. E1, he desperately needs to get away and front line for his team. Great push from Nanas to disengage from their cousin, will be forced to retreat. Mundo going to take those time bombs, and Todak managing to secure that kill and back off.
Wow, what a play there coming from Todak and Evo Esports. They've lost a couple members here. They traded Marker in the process. Unfortunately for Todak, their economy is now slightly leading in favor of Todak. And this split push here is what is stopping this entire aggression coming from Evo Esports. They have to focus on pushing out the lanes, and you can see the itemizations here slowly but surely. This Masha is going to come up online. Corrosive Scythe and the Demon Hunter Sword is up available. So X-Ray's next item is going to be potentially the Wind Talker. We see Durance is already up on Nanas, and this is where slowly but surely Todak will come online. But Evo Esports, will they get this good read though?
Evo Esports seemingly ready. Itachi has been that magical front line for Evo Esports. He's been getting the engages, but with the Lord now finally spawning, the split push from Todak will be a key to kind of pick Evo Esports apart and secure themselves that objective. They've been doing it for the past two turtles. Chiku now forced to run away, and Morka is there. Gato Kacha as well. The ultimate doesn't connect. Chiku managing to get away, and Todak now, they have control over the Lord Pit.
Why? Oh my, Todak once again buying more time, forcing so many big ultimates here from the side of Evo Esports, and this is going to buy a little bit more time here for X-Ray to do his thing. However, economy-wise, once again, is still 50-50. The Lord is going to be up for contestants here. Evo Esports.
He found Nunas, and that is your valid taken out straight away. E1 will be isolated, but he should be able to get out. Todak, they're still trying to push those minion waves out. It's going to be X-Ray doing that with the Marsha, but Evo Esports, they're going to start the Lord out. We've seen Todak go for a loss here against Sunsprout in Game 2 in the Series 1. Can they do this again? And they need to make this happen, but the Lord is falling way too quick. Todak, they're trying to go for it, but they're not going to secure the Lord. This time it's going to go over to the Harem. Marker is going to go for the re-engage onto E1, but he'll bouncing ball to get away. Moon trying to do as much damage as she can. Tyrant's Wrath does come in to get Marker into the wall, but it doesn't really matter. Everyone gets out. The Lord has now spawned. Todak goes for a retreat. They actually pick up the Diggy. Now Marker needs to start backing up, but Gato catch him with the re-engage onto E1. E1 has to start running, but Marker will get the kill.
Oh, this is bad here from side of Todak. However, they're trying to buy time here because Chiku getting a solo kill up top. He's splitting the push, and that was the whole objective coming from Todak. It was a bait. Commit to the fight. They are going to go for the end here because Chiku, he has the potential to take the crystal. The split push game is real coming from Todak. Evo Esports, they walked into the trap. They lose a tier 3 up top, and because of that, they're okay with losing the Lord here from Todak. That was the initial game plan from start to end. The Masha Hellcut split push combo coming in from Todak.
Yeah, but Todak playing this pretty well. If you don't succeed first, try again. Because of that top inhibitor taken down by this Hellcut, the whole Lord advantage has been completely negated by Todak. And this is the key for them to stay alive in this game, because there's no way they can fight Evo Esports on. They've been kind of splitting Evo Esports apart with all these engages, but this time Moon will be caught out, and Marker will find his head. E1 now tries to protect the Kimi, but he is isolated from the rest of his team as well. 4 members of Evo Esports on top of E1, and he will not survive. Nernas has to back up, he gets the knockback, but Todak, they will continue the split push.
Oh, this is big here for Evo Esports. They took down A1 and Moon. Now they were thinking about closing this game here, but Todak, they have only Nernas to defend against this. You can see Masha and Chiku is pretty much split up as well. They want to go for the split push. However, this damage here from the side of Evo Esports is a little bit too harsh. They need Chiku back. Oh no, Chiku, his HP is a little bit low here. Nernas forcing them back here. Unfortunately for them, Evo Esports will disengage.
Wow, such great discipline from Evo Esports. The Diggy was standing in the middle of his team. The moment Chiku comes in, he gets that time journey. But now Chiku will find Marker. Does he really want to fight this? Marker is going to start on him. Chiku, a bit more, but it will not work out. Marker finds that kill on the Hellcut.
Oh, nice try there from Chico, overcommitting here. He needed that kill, and now marker 915. He's super strong here. Level 15 up on Kaze as well. The carries already online from side of Evo Esports. Todak, this split push game here needs to drag this a little bit longer. However, Evo Esports, they are trying their best to close up this game. Tier 3s are down in the middle lane, but there are still 2 Tier 2s on the top and the bottom lane. And those 2 towers here is the reason why Todak is still in the game.
And if you're Evo Esports right now, that mid inhibitor means way more than getting that mid inhibitor on Todak worth way more than losing your top inhibitor because of the minion wave is slightly shorter in the middle lane. Evo Esports, they can slowly go for this collapse. Kimi will be the one to keep Evo Esports out for now.
How will they play this though? Todak, they're still split pushing here. 38k into towards Todak and 42k economy from Evo Esports here. There's going to be 4k difference here. Todak trying to minimize the economy as much as they can. X-Ray with the split push here, unfortunately for him, almost gets scouted out.
And also, I want to slightly touch on, because Evo Esports took down that mid inhibitor, that mid tier 3, it means that this Marsha is forced to focus her attention on the middle lane instead of the side lanes, because we talked about the shorter lane means the minion wave crash faster into your base. Evo Esports, they got their priorities right, and they are forcing Todak into an impossible corner.
True, true, and true. However, on the right side here, the longer lanes here means longer rotation for Evo Esports here. So Chicken and Egg coming into the game here. However, Evo Esports, they know what Todak wants here. They know X-Ray wants to take down this tier 2, because this tier 2 in the middle lane here from side Evo Esports is the reason why they're having a rough time. But at the same time, Evo Esports, they have this good read here. How will this fare out?
They can collapse onto this. It's going to be a 4-on-5 if Todak goes for the engage. It seems like E1 has found Luca. Time journey though will keep Luca safe, and now E1 again isolated from the scene, being the front line. But guess what? The back line is exposed. E1 completely eviscerated by Evo Esports as Itachi forces the rest of Todak to back off. And now Evo Esports, they're going for collapse. The Hellcat is there. Last insanity will be the last straw. Todak X-Ray though still finding a way to engage. Chico as well, waiting in the wings, but they found it. Itachi, insane game sense. Now Morgan to get on top of Chico. Chico cannot go down, but he will. Gato catch out the killing spree. They will lose Marsha as well. Evo Esports, is this the win for them?
This might be the game here. Apparently, it was a nice setup here. Great game sense coming from Itachi, going for the scout. He feels like he's got his Monkey Kill Sharingan out and going for the fight. And this case here, Evo X Ash, they is going to try and stall here from side Nanas, because the Lord is going to be up the objectives here. Simon Force getting committed as well. They're going to protect Kaze to take the Lord, and this is going to be the opening window to close up the game from side Evo Esports. Todak, I don't think they have any answer to this right now.
Second Lord for Evo Esports. Itachi came in with the Sharingan, but now he has the Rinnegan ready. Perfect game sense, perfect prediction. Evo Esports, they are in such a good spot. The carries online, 5-0 and 2. The Harif is absolutely monstrous, 9-1 and 7. He is decked out. So Todak, they have a lot on their plate, and it might be too much.
Oh, it's definitely going to be a tough here. However, Todak, once again, they have the split push potential. They can stall this out. But if Evo Esports just 5-man runs mid here with the Lord, they need all hands on deck from side Todak here to actually defend against this here. But you can see Chiku is trying to make those plays here. He wants to go for the split push end game here. It might be a base rush, but I don't know if Todak can hold this here. You can see Moon struggling here to take down the Lord.
Yeah, Chiku needs to be with him right now. Gato Kacha Itachi is really going to join the rest of the Akatsuki squad. Evo Esports, they are going for that crystal. The Lord will be taken out eventually, but they'll give Evo Esports enough time to take out the second inhibitor in the top lane. Now Todak, actually Gato Kacha isolated by Chiku. It's going to be a 4-on-4 for now, and Todak will find a chance to start. Great engage by E1, but not good enough because Carry is belting through him. Immortality will give him a second life, but he needs to get out right here, right now. He won't make it out. Wants to give it to Carry. Last insanity from Ash, and actually he's desperately trying to chill through the back line, but he will get taken out by Marker. Now Chiku joins the fight, takes out the Harry, but will it be enough? They lost the Digi as well, but here comes Itachi, gets it on to Chiku. Chiku managing to escape. Todak, they hold on.
What a play there coming from Todak here. It seemed that they overextended the stay here, but Evo Esports, they underestimated the power of Chiku. Gets bursted down by Moon. He is still the marksman for the team here with the Mage Emblem, but still, they need more items from the side of Todak if they want to fight against Evo Esports. But fortunately here, let's take a look at the replay here. A little bit misplaced here from side Evan, but the time journey was the one that actually saved the day. But this time that was bought here, the last insanity from side of Ash instantly gets bursted down, was one of the reasons why Evo Esports could not close this out, because Todak focused fire their way through. They made a little bit of small mistakes here, but still, Evo Esports, they are struggling to close up this game just because of how well the decision making is being made from side of Todak Gaming.
But one last inhibitor stand for Todak Esports. They took down the top inhibitor from the side of Evo Esports pretty early on, but they lost theirs as well. So Evo Esports, they can't wait for that third Lord. 100 seconds until that objective spawns. Todak, they need to hold this out. The split push is not going to be as effective as it was because of the same magnitude of the minion wave.
Yep, at the same time as well, X-Ray, he's got the Queen 1 available on towards the Masha. They are going to be able to come up online. Chiku does have the power potion. This is where Chiku is at his scariest moment here. Evo Esports may not anticipate this power potion available, and this is where he's going to be opportunity for them to close up this game. And Kaze immediately also getting the rock potion to try and deal with this burst coming from Chiku. Smart call there from Evo Esports.
And Evo Esports is going to force the flicker out of X-Ray, and they will push out that top minion wave. Now they can collapse. 2-2-1 for now. But all of those heroes will be safe because they have some sort of utility. Gato Kacha is safe on his own. You have the Explorer with the Harib. You have the Diggy with the carry. There's no way Todak can engage and get a pick off.
Yep, at the same time here, how are they gonna do this here? They have the Immortal up available on Chiku. Evo Esports, they can't seem to go for those pickoffs. They need one kill. At least one on the Hellcurt or one on towards the Masha here. And Evo Esports is struggling to find those kills here because Todak is just not giving an inch here. Mocker forced to switch up his boots here, going for the armor boots just to have a little bit of tankiness here to deal with the right clicks coming in from Chiku. And smart call, Holy Crystal come up on Moon as well.
Almost a 10,000 net worth lead for Evo Esports. The third Lord will be what seals the deal if Evo Esports gets it. But Todak, we've seen it, we said it. They managed a steal previously. You can see all 5 members of Todak. They are waiting at the Lord pit. They are waiting near that bottom jungle for Evo Esports to start. They are daring this. They are dancing around that pit, and Evo Esports, we'll see if they go for this.
Yeah, it might happen here, but Todak, one big turning point here is going to be the glowing one up on the Nas as well. This support is slowly but surely going to hit like a truck. However, Evo Esports, they will have the burst damage here. They are going to be starting off the Lord here. How will Todak respond?
Todak, they see everything. Lord down to 50%. Evo Esports, they'll pull out the Lord right now, and they will give the rest of Todak enough time to split out the minion waves. They're pushing out the top and the middle lane. Good move from Todak. Now it's going to be their turn to engage on the Lord. Evo Esports, they have a big choice to make. Do they want to contest the split push? Do they want to go for the objective? And it seems like right now, Todak has had them torn apart. They're in a dilemma. Good move from Todak.
I like what Todak is doing here. They're trying to bait this Lord out here so that the Masha can actually go for the split push here. Power potion reset again from side Chiku to Todak. The Lord is there. Here comes the jump. And Evo Esports, they're trying to close this game, but they can't seem to finish off. But look at this. The Lord is on the edge here, favoring the Todak. This is next level plays. Are they going to reset this fight? And no, Evo, they have to complete this fight. Here comes Todak. The Tyrant's range. The Storm from Rock. Who's going to take the Lord? It won't be Chiku. It's going to be game. Todak, they force Evo Esports into a top spot here. They're going to go for the pick up, but unfortunately, it's not over yet. X-Ray is can't take it down, and Todak will take this reset here. It's going to be 1-for-1 down here, but Todak, what a play. But Nanas, he's going to try and pick up even more. Luca will get sniped off, and here comes the time of Evo. They won't take out Diggy. Evo Esports, they lose 2. What a play from Todak.
And Todak, they are the miracle worker. The most important Lord of the game goes to the red side. Mocker bought enough time, got the kill onto X-Ray, but it wasn't enough. Now they have to defend 3 versus 4. They need to hold on for 50 more seconds with the X-Ball. They should be able to do this a bit longer, but Todak, you can see they have the wind in their eyes. They have the crystal in their sights. 8 more seconds. Gato Kacha will be back. Itachi will join the rest of his team in a slight moment. They don't have the Diggy for another 10 seconds. And Todak, if they want to end this, they need to end this right now. You can see they're fully committing onto this. Ash is there. Chiku going straight for the crystal, but he's forced there. Gato Kacha getting the ultimate in. No knockout. Chiku has a second life. He'll come back. They'll get the second inhibitor. The Lord is still pretty much knocking on the doors though. But Evo Esports, they'll hold on. It's a god life for the carry. The knockout from the Lord, not enough. They will lose Chiku. Kaze now trying to go for it, but the maximum charge will find Mocker. 50 seconds, 21 minutes in. Todak, they want to close this out, but can they do it?
Evo Esports has lost their main physical damage output here, and Todak is going to take opportunity over this here because X-Ray, he has the military roll, he can go for it down. A1 missing the Tyrant's range. Evo Esports, how would it respond? But the crystals is exposed. How would it close this? And they won't focus it down as Todak will take game number 1 in this series. What a game, what a game.
The Swordfish strike back. The Lord was all they needed, and they took it all the way to secure that game one. Evo Esports, fantastic early game, amazing mid game, but all it took was one good decision from Todak, and they walk away with game one.
Exactly here. Crouching Tiger, hidden Swordfish. I like that here. The split push aggression. You saw how Evo Esports was responding to all these moves being from Todak as well. And MVP here goes towards Moon here, who's been doing fantastic work on that Kimi. But I feel it was definitely a team effort coming from Todak.
Yeah, and you have to give commendations to Evo Esports as well. Mocker and Kaze, these two were monsters. Kaze didn't even die the entire game. That's how good the calls on Evo Esports were. But it is the macro play from Todak. Contra and Gideon Q praised their macro play, and they've demonstrated it well in this game.
Yeah, speaking of macro play as well, I want to also highlight of the micro plays here, because who would have thought you could force the Lord into that small little corner here, favoring to the Todak, where they have this small wall protecting the Lord itself, right? In that fight here, Evo Esports was forced and overcommitted at stake, because they forced like 2 or 3 utilities in that fight here, and then Todak was just able to come out on top, which is insane. But before we get into this point here, I want to talk about early phase of this recap here. It's brought to you by U-Mobile, and you can see Evo Esports, they had the upper hand. They know that Todak did not exactly have the utilities to fight with, just because they have this solo tank Kufra to work with.
Yeah, and honestly speaking, Kufra has finally, the Kufra problem has finally been solved by Evo Esports. The whole fight, the whole game, Kufra was not the monstrous tank that we thought he is. Evo Esports, they found a lot of ways to kill off Evan. They found a lot of ways to deal with this Kufra engage. We'll see the Lord fight replay later on. But when that comes over, I want to point out how Todak did the micro play. But this solo display of skills from Mocker was just absolutely amazing.
Yeah, at the same time as well, you can see Todak, they were trying to buy so much time here. They were always constantly going for the split push, and they take this kind of 50-50 trades here, knowing they will lose, just because to buy time for X-Ray and also Chiku to come online, and that's exactly what they did. And sometimes even X-Ray was one of the beast player where actually, and there was like 2 or 3 times he just ran all the way through, just bought so much time. Like every 2 minutes of the windows that they needed for the timings from side Todak is mostly bought from X-Ray. Even this commitment as well was a little bit of mistakes, but that commitment right there was for the opening for Chiku to close things out, which was fantastically done.
Yeah, Chiku getting the kill onto Harry basically stopped the entire aggression from Evo Esports. But look at here, the moment Itachi went for the ultimate, Todak immediately dispersed, so Itachi found no one. He was at 50% health when it happened, and that gave Todak enough time to go for the fight. Mocker managing to keep his team alive because no one was paying attention to him, but that Lord was enough for Todak to close things out.
Yeah, that Lord fight here, you know, it forced, like you said, Itachi went in for the first utility, but most of the players here from side Evo Esports were kind of stuck in that Lord pit, where they can't actually cross that high wall because they messed up a little bit, but there was a high wall. It's super tough to commit, and because of that, it allowed Todak to just go in for the wraparound and just clutch that game. So fantastically done here coming from Todak.
But we can both agree that this was a really close game. Evo Esports, they are here as the underdog. No one was paying attention to them, at least not most of the people, but they kind of silenced me for a while because of how good they are dealing with Todak, and I wouldn't be surprised if we get another game 3.
Oh yeah, and I feel like Todak, just based on Todak's draft here, he definitely anticipated the late game strategy. I feel like they were experimenting with the Masha and also the Hellcurt, but at the same time, I'm a little bit worried here because as of now, they've won that on a close whip. But yeah, because they by just trying out the strategy, it pretty much reveals that, hey, Todak is going to take a page off Axis Esports back in the Malaysia, Singapore qualifiers, right? They're going to take a page off here. They're going to play the split push strategy. And the split push strategy definitely worked out because you saw how Evo Esports was just going up, going mid, going dot bottom all the time to buy time, to kind of push out the creep waves. And because of those little things here, it dragged it into this ultra late game where it made it towards a 50-50 situation where any team could have won that game here. One wrong move, that would have been game for Evo Esports.
Yeah, and this whole split push, this tower taking strategy started from RRQ from day one. That very first game against Evo's SG, where they took that first turret in under a minute and a half. Especially if you're dealing against a split push comp, that one turret can cost you a lot. But I wouldn't say that it's completely a loss. It's just that kind of build up to that factor.
Oh yeah, I like how they understood the map control as well. We always talked about, you mentioned as well how important the mid tower is always, right? Because it's shorter and also it gives so much map control, right? But I feel like Todak took a situation where they don't really care about mid tower because they want to play this U shape here. And they, in normal circumstances, the top and the bottom side here, split push, yes, is not that great for scouting. But if you play a split push strategy here, Evo Esports is definitely going to force to like just focus up bottom and top. And all these micro things here, which opens the map for Todak, where we know how a lot of teams, I think was Gideon brought up as well, a lot of teams tend to struggle when they get snowballed. They get kind of like pressured into a tower, turtle into the base, right? That was the only opening that Todak could see, and they needed that here, especially when they were losing in terms of economy.
Yeah, sometimes it's about is what they say when you are in a losing situation. Sometimes you don't play to you don't play not to lose, you play to win. And Todak, because they understand their composition, they know the map control, the micromanagement, they send those solo laners to constantly push out the waves, even though they're dealing with a minion wave deficit, simply because Evo Esports were too focused on maneuvering as a unit.
Yeah, definitely here. But the one that stood out for me the most was the micro play from the Lord. Like, I never knew you can move the Lord all the way towards the back and not reset it. And that was something that was super risky. But at the same time, to pull that off, it takes a lot of time. Just because that you need to be uninterrupted, you have to need the aggro, and then just pull it to the side bit by bit, pixel by pixel, in order to pull it off. And I'm surprised Evo Esports did not anticipate that, and I was definitely shocked as well. So I'm not surprised why they did not anticipate that.
Yeah, remember where I pointed out that Todak, they were waiting at the Lord pit 15 seconds before the Lord spawn, because they knew that Evo Esports will try to commit for that objective. That was the game-ending Lord if Evo Esports got it. So what they did, they sent the tanks to camp near the Lord pit. They sent both Hellcut and Marsha to start the split push. And you can see, Evo Esports, they only had two decisions: fully commit for the Lord and they might end up losing a base race, or recall and defend the base and losing the Lord. And in the end, they decided to recall and they lost the game instead.
Yeah, I like how you brought up that point as well. The first Lord here, they fell prey in towards Evo Esports, right? They saw how Todak was doing here. That's how Chiku was able to snipe the Lord, the tier 3 up top, right? And the second time they did that here, because when you talked about how Todak was actually camping their way in the bush, what they actually did was that, like you said, they sent Chiku to split. They sent, I think it was
X-Ray and Chiku.
X-Ray to split push up top with the Marsha, right? As soon as that thing happened, immediately you can see Evo Esports just sending like 2 guys up top to try and push out the creep wave. And as soon as they saw that opening here, Todak immediately began the Lord here. They know they were not ready here. They took that opportunity to just kind of readjust those Lords bit by bit here to that position, which was very, very nicely done.
And I felt like what Evo Esports could have done in that situation is to not commit for the Lord immediately, because they knew they were pushing the top and middle lane. The least they can do is to make sure that that minion wave in the middle lane was pushed towards Todak, so that they don't have to worry about Chiku, who was pushing the middle wave in. And even when he does that, he won't have the wave to take out that middle inhibitor. But because Evo Esports didn't manage it properly, they were forced into this dilemma where they end up losing everything.
Well, without further ado here, we've done all our further analysis and discussion here. Let's take a look into game number 2's draft.
Yep. Pretty sure the draft.
Oh, is it?
You're too excited.
No, I'm too excited.
Yeah, I'm too excited.
Yeah, I know.
You're just way too excited.
No.
But speaking, you brought the draft, right? So we've seen game 1, the Archive, Grok, Lolita. We've talked about the 100% Lolita ban that Todak would definitely go for because of the draft. What do you expect to be different, at least from Evo Esports? We're going to look at the loser for game 1 for now. What do you expect for them to change to possibly do with another split push Todak?
Oh, honestly speaking here, they needed something to close up the game. Like, if you think about the tags, right? Most of the S tier decks were kind of taken out from game number 1. And we saw that Evo Esports, they were forced to pick the Digi and Gato Kacha. And Digi and Gato Kacha doesn't have those kind of creep clear kind of tags. And because of those reasons, that was enabled Todak to go for this kind of aggressive split push here. If let's say you got like, maybe you force out the Terista, which is kind of out of meta as a supportive tank, maybe things would have been a little bit better. But it's understandable why they needed the Digi here to actually deal with the Kufra, Tyrant's Rage, and also the various slows here and stuns. And the silence as well from the side of Hellcut. So those are the things that they definitely need to worry about here. And you can see Todak, they're having a serious discussion, trying to figure out what is the next strategy. They took game 1, but definitely it was not an easy game 1 for them.
Yeah, that Evo Esports gave them a run for the money. And especially if you're Todak right now, you might be looking at the Harif and thinking, do I want to take out this Harif for game number 2? Because Evil Esports, they first picked the Harif, they went with the carry for the second pick, and those two cores absolutely destroyed what Todak tried to do, if not for the split push composition. So maybe Todak might want to give this Archive or maybe Grok away and focus on the cores of Evil Esports instead.
Yeah. When we talk about those Grok and Archive, right? The tanks, S-tier tanks here, we always talk about, I think in normal pubs as well, S-tier tanks are the most important in pubs just because the pre-4s here are usually decided by the early aggressions and creep clear and also getting those early XPs, right? Those kind of tanks are exceptionally well. But in this case, in just now's game, we saw how Evil Esports, they were struggling in a way with the tanks. They had the Diggy, which gives you a little bit of map control with those alarm bombs, but Gato Kacha's creep clear is not exactly as quick as any other heroes. Yes, you have, if you want to talk about the Xbox, it's great, but the Xbox is focusing on the top lane. We're talking about mid control, top control all the way through, and then just transitioning into a buff steal or maybe an objective here. And they can't do it as efficient as some of these heroes like Grok or some of these heroes like the Terizla in that regards at one point, but Terizla kind of fall a little bit here just because of his mobility. Yes, they have this great damage reduction back in the previous patch, but in current patch here, not so much. It was nerfed a little bit too much here, and the mobility is one of the key factors here, especially when we want to deal with split push potential here. And I feel like to deal with that kind of aggression here, if we were to say the game wants exact same draft, the arrival on the Xbox here would be the deciding point to actually win them those games.
Yeah, and if you're Evil Esports, I think there's not much adjustment that has to be made to the draft. I think that draft was absolutely
it was
perfect.
fantastic.
It was fantastic. You had we are talking about the one tank, one support, 3 cores, but it somehow worked out because of how they played it. They can consider the Leo mod as well. I know I've been talking about this Leo mod. We'll look at the draft as we continue this discussion. But yeah, I really like this Leo mod being the consideration because of how stable it is. It doesn't have to be a necessity, but you can always fall back. He's like the reliable guy in your team.
Yeah, definitely something they have to focus about here. But we've seen the power of Hellcat being played in the hands of Toda, right? It was a tough thing to work out here, but I feel like Evil Esports, if they play it in the exact same draft in game number 1 here, things are going to be a little bit different here. Because instead of the normal items, the skill sets that they actually use for, the arrival onto his Xbox is going to change the entire tempo from Saratoga. And I'm really excited or maybe curious to see how Toda will actually play if that was the situation from game number 1.
Evil Esports, you can look at their faces. They are in full focus mode because of the game 1 loss. But hopefully it didn't damage. It's not really damaging or to a mentality or in any way. But losing this kind of close game can definitely have a negative impact if you were not ready for it. They're gonna ban out the Kimi instead of the in comparison to the Kaja, which I like because Kimi was what's stopping them from getting into Todak's space. So Todak will ban out Kaja instead, and we'll see if Evil Esports will go for another high loss ban.
It might actually happen here, but in this case, the high lows might be up for grabs here, and same goes for Brock. So I think that Toda is not too worried about the Kimi ban here. They have so many hero pools to work with. But at the same time, Evil Esports here, they will prioritize on that Harif ban. So seems to me, Hylos and Grok is going to stick into this pool now.
I'm surprised for the Harif ban because Toda normally will go for the Lunox instead of the Harif, but it's fine. Toda will take the Grok instead, and now Kufra is open. We will see if Evil Esports will follow our textbook, the culture of M1 so far, where you see Kufra, you pick Kufra, or will they stick with the comfort zone and take the carry
That's the
instead?
thing, right? During their the Turkey qualifiers here, I've not seen a single Kufra play from Evil Esports. Maybe I'm wrong, but they will definitely prioritize the Kufra and the Hylos now. So yeah, definitely I've been proving wrong now.
It's just too good of a choice to let go. So Kufra and Hylos, fantastic tanks. Easy to deal with the Grok as well. You don't have to really fear the Grok too much. But Evil Esports, now you're kind of splitting yourself, kind of diverting from the 3-1-1 strategy. You're looking at a 2-3, 3 cores or 2-1-2 strat. We'll see if Evil Esports will stick with the carry because Harif is not there. You can replace that with the Lunos or Esmeralda. Xbox also on the table. We'll see if Tola go for the Xbox Marsha again.
Wow, Marsha getting prioritized once again here. This time, it seems to me they are one of the first few teams to actually adapt to the Marsha meta as well. Coming from Todak, seeing how game day 1 and day 2 went, right? Especially from side RQ, they avoid banning the Marsha so much. In this case, I feel like is going to be a tough one here. But Todak, I like this adaptation that's been made for them. And now with the Chang'e being picked out here, great stuff, great call out as well, knowing that Todak, they have no choice. Then they have no choice but to pick any other heroes. And the Chang'e is definitely a safe pick here because they cannot force themselves to pick a Lolita just because of the Kufra and the Hylos. So good pick there coming from Todak.
Yeah, exactly. And also, in the previous game as well, all these picks are not the normal ones that we see. We didn't see any Granger, we didn't see any Lunox. Evo Esports, it is their turn to go for the Hellcut. I love this pick. I was thinking maybe they want to prioritize on that fighter, but on second thought, taking that Hellcut will block Todak Esports from maybe some of their choices they want to take in the second phase.
Yeah, and one of the reasons why Hellcut is such a good pick here to deal with Harif in the previous game was that the darkness kind of blinds Harif completely, not being able to dish out and make fully utilize of the chrono on the Zaman Force here. So that was one of the reasons why the Hellcut was picked here in the previous game. But at the same time, this game here, Lunox will be banned. Chang'e is kind of in the pool as well. Lunox is something that they could not deal with, especially from the side of Masha, where Masha wants to get in your face and just poke your way through with the House Shock and just burst you down immediately here. But at the same time, you know, there's still the Gore in the way available to deal with the Chang'e here. But Valir ban, this is something I did not expect here. But at the same time, the Valir was super annoying from the side of Toda in game number 1 though, just because of those kind of blasts here.
Then there we go. I talked about the Leomord going over to Evo Esports. I talked about how Evo Esports can instantly lock in that Lunox, and Toda, they smell that. They ban out the Lunox is there. So far, it has been according ever so slightly to my script, but Evo Esports with that Leomord locked in. Todak now, I feel like the draft for Todak is good. I like it. I like the opening. But looking at what Evo Esports has right now, it seems like Evo Esports, they have the edge ever so slightly.
Yeah, Xbox completely making it all the way to the bottom here from the side of Todak. And it seems to me here, it is going to be a position for Xbox here. Apparently, it's going to be a tank Xbox here. We've not seen too much work. Honestly speaking, I'm not a big fan of this support Xbox. But Todak has been known to be able to make this kind of weird plays. And the only reason why they pull this kind of annoying strategy is because they know how this Masha is capable of split pushing on his own. It's kind of like a hybrid tankish, which shares in terms of overall damage between the Xbox and also the Masha. And because of that, it's kind of like a triple tank composition coming from Todak. And I'm liking it here. The only reason I say why it's workable now is because the triple tank setup, just because of how Masha and Xbox bring so much value in terms of tankiness and split push potential.
And remember what I mentioned earlier on, Todak might fall back to the Masha Xbox, and they really went for it. And it's also because of Evo Esports Hellcut and Leomord pick. They banned the Valiant. They're forcing Todak into this corner where the Xbox looks very juicy. And Zax, we talked about this. I told you yesterday, we might see a Zax eventually. And it's going to be Evo Esports from Turkey to bring it out.
Oh yeah, based on my research as well, Evo Esports is the only team that brought a Zaz out of all the teams here. They actually won with it here. If I'm not mistaken, it was insane. Honestly speaking, it was crazy plays here. They had a couple of clutches as well.
I'm feeling really happy, right? My predictions are coming true. I'm feeling really great about myself. But of course, I'm pretty sure that I'm pretty sure that Evo Esports after game 1 will give us an interesting game 2. We talk about the Burmese Ghoul effect, any off-meta picks that might throw our local teams off, and the Zax might be the one for Evo Esports.
Oh yeah, the Nightmare spawn and the Immortality getting in towards the Nightmare spawn with the ultimate here is definitely something you got to be watching out for. But I'm a little bit worried here, how will Todak play against this? But seeing how things went well for them in game number 1 with the split push effect here, and Zaz is kind of the type of hero who just, you know, stays in the lane here. So I'm a little bit worried in terms of mobility wise, but nothing an rival can't solve it, honestly speaking.
The Hellcat and Leomord kind of solves that problem for Evo Esports as well. Previously, you are looking at the Gato Gacha, the carry, the Xbox. They don't have that luxury. But with the Hellcat and Leomord, Evo Esports right now, if they want to go split push, they can do the same to Todak, who is lacking in that department.
Well, honestly speaking here, if this was a pub game, I would say like, I don't know which to pick here. But based on the level of gameplay that Toda and Evo Esports and also the mind games that is being dished out here, I'm telling you that this draft is a 50-50 draft. And it's not a pub draft. It's a 50-50 draft. It's just how much they understand each other's draft and team gameplay.
Exactly, and I have to say as well, if Evo Esports manages to equalize this series and push it to a game 3, Toda will be in a disadvantage ever so slightly when it comes to the group itself, because let's say if they close this out with only 3 points, they only have one last series to kind of go to, and Group A was very tight, was very close 2 days ago. Yesterday was a complete rollover because of all those 2-0s, but today seems really, really, neck to neck as well.
Yeah, and honestly speaking, I like how Evo Esports has able to adapt this draft to deal with Todak's playstyle immediately in game number 2. But I'm not too sure if it's going to work out or not. But if it works out here, that's just how tough the competition here, especially in group number C for all these players here, all these teams here.
Yeah, we want to see if Evo Esports will pull out the whole curveball of the meta effect. The Zaz definitely was an initial indicator. It is the first step for Evo Esports to possibly derail Todak in what Todak know about them, and because of the lack of info that a lot of teams just don't get from from teams like Evo Esports that qualify from different regions, Todak in game 1 found it hard to deal with a meta composition. Now they have to deal with an off-meta composition. I'm definitely excited to see what Evo Esports can bring to game 2.
Well, I actually kind of disagree with the off-meta thing here. Like in pubs, yes, not many people play the Zaz. But in high-tier games, we occasionally see a couple of signature Zaz, which kind of like opens up a little bit here. Yeah. And I like that, we've seen teams who tried it out, just didn't work out. But knowing how Evo Esports has always picked this as a comfort pick as their pocket strategy in towards their qualifiers during their qualifiers in the MPL, right?
Yeah.
And I'm like, yeah, it's worked out a lot. A lot of teams don't exactly know how to deal with it just because you can't take down the Zaz and he's just poking you at a safe distance here. So in this case here, I don't know, it's going to be 50-50 for me. But ladies and gentlemen here, this is Todak going up against Evo Esports with game number 2.
Yeah, and I probably need to rephrase myself. Maybe not the off-meta, it's just that we don't see it as often, the rare picks. But on the other hand, I agree that this Zaz in some of the regions, especially like you say for Evo Esports in Turkey, has been working out phenomenally well for them. They're going to do the same thing as game 1. Cut from Todak's side at least. Katze immediately pushed out. He's on the Leomon this time instead of the carry, and Todak is going to play that 1.5 minute tower strategy once more.
Well, opening things up here, usually you go for the guy strategy, it pretty much opens up their strategy to say that, hey, we're going to go for the split push potential. And in this case, Evo Esports, I'm not sure if they understand this, but at the same time, doing this play to actually try to steal off their buffs from the side Todak here. It seems to me Evo Esports have decided on pulling off their own momentum swing here.
Yeah, it's under 1 minute, top tier 1 taken out. And in the last game, the problem with Todak was that they could not transition that push to open up the map, and it was Evo Esports who got a reply. But this time Evo Esports, they're going to play the same way they did in game 1. They let the tower go, and Todak, they realized this characteristic from Evo Esports, and they're going to capitalize on that.
Yeah, that's the power of what Xbox brings in its team push potential, right? Clearing creepers exceptionally quickly here, and surprise enough, the Zaz Nightmare spawn immediately gets taken out relatively quickly here just because of the power of Xbox and what the Grok swing can actually do here. So Todak, they tested out their theory. Maybe they can actually close this early aggression. However, Nernas in some trouble. Will be immune for the Furiga armor.
Oh, Bruno gets taken. Now Chico being killed off by Ash. So that's the first blood. Another kill. The Zaz found another one, but great block. The Guardians Barrier Itachi on the crew are pretty tanky. The Revitalize is dropped down. Itachi getting out with that bouncing ball, and Luca will also escape. So Evo Esports again opening up with a great start. X-Ray, he saw Itachi, but Itachi gets dropped right away. Ash missing that blink a little bit, but X-Ray is now in a really bad position. Can he get out? Walker finally with a Nightmare spawn. Luca not able to get in range. Does get the Ring of Punishment, but X-Ray will get out.
Well, nice play there coming from Itachi early on, but however, now Todak is forced to disengagement here. But I like how Itachi was just baiting with the Kufra. He waited for the right moment here for the X-Ray to come in, and instead of going for the start, he just dodged his way through. So nice disengagement here coming from Evo Esports. However, we have to talk about this turtle buff as well, because Todak immediately transitions into that to secure it for themselves.
And they done that in game 1 as well, where they always go for turtle after the initial death of their teammate. Evo Esports, they were just not fast enough to respond to what Todak was trying to do with those objectives, and that has what's been keeping Todak in game 1. We'll see if that stays same for game 2. Nernas getting engaged on, is two members from Evo Esports on top of him, he has to retreat.
Nicely done there from Ninas. Fire Sticks actually pulls out Mocker, forces the out Nightmare Spawn to actually use here, and this is gonna hurt a little bit here, but because of this small play that he actually made, Evo Esports is not able to transition into a tower push because of that, and now he will get scouted off as well without a spawn, and Evo Esports, this is not looking too good for the Zaz.
E1 with the solo kill onto Mocker. This is huge if you're Tola right now. This Zaz will be down for another 3 seconds. At that time, and not so long, but Tola can immediately go for the push. Itachi found out, and that will be blocked by E1. Tola trying to go for the push, but immediately Phantom Steeds from Kaze will stop that.
Ooh, another big ultimate has been forced out as well from side of Toda, and now Ash is all by himself here. He's once again finished off, but you can see Toda, they're going to give Chase here. Glorious halfway has been expanded as well, trying to back him out. Will he get finished off? No, unfortunately it doesn't. Tyrant's Mage whiffing here from side of Itachi and Toda. They will be on the assault. Moon here he comes here, revitalize off on Luca. Can they finish him off? Yes, they will take it down, but Changi from the side, Ninas from the side as well, will try to pick up Ninas, but now here it comes the Nightmare Spawn. Here comes A1. A1 will get finished off here. Another setup as well. Ninas breaks the Ferga armor, but that will be all from the Zaz here coming from Marker.
Yeah, Evo Esports, they wanted to go for the engage, but Toda was ready for that. You're running a 2-tank, 1 assassin in that skirmish. It was not going to work out because of Toda's front line, but because of Evo Esports. E1 getting counter kill as you look at this replay right now. Hellcat went for the engage, immediately gets taken up by Moon. The overcommitment from Evo Esports not working in their favor. Luca buying enough time, and when Mocker came in, he waited for the exact right moment to kill off E1, and that stopped Toda's aggression.
That was a nice play there coming from both of these teams here. However, Toda still advantageous with 2K economy. Evo Esports, they're not too happy about this here. Here comes a meteor shower coming from Moon, forcing the back. Glorious Pathway also disengaging in that fight as well. Guardian's Barrier to stop things in track. Unfortunately, doesn't catch off anyone, but Turtle Buff is going to be up for contestants here. Where is the Retribution? Where's the rest of members from side of Toda? How will they do this? E1 might be in some trouble.
E1, the re-engage, Toda goes in with the last insanity, and it steals the Turtle away. He will trade his life for that, but Toda, well worth. The split push is continuing from the side of Chiku, but arrival immediately used by Kaze. Not able to engage onto Chiku though, so Toda, they hold on once more.
Definitely a nice steal there coming from Ninas here. Unfortunately, he loses his life, but still, great play there coming from Toda, because why in that game plan there, they tried to actually push up their top tier 2s from side Evo Esports, and Evo Esports, they got a good read immediately, and this is what I'm talking about, alright? Arrival will change the entire tempo, especially against a split push comp coming in from Toda.
He won again, he is found out, has to wild charge away. Can Evo Esports get on top of him? No, Nightmare Spawn. Not enough damage this time. Toda, they've learned from their lesson. Once bitten, twice shy.
Great call there coming from Evo Esports, but once again, the ultimate here on the Zaz is pretty much gets baited out once again. Toda, how will they do this? Luca is in the front lines. Xbox Ninas tries to pull it back, forces the Glorious Pathway. Itachi from the side. Tyrant Race, connect on the jungle. Where's the follow-up? There's not going to be any here, but the Guardians Barrier is stalling the track. Evo X, they're trying to fight this here, and how will this happen? Double kill from Changa. They will force this out. Revital is there. Ash comes in with the darkness here, tries to take out Moon. Unfortunately, doesn't have enough to damage, and Evo Esports, they will lose 2-0.
They defended that mid tier 2. They will lose the top tier 2 though. Good fight from Evo Esports. The only deficit was that the meteor shower killed off the Leomon before the fight even began. So Kaze was not even there to begin with, but the fact that Evo Esports managing to hold this on meant that they still have a great fighting chance. But Toda, just perfect execution to get those kills.
Yep. And speaking of which here, Toda, you know, they have the advantage with the meteor shower. Evo Esports, fantastic defense overall here, despite having 4K deficit. But how will they do this here? Blade armor is going to be finished up on Aeon very soon here. Glowing one is already up on Moon, and this is Chang'e is going to hit like a truck very soon.
Yeah, and Evo Esports, they are playing this double tank, which means that you have a lot of avenue to protect your backline from that meteor shower, but instant engage, the wild charge from E1, not enough to kill off Ash. He forced out the ultimate though. Evo Esports, they have the immediate response, and look at the meteor shower, just chunking Luca down to 50% health. Product, they've gotten control of the entire map.
Yep, slowly but surely this Bruno is going to come out online. Chico is 0-1-0, doing fantastically well, trying to not die so much here, but 8 minutes has passed. Dragging this game a little bit longer here will allow Chico to just close things up as a marksman, just because Evo Esports don't exactly have a really hard
physical damage output besides the Hellcat, which you can see Ash was already struggling.
Yeah, and Ash 1-1-1, still not in a position that is not recoverable, but like I said, Todak, they have control of the whole map. All altitude towers have been taken out. Lord up in 65 seconds. Evo Esports, the good thing about them is that they can defend that high ground. It is not impossible because of that Leomord and Zaz. But Todak, if they manage to suffocate Evo Esports, they can easily take this game away.
Definitely, but in this case here, the next Lord is going to be up for the focus here. 50 seconds here, and Todak is going to try and snowball the economy even further before this next Lord team fight. Evo Esports, how will they respond? We see fleeting time up available on the Zaz here. Very smart call here, just because he knows how quickly his spawns gets destroyed coming from Todak. He wants that slight advantage here to actually pull through later on the stage here, and Todak, I think they might be in for a surprise.
Yep, 30 more seconds until that Lord spawns, and Todak is just playing on Evo Esports' side of the map to make sure that Evo Esports never had an opportunity to take control of that Lord pit like what Todak did in Game 1. But Evo Esports, they are holding their ground. All the inhibitors are still fairly healthy at 100% health. So there's a great chance that Evo Esports, if they find a collapse, they can come back.
Yep, speaking of which here, 7 seconds left before the Lord respawns.
Lord
Evo
resurrecting
Esports,
soon.
they have not pushed up the creep wave here. You can see on the bottom side as well, Nanas is constantly pressuring the bottom side of the map, whereas on the middle side, Luca is gonna do something here, but you can see the Lord is gonna be up for grabs here as X-Ray is starting the Lord fight, and Todak, they are gonna try and secure this, but I'm not sure if Evo Esports expects this here, because you can see also Nanas trying to split push here as well. Stickers are out, and Nanas is baiting Evo Esports, and they are lost here. Immediately, the Lord takes out 3 big core items, coming up into a Todak as well.
One of the biggest distraction, Nanas with last sanity does not take down Itachi but forces him back, and now the Guardian's Barrier will block off Luca from the rest of his team. The Lord secured by Todak under 10 minutes. Perfect timing. Evo Esports with such a big deficit, they're going to start giving away inhibitors because of this push.
Yep, the Lord is going to be pushing on the top side here, whereas Todak is going to be focusing on split pushing down bottom here, with Nanas going to be on the other end of this assault. And Evo Esports, how will they defend against this now?
They need to force a fight right now, but Todak is not giving them that evidence. They know that Evo Esports have a great way to start any fight that they want. This is why they're playing away from the rest. They're playing away from the rest of the team. The cores are actually not with the front line, and here comes the meteor shower. They get the knock up instantly. Hylos is now down. No glorious pathway. Mega kill for Chang'e, and it's Todak right on the scoreboard. They see blue. The boys are blue. Malaysia, blue flag with the stars. They're gonna close out game 2. Crystal will be taken out. Todak get their first 3 points and their first 2-0 in Group C.
Fantastic gameplay here coming from Todak, and my oh my, Evo Esports is a team you gotta be watching out for as well, because they pull some serious punch, especially from game number 1. They gave Todak a run for their money here. Unfortunately to say, Evo Esports, they will fall down in this series here, just like how Todak did against Sunsparks early on, but still, all things considered here, all hope is not lost yet. Anything goes in this World Cup.
Yeah, fantastic recovery from Todak after a close game 1. Because of that, they've bagged themselves 3 points. They are now 4 points in Group C compared to Sunsparks 3 points, but Sunspark, they're in a really good position as well. They've won 2 points, excuse me, because of their first game. But Todak now, they have one last series to go against Geo later on. Evo Esports, they shouldn't be discouraged by this. They put on an amazing performance.
Definitely here. This is no... They are definitely no strangers to the international scene. Like, the way they play, the intensity, the veteran and experience as well. You can tell that they are in here to win it. But unfortunately to say, they still have 2 more series to go. But ladies and gentlemen here, for those of you who missed this game here, let's take a look at the highlights for game number 2 in this best of 3 series.
And this all started with this particular skirmish where the Hellcat Ash slightly overcommitted. He lost his life. The only reason that Todak was not able to push the lead forward was because of this great patience from Mocker, the Zaz, killing out the Grok immediately after that overcommitment from Todak. But as the game progresses, Todak got the objective. They got the Lord. E1 especially in this game, I think he's the MVP.
Yeah, definitely here. He bought so much time, but still, for me, Nanas was also one of the MVPs as well, just because he still this turtle buff. Yes, he died a little bit here, but if you pay attention on how the top side as well, Bruno was constantly getting safe farm, taking away all this aggression away from Evo Esports, and because of that, Todak, I feel like
the true MVPs is all 5 members from them because they understand each other's mechanisms. They compensate each other really well from like a long distance relationship.
Yeah, and for this particular fight that just transpired in the previous replay, we saw how the Leomon instantly died because no one was blocking that meteor shower, and all it took, there's not much to show after that because Todak was just riding on an avalanche. They jet skied their way to this victory, and it was well deserved.
Yeah, Todak feels like a completely different team here ever since they came from the MPL Malaysia as Singapore Season 4, right? Like they feel like a completely different team, and I feel like they have a pretty strong understanding of what's going on in this current meta now.
Yeah, the Swordfish, they pierced through the heart of Evo Esports in that game 2. Game 1 was a testing ground. They were experimenting, okay, what is Evo Esports doing? But game 2, the Marshall Xbox, I expected that. The Lunox band also expected. But also Evo Esports draft, I'm not, wouldn't say that it's a bad draft. They're just playing to the comfort zone. It's just at the end of the day, Todak found more footing.
Yeah, definitely. And at the same time as well, the Zaz pick here, unfortunately, well, if it was a normal draft here against the split push, I feel like it would definitely worked out. But split push potential, Zaz just doesn't come online in terms of mobility, but they compensated that with the Leomon. So I feel like Evo Esports, they definitely played the best hand that they can. But at the same time, Todak was just one step ahead just because they didn't expect taking the tier 1 here. However, enough said here about the game here. Let's take a look at what Todak has to say about taking that series against Evo Esports.
What's good, ladies and gentlemen? My name is Manjean Faldas, and I am here with Mr. Moon from Team Todak, the mage player of Team Todak, for the post-game interview. But first of all, congratulations to you, Moon, securing 4 points for the third day of our group stages. What is going to the mind of Moon right now coming into M1?
Okay. Apa kau rasa tentang masuk M1 ni? Okay, apa yang saya rasa tentang M1 ni, kita dapat belajar benda yang baru, gameplay luar yang baru, and kita orang rasa sangat happy lah. Even kita orang kalah first match dengan Sunspark, and kita orang dapat buat balik dekat match yang kedua lawan Evil. So yeah,
we get to see a lot of new gameplays, and we've adapted to it. The game against Sunspark let us realize that we need to change every game through every game.
Right, so you want to adjust something in your team. All right, so coming into game series number 2, that was indeed a clutch Lord Steal coming in from you guys. How did you manage to come back from that game?
Actually kita orang ada kelebihan silence ada dekat kan. So kita orang gunakan kelebihan headcut tu untuk silence enemy. So bila dapat silence, enemy tak boleh nak retreat or nak guna skill. So daripada situ lah kita orang dapat curi lot. And communication yang bagus dengan teammates yang lain.
Before even the game started, we've already decided what type of gameplay we wanted to play. So we just split push, and then towards the lot timing, whereby we make use of the Hellcut silence so that the Hellcut Harif couldn't retreat the lot after we pull it away.
Alright, so quite a strategy right there, that Hellcut ultimate. Of course, you're up against Team Geo later, so do you have any messages from them?
Of course. For Geo, welcome to Malaysia, and dekat bola korang boleh menang sebab di Neymar. Dekat Malaysia korang tak boleh menang.
To Geo, welcome to Malaysia. I think your country is only known for football, like Neymar and Ronaldinho, but in MLBB, people only know Malaysia.
Alright, so Malaysia is the M in ML right there. So lastly, any shout outs to your fans, Mr. Moon?
Okay, for our fans, thank you for supporting us, and always be with us. Tanpa korang, tak ada kita orang. And thank you juga kepada Todak, and sebab selalu bagi kita orang semangat tak kira apa pun jadi. And terima kasih kepada family di luar sana yang support family Amox and every teammates yang lain lah.
Thank you to all our friends and fans that have supported us all the way, and to our families also. Plus to the Toda management and everyone who have supported us from day one to now. Yeah. So thank you.
All right, that is Moon right there. 4 points for Team Todak, and let's pass it back to our shoutcasters.
Strong words from Moon. He said that for the last series, Geo, they are known for only soccer, but they've come to the wrong football field, the wrong playing field at least in Malaysia. We'll see if that pans out in that series, but such confidence from Todak. I love it.
Yeah, definitely here. And at the same time as well, I'm looking forward to see what they're going to be bringing here. But for our next game here, we're going to be having Evo Esports as well going to be playing.
We're having Sunsparks versus Geo Esports.
Oh, sorry. It's going to be Sunsparks going up against Geo Esports later on. That's going to be an interesting one here. But at the same time, well, Geo, they can't be focused on Toda right now because they have to focus on that match.
Oh, yeah.
But as of now here, for those of you watching here, we're going to be taking a short break. However, remember to catch every battle stream like Cray, get unlimited data for all apps with Gila Unlimited GX30 only with U-Mobile. My name is ICBaby12.
Girls with the nails done. Girls with the nails done.
They told us that it's just a game. That nothing will ever come out of it. That it won't bring us fame or glory. That it won't make our country proud. They told us to stop wasting our time. Well, let them say all they want. We'll prove it to them. We'll be the champions. Mobile Legends Bang Bang World Championship 2019. M1.
You may have been denied. You may have hit rock bottom. You may have been craving for the lights. Now, all strive for one goal.
Taking that life of the Akai as well. There becomes the jump on the Emerald.
Put your hands together for the champion.
Do you have what it takes to be a champion worthy of the highest glory? You may have been denied. You may have hit rock bottom. You may have been craving for the lights. Now, all strive for one goal.
Taking that life of the Akai as well. There becomes the jump on the Esperanza.
Put your hands together for the champion.
Do you have what it takes to be a champion worthy of the highest glory?
Welcome back to day number 3 of the group stages, and we are at series number 3. Manjun and Wolf, the connection coming at you. It's going to be Sun Sparks, Team Philippines versus Geo, Team Brazil. How are you, Wolf?
I am doing fine. I've had my coffee. I am doing great. I'm excited to see this, not because of the fact that this is like from the Philippines. We are from the Philippines.
All right.
But because we are gonna see new teams right now for group number 3, and we saw already Sun Sparks what they can do in tight matches. Let's see if Geo Esports can activate that Sun Sparks team where they are very, very strong. Geo Esports, can they be the ones to be at par with Sun Sparks?
Let's see.
Maybe?
Let's see. This is the first game of Team Geo. Meanwhile, Sun Sparks already secured their first 2 points of this tournament due to the fact that they lost game number 2, if I'm not mistaken, to Team Todak. Team Todak in the first series. All right. So both of these teams having a different play style, of course. Sun Sparks relying on their carries and aggressiveness, but meanwhile, we're yet to see Team Geo and what their strategy is.
All right. I think we have the game right now. Very quickly, Geo
Let's go.
Esports from Brazil going up against Sun Sparks. This is the group stages of M1 World Championship, of course, brought to us by our sponsors, U-Mobile, you have YouTube Gaming, and presented by Moonton.
And of course, catch every battle, stream like cray, and get unlimited data for all apps with Gular Unlimited GX30.
Your team is
only with U-Mobile. So here we go. The Brazilian boys versus the Filipinos.
Exactly.
Geo will go to the blue side, and they will ban out the mashup.
So right now, we can expect Hylos, we can expect Grok, and Kaja, as well as the bans.
Once again.
Sun Sparks, they showed us earlier that they aren't afraid of the Chango.
Your team is
They aren't afraid of the Grok. They can deal with it.
Yep.
And they aren't afraid of Kimi lineup. Actually, they themselves, they pick up the Kimi. They're also one of the few teams that still run the Gushan, even when the Gushan is not anymore famous in our meta, at least here in the group stages of M1.
And you're absolutely right. Masha has been banned, and Team Geo eliminated that split push potential that is trending right now.
Oh, yeah.
As you can see, Team Geo is clearly having fun waving in the cameras and probably enjoying themselves, because again, this is the first time that Mobile Legends invited Western teams to participate in a tournament, so this is quite an experience from them. As you've said, that is the Kaja ban right there for Team Sun Sparks. So what's left are Grok, Kufra is open for the taking, even the Cho, even the X-Borg.
Yeah, it's definitely getting the X-Borg this time because it's pure damage. It's great versus the Grok. They also have the Kufra, which Sun Sparks, you know, this is one of their favorite picks. We know that they have won their championship with this, particularly on the hands of Reflesha. They play it in a, I would say, particular way that you cannot explain.
Yeah.
Because the way they play it is, it makes the plays. It facilitates for ganks, but sometimes they use it just to force out the movements from the opponents. And of course, the classic swag of the Sun Sparks team.
Classic swag coming in from Raplesha. He is known to be the Arrival King.
The King of Arrivals.
The King of Arrivals, yeah. The Rival King in the Philippines. And as you've said, Kimi and Lunox will be the cores for team
Your team is
Geo, answering that early game aggression from the Kufra. But in terms of sustain, the Sun will indeed spark for Team Sun Sparks because they will get the TAMs in order for them to match up with that Kimi aggression.
So Geo Esports can look towards banning out something like a Lolita, but they might not do it anymore.
Okay.
Actually,
Okay.
they will not get like a I'm talking about Sunsparks, by the way.
Yeah,
they
yeah,
might
yeah.
ban out the Baksha or a Lolita so that Geo Esports will not have that.
Whoa.
But instead, they ban out the Diggy
Your
this time.
team is
Okay.
Because it
picking.
is gonna be should be like
The best,
the best combo with
yeah.
the Kimi.
Yep, it is. It is.
Sunsparks.
It's either a Diggy or a Jawhead right here for probably for Team Geo. But again, they
this
banned
is,
it out. This is classic. This is vintage JP right here.
I really would love to see the Claude this time.
Yep.
They're considering the carry instead. Or the Granger.
Granger.
Well, you know what? What I like about the Claude is that it can be the direct counter to Kimi. What you do is go for the flicker play, but instead
team
Sunsparks
is
will go for
picking.
the standard push. Of course,
Yeah.
Raflesha loves it.
Refresher with a thumbs up.
The thumbs up.
With
They're
a thumbs
having
up.
fun. They're
They're
having
having fun.
Geo
Let's see right now,
Esports,
Geo Esports.
Brazil.
What is the answer here? They banned out the Chango. This is clearly a respect ban. They do have the Lolita for the taking, but they will go for a standard Akai and a side lane
Your
Cho.
team is picking.
Sunsparks. What will
Sunsparks,
they?
man.
What? You know what? They get the cushion most of the time when Lunox and Kimi is up, and /or. But this time, since Kimi and Lunox they're up, they're gonna get the cushion as well.
Yep.
One of the considerations from Sunsparks could also be an Esmeralda,
Esmeralda.
although I don't think that they will use it this time.
I think
or
they-
a Kagura. But more importantly, I think they're gonna go for
Okay,
well,
it is an Esmeralda. It is
is
that's
Indian
yeah.
Esmeralda. Yeah.
They do want that combo in their arsenal because if they do pick the cushion, I think that's 50-50 because it really depends on the early game if you have that hero. So 12 seconds left before the game starts. Who do you think has the better
You know,
draft? Geo coming in very confident here, picking two very tanky heroes.
I was actually looking at my notes and I
Yes.
remember that when Sunsparks actually paired the Esmeralda with the Kufra,
Kufra.
it's actually really strong because
Yes.
the tempo is quite high.
Tempo is
and I
high.
also looked up the classic picks from Geo Esports from their qualifiers.
Yep.
They really love the Kimi.
Yeah.
So I think that they are far too confident with this kind of strategy.
Plus, they do have a lot of zoning tools.
Yeah.
You have the Cho Chunpo, and plus you have the Hurricane Dance to probably counter out the Esmeralda whenever she goes for that falling star
Falling
moon.
Star Moon, yeah.
So of course, this is it, ladies and gentlemen. Will Sunsparks, the most and expected, the best expected team to win this one. Let's see
okay.
if they can pull off this Esmeralda strat. But again, man, Team Geo smiling here.
You know what, Manjin? While it's true that Sunsparks is like the team that's expected to win at least this matchup,
This matchup, yes.
it's scary. Because Geo Esports, we don't know much about them aside from the fact that they have been playing in the qualifiers.
Yes.
That's probably the only VODs that you can watch about Geo Esports. And Sunsparks, when you ask them, they're actually, you know, it kind of makes
They're
them think.
everywhere. They're everywhere, right?
Sunsparks, they're everywhere. You know what they're gonna play. You know their standard picks.
Yep.
So you might be prepared against them. Geo Esports, that is the complete opposite.
Yes.
You don't know much about them, and maybe, just maybe, there can be the poison against your
against
team.
your team. That's right. You're definitely right. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Team Geo Esports will be going to the blue side. Sunsparks from the Philippines. In the red side, Was is gonna use that Grok. Homies in this Kimi Jun as the Lunox Libra, as the Cho and Aura will be using that Akai.
Sunsparks from the Philippines, they're playing on the red side this time. It's Renzo on this spams. Fuzakan on this Export, JP on this Granger, Raflesha on this Kufra, and KLVJ on the Esmeralda.
Quite a risky move right here in the early game, coming in for homies. And of course, that Akai getting the first blue buff in the top lane, neglecting it from Team Sunsparks. Meanwhile, Renjo will answer it by confusing them here in the Crammer Pit. But again, that is indeed a success for what you've said, an early game Kimi rotation.
It's all about the rotation, it's all about the rotation for the Kimi, right? So he's gonna get to level 4 this time.
Quickly.
Sure, no, actually
Okay.
gonna give it to the Lunox
Okay.
this time because they want to go for an invade of the top lane.
Alright.
Maybe, but this will be mirrored by Sunsparks.
Of course, both of the
Oh!
teams having the same plan at the same time. But Sunsparks will get that victory.
Oh
They
my
will get the
goodness.
first blood and of course the crab coin. And that is your U Mobile replay.
So this is the standard, the quarreled lovers. That's Esmeralda and Kufra.
Kufra. Right?
The Lord checks out, right?
Yes, yes.
And what they
yes.
do was it's Raflesha to go first.
Yeah.
Long distance stretching or superhero landing.
The superhero landing and of course the long jump coming in from KLBJ. There you go, charge!
BJ.
Says the girl, and that is another hero falling down for Geo Esports. That is the response as the last bullet will hit another hero. 3 heroes for the side of Team Sunspot.
Oh, definitely. Sacrificing KLBJ. Look at this. KLBJ with the jump connects onto 2. And of course, with
Onto
the
3.
Stardust Dance and the Frost Moon Shields, enough damage. However, the Lunox tried to take him down, but that was already an overextension. You saw that last bullet coming out from the Granger, JP, to get the last hit. The first kill for the Granger with the Bounty Hunter. That's going to be very important for Sunsparks to snowball.
Yep. 100 gold adding to the income of JP right here. He does have that early nimble blade going into the Raptors machete. He now has 2,000 gold. So with this, it will increase his ability to get all the jungle buffs very quick. We have a 4-1 right now, but with a blink of an eye, Geo Esports with a very sneaky turtle save.
Exactly. Geo Esports, they still managed to get the farm on their important course. Maybe it's Libra on the show that's not having a good time, but at the very least, it's the Lunox.
Yes.
The bigger question is, how will they keep this Kimi alive?
Yes.
Will be at this time, the arrival play will be there, but the Frost, of course, the Frost Moon Shield on top of the Stardust Dance.
And that was just the slam from KLBJ. Quite a flank right there.
What a flank
Homies did not expect KLBJ to be there, but here we go.
no.
We do have a skirmish here inside the bush.
what a
That
charge.
is a 2-man wild charge to be followed up by the Grok. But again, nice disengage from KLBJ using the Frost Moon Shield to get back to this. They are chasing June. That is the last Insanity. Here comes the Order of Brilliance coming in from the Lunox. This is the backup from the Kimi. Quite a slow-paced clash here for the side of Geo Esports. And it is over, ladies and gentlemen. If I'm not mistaken, that is a 2-for-1 or a 1-for-1 exchange.
Oh, there's gonna be a
Okay.
1-for-1,
Okay.
of course.
Okay.
Raflesha, this is such a classic.
Classic Raflesha move.
I just want to tell our audience right now that he's been doing that for quite a long time already. I think this is the second time in the past two weeks that I saw him solo kill an Akai with this Kufra because of the attack and defense emblem, and now he's doing it once again against the Kimi.
Speaking of solo killing, he doesn't have that ultimate to get the stun. That is the backup from Was. This is clearly Sunsparks propelling this Kimi push that Geo Esports wanted. That is the first score item from Renjo. He will definitely have a good time in the top lane. Meanwhile, 4 heroes coming in from Sunsparks, just buying time in order for them to set up this next objective, this next big fish, which is the turtle.
And of course, the buffs should be top priority for the Esmeralda. We know that Esmeralda is very adamant in taking all of these buffs before she can fight. It's very important for her.
Yep.
And Sunsparks making sure that they don't give away some of those blue buffs.
Yeah.
And turn, maybe they can go for the invade. Raflesha already at the cursed helmet, 5 minutes and 34 seconds in. That's actually pretty fast for a tank.
All right, that is, of course, the Death Sonata right there. Missing JP.
Oh,
He
JP.
wants to target homies. Come here, homie. There you go. 3 heroes falling down for Team Geo Esports. There's a double kill coming in from the Sun Sparks. And they will clear out 4. Nice initiation from that Death Sonata. And JP locking in his VOD.
This is just way too good. You can see the damage output of the side. Look at this. Like somebody goes in and then somebody follows afterwards. It's just way too good. It's like synchronized dance.
Synchronization of skills.
Oh, symphony of skills, and they even get the buff. No, it's gonna be Was with the wild charge to actually take it.
It's like JP doing initiating with the Death Sonata, immediately followed up by all of these zoning skills for Team Sun Sparks. You have KLBJ with the Falling Star Moon. You have the stretch from Raflesha.
The stretching.
The Tyrant's Revenge. So there's a lot of cover up. KLBJ says, hey guys, cover me, and I will do the shooting.
Yeah. Cover fire is good from Sun Sparks to protect JP. Falling Star Moon gonna be used, gonna connect on the Akai this time, but they want the Lunocks. Brilliance has been activated. There's the wall charge connecting onto 3, but there's no follow-up from Geo Esports. Now, Sun Sparks, they wanna take this one back. They knock up the Akai, but the Hurricane Dance will be there. It's not gonna be enough as the Esmeralda gets home run.
This is quite deep for Sun Sparks, but they do have a huge margin of lead. 20 seconds left for the next turtle. What is the answer for Geo Esports? That is killing spree right there for JP. Having extra 300 gold in his pockets because of this bounty hunter, plus of course the 6 assists. No doubt, this is a huge power spike for this Granger. The Danger Granger.
Danger Granger, indeed.
Is here in Malaysia.
3-0-6 with the bounty hunter. I want to see how much gold he has right now. Probably the richest one in the whole game.
Yep.
But you can see the net worth already with the Bloodlust Axe.
Yeah, that's the third core.
For 8 minutes.
That is it. What can Geo Esports do? The team from Brazil, they are grouping up here right now in the top lane, expecting Sun Sparks to do some kind of sneaky plays like this. KLBJ and Mr. Fuzaken. They're just threatening them. There you go. That is the Posturize coming in from KLBJ, but they're just confusing them. Of course, JP pushing out the tier 2. We're having ourselves a one-on-one in the bottom lane. This is clearly a Sun Sparks game.
Clearly Sun Sparks game. They are dictating it. Look at the Akai. Burnt to crisp by the members of Sun Sparks. The Falling Star Moon to connect, and they will take down. Oh, Raflesha with a 2-man initiation. The ultimate connects. Wait for the Dragon is going to connect onto the Thams, but the Thams with the counter, and Inferno will go down under the turret. Sun Sparks will still take the 2-for-1.
Oh my. The
Raflesha!
sustainability.
Raflesha!
Once again!
Oh my goodness!
Coast to coast from Philippines to Malaysia.
They bring it home!
They bring it home!
Coast to coast. Sun Sparks.
What a stretch coming in from Mr. Raflesha. 4-1-10.
And they're not done.
And they're not done. There's no stopping them. That is, of course, unstoppable. Plus, of course, the double kill. Nice Hurricane Dance from the Akai, but it won't do anything as it is a wipeout.
Oh,
Sun Sparks
with the ultimate
another
once again.
one.
Another one bites the
Another
dust,
one.
and they take the wipeout this time. Sun Sparks, they cannot be controlled by Geo Esports.
From north to south, from west to east, Raflesha is everywhere. And he is giving his team high fives.
Raflesha says, I don't know who you are.
I don't know where you're from.
But I will find you.
But I will find you.
I'm gonna knock you up and use my ultimate and stun you, and my teammates will be there for the last hit, particularly my JP Granger.
They need to respect this, man. This is the championship Kufra right here.
The championship Kufra.
The championship Kufra right here from Raflesha. But
the million peso
arrival. The million peso arrival.
The million peso Tyrant's Rage.
We've witnessed it.
you know this.
Oh my.
And you know what? There was a time about 7 minutes where Raflesha was leading by 1,000 on Akai and about 800 against the Grok.
Yes.
And from the tank perspective, that is actually a lot.
A lot.
That is millions if you think about it.
Yep.
Because the impact of Raflesha having the cursed helmet already by 5 minutes,
Yeah.
that means that the damage output is just way too much.
Yeah.
And then again, his initiations during the late game, it was perfect.
It was perfect, but I do feel for the side of Team Geo, they should have not gave they should have not given June that specific crab coin, because
Oh yeah.
if they did give it to the Kimi, they will definitely tower dive the Tams,
Okay.
and they will definitely have the lead in the first 2 minutes of the game.
You're gonna have to take that. I think the Kimi has done his job in here, and I think
Yeah,
the
yeah.
Grok as well. If you just look at this, very good usage of the wall charge. However, they aren't able to close out the kills.
Yeah,
Why?
of course, yeah.
Because this Lunox is already forced out, pressured by so much, always zoned out by the members
Of
of
the
Sunsparks.
Sunsparks.
And without your Kimi and your Lunox in the fray and the Cho, you will not have the chance to take down the members.
Look at this.
The solo kill of
Look
Raflesha.
at that solo kill right there.
And you-
Raflesha, self-assured. Ladies and gentlemen,
Yeah.
but, this is probably the last hurrah for the side of Geo Esports. Their last chance to win. That is a clear miss
Yeah.
onto the rocket of the Kimi, and man, the team Sunsparks taking this home.
Yeah, you know what? For the side of Geo Esports, Manjin, I think that it's more about them doing the so-called, the proverbial one-by-one audition
Yeah,
against
yeah.
the lineup
Yeah.
of Sunsparks. What we're talking about here is that when they initiate with the Grok, they don't layer it properly with the
With another
Akai,
skill.
with another skill, or
Yeah.
maybe their damage, so that they fall one by one against the members of Sunsparks.
Yep.
But if you look at Sunsparks, they go in together. Yeah, sure, it's not right, like they don't layer their stunts. They
Yeah.
go in with Falling Star Moon, followed up by the Kufra in very good timing.
Yeah.
But because their damage output is all AoE and they use it together, they are able to burst down the members of
Yeah.
Geo Esports
And they-
perfectly well.
They don't even need to target.
They don't need.
They don't even need to target
Exactly.
the X-Borg Fire Stakes,
Yeah.
and of course Cupra with the bouncing ball.
The bouncing
You just
ball.
move your joystick.
Yeah.
And man, I do feel that Geo Esports, they do have a good plan.
They-
They
I do-
executed it pretty well, but Sunsparks answered it with an exchange in the bottom lane,
Oh yeah,
killing the side laner and then pushing the tower immediately.
yeah. I get what you're getting at, right?
Yeah.
For example, they drafted the Kimi, the Grok. I like it a lot because it is like a fast-paced tempo type of pushing lineup.
Yes,
They
yes.
even have the Mage Killer on the Kimi.
Yes, yes.
However, what Sunsparks did was to kind of force the team fight so that so that Geo Esports cannot push.
Yes, so that Geo Esports, the Kimi and the Grak will react to that
Will
push
have to
because they
react,
don't
yeah.
have any damage
Exactly.
without the Kimi. That's why they're forced to give the Lunox
Yeah.
the crab coin. And again, after the first objective, after the first round of objectives, that is an immediate transition to the mid game. So with the push in the bottom lane, Sunsparks clearly kill BJ just too confident with his dives.
Yeah. Well, because of the fact that he's so farmed, right?
Yeah, so farmed.
And you have to take note that the way they use the X-Borg is just to scout out their opponents. You can see Fuzaken this time. He is very courageous, I would say.
Yeah, just
very confident.
confident, yes.
Like going up against the members of Geo Esports, because that is the nature of the X-Borg. If you play the X-Borg as a support, you play it in a zone out.
A zoner.
You know,
A
a bully,
zoner.
I would
Yeah.
say. A scout for your team. You scout out where your opponents are.
Yeah.
You mark them. You lay down your damage, a little bit of damage for sure. And when the time comes that you are about to die, you can just, of course, pop your passive,
ultimate.
your
Yeah,
ultimate.
your
Just
ultimate.
get away.
You just burn them a little bit and then just tell your teammates, hey,
Hey,
they're
let's
here in the
fight
bottom
here.
lane,
They're in the
man.
bottom lane.
They're in the bottom lane, and of course, you have the Firaga armor
Yeah.
in your arsenal to save yourself.
Yeah.
To save yourself. Man, I like what I'm seeing right now for both of the teams. I do expect that we are going in game number 3. I
Yeah.
do feel this is just a download game
Probably.
for the Brazilian team from Team
Yeah.
Geo, because again, this is their first game.
Yeah. I think for Geo Esports, they should not be revealing their hands very quickly.
Yeah.
Like, I like the fact that they showed the Kimi, the first pick Kimi. I get that. This is a legit strategy, but sometimes you're gonna have to hide something. Maybe
Yeah.
just get their mid laner first, like the
Yeah.
Lunox only or the Kimi only, then
Yeah.
go for an off laner. Because I think that the moment where Thams was picked up already by the members of Sunsparks, they lacked already the valid off laners.
Yes, yes, you are definitely right there. Of course, guys, catch every battle, stream like cray, and get unlimited data for all apps with Giller Unlimited GX30 only with you mobile. We are coming into game number 2, and Team Geo seems to be unfazed.
Yeah.
But look at this, man. This is the ritual. That is the KLVJ ritual right
meditation.
there. The Zen Mastery. The Zen Mastery coming out from this kid.
And he's
Look at this.
No, I'm gonna go back.
I'm gonna go back. I'm going back to the yin yang to my yin yang mode.
Palace.
To my mind palace.
This is my zone. I'm in the
Yes,
zone.
I'm in
Don't
the zone.
let me get my zone.
Yeah, I'm in the zone. I'm using the Esmeralda, man. Look, I'm in the highlights, dude. I'm in the highlights.
See you in the highlights, brother.
See you in the highlights, brother. And look at this.
Oh,
More Reflection memes
the
right
eye
there.
contact master.
The eye contact and the thumbs up king.
Of course. You like this.
With a smile. Look at those braces.
Oh,
that is a classic.
The classic.
The classic Filipina girl pose from
The Pinay.
Rafflesia. Look at this.
Pinay.
He's wiping out his hands, man.
Oh my goodness.
His,
and JP, of course.
Yes, JP's just relaxed.
JP's
just
tired
relaxed.
of everything
Yes.
that his teammates are doing.
Yeah, man.
I mean,
Hey,
he's
guys,
been
we're-
farming. He's been farming. I've been
farming.
carrying you a
I've been
lot.
carrying you guys. We're in the tournament, you know.
Buy me something, man.
Buy me something, man. Buy me coffee.
Give me food later.
Coach Letter Goods, can you buy
yeah,
me coffee?
You know what, Coach Leather Goods, give me 90% of the cash. 'Cause
Yes.
I've been carrying.
I've been carrying the Sunsparks team ever since MPL 1.
Oh my goodness.
But all right, kidding aside, ladies and gentlemen, Sunsparks will now go to the blue side, Geo in the red side. It's time for game number 2.
It's time for game number 2. Sunsparks, I think they still will prioritize getting their Kufra this time. And they might, they banned out, if I'm not mistaken,
Tams.
No, they didn't. No, I mean Masha.
The Masha. The
Oh, it was
respected
Geo
Masha.
Esports that banned out the Masha. They banned out, I can't remember actually. Hylos, they banned out
Yeah.
Hylos. This
Your
time
team is
Esmeralda is
fine.
their choice. I think they want to get their Harith.
They do need they do want
Your
that Harriet,
team is
But
but
fine.
I feel that Geo Esports needs to respect ban the supports coming in from Sunsparks. They did ban out the Xborg, and I do suggest that they should consider banning the Kufra.
Yeah.
Because Sunsparks, man, that is just clearly a threat from them.
Yeah.
So Sunsparks taking their time right now. Oh, they banned their
the
own
Kufra.
Your
Kufra.
team
They
is
banned their
banned.
own Kufra. This is interesting. This really tells me that they want to secure the first
Yes,
Harith.
this is clearly the Harriet.
Oh yeah. Oh, they're singing.
They're singing.
Oh, yeah.
Renjo is having
there
fun.
you go. Geo
Okay, there you
Esports
go.
know
There
it
you go.
perfectly well.
Is picking.
Having the Esmeralda and Kufra out of contention means the Harith
Yeah.
is a free hero.
Yeah,
But then again, Hylos is available. Grok is available.
Yeah.
Sunsparks surely will want to have that.
Team Geo said, "Hey, we've seen the VODs, man.
We've seen the
We've
VODs.
seen the VODs. Don't go for that, Harriet." All right, but Hylos is open, like what you've said.
Yeah.
Like this, yeah, of
Yeah.
course. And high loss should be high win right now.
Oh yeah. Let's
Because
see.
since day one has been winning and owning all of the teams, popping that immediate disengage, going for the glorious pathway, layering it up with the revitalize.
Oh yeah. And of course, Coach Leather
Leather
Goods.
Goods, the
All's
big
good.
guy, all's good.
with Leather Goods.
All's good with Leather Goods. Shout out to him. There you go. That
Your
is
team
the
is
support
picking.
for the side of Team Sunsparks. So Team Geo Esports, they need to answer with a burst damage or
Yeah.
probably
Your team
mobility.
is picking.
Here, of course, with the Masha and the Grok.
Thams is a natural answer from Sunsparks. Now they're considering, will they get the Kimi? Or will they get something like a Chango? Instead, they will
Chango.
go for the Kaja this
Kaja.
time.
No.
Don't want to give it away to Geo Esports.
Yep. Okay.
Thams.
Okay.
And
Okay.
team
Geo
is
Esports will
picking.
now have to decide. Is it the Kimi? Is it the Chango this time?
Yeah.
Geo Esports definitely want to use one of those meta heroes right now.
I don't
but
like-
I think the revealing the Kimi early
Early is not good.
not that good.
It's not that good. I don't like the Kimi as well in the lineup of Geo because you have 3 heroes from Sunsparks. Sorry, 2 heroes from Sunsparks is of course an immediate answer to that Kimmy pick. Of course, you have the dive from the Kaja and the Glorious Pathway engage from this Hylos. But they will answer for with Alilia, hoping to get that outplay from the Black Shoes.
Wow. This is interesting because Geo Esports are going to put up the tempo. They're setting up for this mashup. So what they do is have these killer playmakers like the Grok and this... The Grok and this Lilia, they will pair it up with a very good off-laner, maybe a Leomord to go with it.
Your team
so that they
is
can, or
banned.
maybe, actually a safe lane Hellcurt will not sound bad.
That sound
or,
bad, yes.
You know, the Kimmy is also a fast tempo
Fast tempo,
marksman, so they will ban it out.
Your team is picking.
The Claude is open here. For,
Gonna go Chango.
Yeah, Chango.
Chango.
Okay, so they will not
Your
go for the
team
Claude now.
is picking.
Sunsparks, what is their answer? They don't necessarily can take the Baxia or the Lolita. That's why the Chango is a natural pick for Geo Esports. But of course, Sunsparks, they're one of, we mentioned this before. They're one of those who really prioritize getting the Gushon.
Yeah. A very risky
Gushon Ranger.
risky
It's the boy
mage.
man.
Yeah. It's the point man right here for the side of Sunsparks. A good answer to the Chango as it can dive her in. Quite a assassin right there. And JP with, of course, a vintage Granger. So it's a standard lineup for Team Sunsparks. Meanwhile, that is the Lolita counter pick for the Granger right there. Team Geo.
Yeah.
Quite a good lineup.
Quite a good lineup indeed. I think I've seen this sort of lineup really be successful in many tournaments before. And I think in the Philippines, this is also a famous strategy where you get this Chang'o with the Masha and 2 defenders, 2 big tanks that can protect you so that you can siege. The idea here is to siege against your opponents. What do I mean by siege? You just stay in lane and constantly pummel your opponents with damage from long distance, protect your cores, and maybe take the turrets while that is happening.
While that is happening, of course, the Masha will do that.
But the Masha is going to be there
Plus,
as well.
the Glorious Pathway is your target for sure.
Yeah.
In landing those parallel lines.
Yeah,
it's your for sure guidelines to land all of those meteor showers.
Yeah, it's
if
like
you're
your
the Chango.
It's like your bowling alley,
yeah,
right?
it's like your bowling alley.
And then you lay it down. You lay down the carpet.
But, yeah.
And of course, the Chango meteor shower is there.
Put all of those stars.
Yeah.
Put all of those stars. But I do feel that this is very risky for Geo Esports because they do have the Lilia. The Lilia depends on buffs. So if ever Sunsparks, if they manage to like repel the Lilia from getting those buffs, this will definitely be a snowball game for the Gushon.
You're gonna snowball for sure.
Same goes to Team Geo as the Gushon relies on buffs.
Exactly. Now we're gonna hop into the game, but to kind of support what you're saying, I think that for Geo Esports, it's gonna be up to them on how they will control the map this time, control the tempo. They are the ones who are required to set the pace. Sunspark, they can sit back and relax, just take whatever they can, and have this Granger be that heavy marksman in the mid and late game.
You're definitely right. JP will be using the Gushon right here. He does want blood. He clearly wants blood because of this Mystic Shop. But look at this, the threat from those magical spears. And that is the Deadly Gloom. First blood for Geo Esports.
And like you said, the tempo, the early game tempo for Geo Esports is actually pretty scary this time. Sunsparks, how can they defend? It's going to be KLBJ up top with the Thams, Reflesha with the Hylos, JP with the Gushon, Fuzaken with this Kaja, Renjo on now. Actually, interestingly, Renjo will be the one to play this Granger.
The Granger, that is your U-Mobile replay right there. JP clearly underestimating the early game threat from this Lilia, which is now used by June. Was is using the Grok. Libra is using the Masha. Homies as this Chango, and Aura as the Lolita.
Oh, now Manjin, it's gonna be really scary for for Sunsparks.
Right.
Because it's not the easiest to run up against Geo Esports.
Yeah. All right, of course, guys, that is the redemption code right there. in your screens right now.
You just head on to
Just head on to,
mobilelegends.com/en/code
Code
exchange.
exchange.
Put in the
That code.
redemption code with your ID,
Yeah.
and you will get the chance, of course,
To win something.
something
To win
from
some bonus. But okay, back to the game. Both of the teams having the same plan. Just removing the first tier 1. This is clearly there's a transition to the mid game. But unfortunately for Sunsparks, the turtle did land in the top lane. So Geo Esports having the advantage right now. They do have the buffs. Right here,
What a
two-man
wild
up coming in from the wild charge. That is, of course, a Death Sonata shield.
Oh, what a sidestep with the Numinum Blast. Now Reflesha is in trouble. There is going to be the ring coming out of the Hylos, but it will not be enough to save him. It's going to be the Meteor Shower to fend up the members of Sunsparks, and they are going to be able to run away.
And this is Geo Esports.
Nice steal as well.
Yeah, Geo Esports doing what we've said earlier, the map control and the map rotation. Unfortunately for Sunsparks, they met up in the bush unexpectedly. Met up in the bushes with Team Geo, and of course the extra proc of damage for June gave them the opportunity to get that fight, and nice usage of the Bulwark Shield coming in from Aura to neglect extra damage coming in from the Death Sonata.
Geo Esports, they have very, very, very strong early game potential in terms of team fight. And I don't think that Sunsparks can fight against them head-on 5v5 unless, of course, Sunsparks are able to manage to dissect the members of Geo Esports.
Yes.
But in terms of a head-on collision, I would give my money to Geo Esports.
Okay.
In terms of winning it, as was actually commits the wild charge.
Yeah, he committed a wild charge. That was clearly a mistake. He does want to get the
Fizz
Kaja.
again.
But this is clearly a bait, an ambush for the side of Geo Esports. That is a
Oh
glorious
my
pathway
goodness.
right there. But what Gushin, I'm so sorry, Sunsparks with an outplay.
Yeah, definitely an outplay. They used the glorious pathway to fend off the other members of Geo Esports, separating Aura from the rest of the team, and Fuzaken with the timely usage of the Divine Judgment. Nice block into the wild charge. Flesha goes down with the Meteor Shower in there, but of course, the retaliation. JP gets the one with the help of the Kaja. This time the Rhapsody, it's gonna connect. The Lilia goes down. No black shoes for ya.
The black shoes was not enough to save the life of Mr. June, as Sunsparks will now go to the turtle. Let's look at the replay. This is clearly the power of the Django, but again, as we've said, in terms of damage output, you layer up the Rondo and you combo it with the Shadow Blade Slaughter. Quite a huge damage output there for Team Sunsparks, and that will give them a huge oomph in their income.
You know what? This is what makes JP one of the scariest Gushans out there. He's very calculated in terms of his movement. He knows exactly when he needs to dive and when he will not be able to get the kill. This is going to be the conceal, the flicker, the Divine Judgment. The combo will not be enough to take them down. The Numinum Blast connects on the two. Meteor Shower against the Gushan. Gushan goes down. The Granger, however, blocked by the Bulwark. What a play from Geo Esports.
Blocked by Aura.
Sunsparks. My goodness.
Blocked by Aura right there. Sunsparks miscalculated. And that is clearly a win for Team Geo Esports. Quite a nice move right there from JP and Fuzaken.
Oh man.
But again, you are dealing with a Lilia and of course a Lolita.
The Lolita defense,
so you need to probably bait first the block, the Bulwark Shield. If you are Renjo.
That is one thing you can say for
Yeah.
sure. But Renjo, it's not about Renjo not calculating against Geo Esports. It's more about this Aura playing so well.
So well.
In terms of guarding his teammates. There'll be a 1v1 KelVJ against Libra. A little bit of disarm in there, but of course the Masha has been fended off. In the middle, there's a little bit of siege. They stun up the Kaja this time as they take out the turret as well.
There you go.
Looking for an opening this time. The Glorious Pathway from behind.
Yes, you're definitely right. Who will take the turtle? Was is here, the only one left. That is a Meteor Shower from the side. Who's again? Will put a but a Numinum Blast onto two. Clutch stun right there from the Lolita, Mr. Aura. The Rhapsody is indeed real, but again, raise your shield, Aura. It is the main weapon for Geo Esports to get 3 kills against Sunsparks.
Sunsparks did not respect Geo Esports at all. We were mentioning about this. They cannot fight head-on, even when there is a very good glorious pathway and they are overly committed to the fight. Rencho, with his positioning, is actually pretty good. Unfortunately, there was just not enough. The damage output coming out from this Chango, who is actually playing so well in terms of positioning, was more than enough. Look at this. Homis not even touched by Sunsparks.
You're definitely right. Sunsparks disrespecting the immortality from Mr. Aura. And man, what's interesting here, like, if Sunsparks initiates with a Divine Judgment, Geo Esports is immediately there in their faces.
Turtle
Exactly.
resurrecting soon.
Now, again, there's going to be the Death Sonata committed as they take out the turret up top. There is going to be the stun, the Hylos in the middle.
There you
Of
go.
course, the Dominum Blast is going to be cast the Glorious Pathway from behind. They only connect to 1 meter shower.
There you
It's
go.
not going to be enough. Look at this Reflection
They want
attacking
the
so
Hylos.
much JP's here. And of course, the Granger with the Rhapsody not hitting anyone actually. But Aura
There-
puts up the shields once again.
There's no target for both of the teams, but Reflesha will be the one falling down, so as Aura. 5-8 is the score, and this is it. A one-on-one with the great one. You don't go one-on-one with a mashup player. 9-5 Geo Esports coming back from this game.
Kill VJ. Know that he will win the fight against the mashup, but what he forgot was the turtle buff. It was available in Libra that gave them the extra damage against the Thams. The Thams couldn't survive even through the Cotret Inferno. My goodness.
Besides the turtle damage, you do have the high and dry on this Masha. Plus, of course, the lead in terms of items. So, man, what a clutch play coming in from Geo Esports.
Leading by 6,000. Yeah, they are doing it perfectly well. We mentioned about their early game, and it's really coming into fruition for Geo Esports. It's going to be up to them on how they will capitalize with this lead, but I'm pretty confident that they will be going up against Sunsparks in their faces for the next few minutes.
As we are now looking in the items. Immortality, of course, for the Lolita. Ice Queen wand from Chango and the Glowing Wand as well. Both of these core heroes having a huge amount of slows, and of course the extra proc from the magic penetration. Here we go. They do want Mr. Reflesher right here. That is the glorious battery. As we've said,
My goodness.
a free bowling alley for Horus to land all of those meteor showers. 5-11 Geo Esports knocking at the doors.
And
This is
will-
Brazil, man. Welcome to Brazil.
Welcome to Brazil. Now, Sunsparks, how can they defend against an angry sieging line of Geo Esports from long distance? They are able to take out the Thams this time. And the siege potential from Geo Esports is just way too much. They're overwhelming Sunsparks at this point, and there's nothing that they can do. Sunsparks, they need more time. But Geo Esports, they will not let that happen. They're knocking now towards the Lord area.
Here we go, Geo Esports. Nick Fury is not here, but the shield is their main weapon.
Libra, look at how fast the Turbo Masha once again taking out objectives, and now the Hylos is down. There is going to be a good, actually a Grok block from Geo Esports, but they will not push through as the bottom lane is now compromised.
That is
Sunsparks. This is a 4 versus 5.
That is the Duran string, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go. Team Geo Esports, they do want to finish this. Man, Aura with a huge amount of burst, and that is mega kill coming in from Horus. 4 heroes falling down for Sunsparks. This is Geo Esports, and game 1 was probably their download game. We have ourselves a series, ladies and gentlemen.
We're going to game number 3 as Geo Esports tied things up. Sunsparks, they don't have that much damage in the early game. For sure, they don't have the integrity of their team fight is quite low.
Yep.
And Geo Esports took advantage of that. The Lilia pick really facilitated for a good Chango as well as the Masha and Geo Esports. They're looking confident right now.
That is the power of the Lilia. You don't even need her ultimate to threat your opponent with your damage.
Oh.
But for me, man, it was Aura who carried this
Oh,
game.
definitely.
Clutch shields and clutch Numinum Blast.
Always
2, 3, 10, always there at the right place at the right time.
Always making sure that put up the shield only when Renzo puts up the Rhapsody or the Death Sonata. And we saw how well Aura actually landed with the Numinum Blasts.
Yeah.
Because if you think about it, outside of the Kaja, there is no instant initiate coming out from Sunsparks. And I think that overall, this team, Sunsparks team, struggles when they don't have that instant initiate.
Yeah.
They really want those Kufras, those Akais, any hero that can initiate so quickly.
As we are now seeing in the first replay, that was part 1 of this Aura shield right here. 2 minutes into the game, neglecting the Death Sonata damage and man, forcing Sunsparks in team fights that they don't want.
Yeah.
And like this one, for example, they're setting up for that that Mother Shocker.
Yeah.
And this was indeed the key point and the pivotal point in the game.
But you have to look at Chango at
Yeah.
this specific moment. I hate to cut you, man, Jane,
It's alright,
but
it's alright.
this positioning coming from Chango is just a masterpiece.
Masterpiece.
There's no one from the side of Sunsparks to be able to reach that
The Chango.
And you have to take note, the Chango was very good in positioning, but you have to commend the tanks.
Yes.
Without the tanks, the Chango will not have a free game.
That is clearly the cover fire right there.
Cover fire indeed.
4-7 here at 7 minutes.
Look at Aura,
Look
man.
at Aura, man. Forcing the chase for Team Sunsparks. And like what you've said, they don't have any crowd controls for the side of Sunsparks. And that was indeed the Team Geo Esports taking advantage of that, going in, diving in, baiting all the skills, and June using the black shoes to get away.
Of course, the push is just wait for it. Let's look at this. Wild Charge to initiate, and they dive together as a team. This is a complete opposite of what they did earlier, where they went in 1-by-1. The proverbial 1-by-1 audition, right? Against their opponents. This time, they moved in as a unit. And I was talking about this siege type of composition where you have the Masha as well as the Chango, where you don't necessarily split push. You put in the Masha with your Chango, the Meteor Shower in there to protect your Masha, while the Masha is freely hitting on the turrets.
Of course.
It's the best siege mechanics, just literally cover fire.
Cover fire indeed. Of course, if you are a player, you definitely want to burst down the Masha. But again, with the damage coming in the Meteor Shower, you will choose not to.
Yeah,
you will choose not to.
You don't. Because you can't choose, right?
Yeah.
You have to pick
have
no choice.
You have no choice.
You have no choice against your opponents.
Yeah, you have no choice.
Well, unfortunately for Sunsparks, they will have to drop game number 2. And I like what you said, Geo Esports, maybe that was just the download game.
That is it.
Maybe game 1 was just download game.
Yeah.
Maybe Geo Esports, they're just warming up.
That's just the warm-up, man.
The warm-up, man.
Came in from the west.
Yeah,
first
they
time
came
in
from
the
Brazil.
east.
And Sunsparks, let's see what they have in the table come next game. Will they ban out the Lilia? Or maybe they will let go of the Kufra.
I think they need the Kufra.
Definitely.
Yeah, they definitely need the Kufra. They need
those
stunts.
instant initiations.
Yeah, they need
right?
stunts and initiations.
That is what made Sunsparks rise to the occasion.
Yes.
They're good initiators from Fuzaken and Raflesha. If you don't have those like initiators, the ones who go in, set up the fight.
Basically, in basketball, those point guards.
The point guards. If you don't have your point guards,
you don't have the point guards.
You
cannot set up for any play.
Exactly.
Right there. First point for the side of Geo Esports.
Oh, definitely.
This is looking dangerous for Team Philippines.
Oh yeah, I like
right
what
now.
I'm seeing from Geo
Yeah, I like
Esports.
what I'm seeing as well. Of course, for you guys to catch every battle and stream like Cray, get unlimited data for all apps with Jiller Unlimited GX30 only with U Mobile.
Of course, we would like to thank our official sponsors
as well.
U Mobile, YouTube Gaming, and Moonton.
Here we go, man. Quite a game.
Yeah.
Quite a bloodbath. I do want to see more ML right now. I do feel that in this game number 3, we are going to have a 15-minute game. More than 15-minute
Now,
game.
you're saying that we're going to have a very close match.
A very close match. It's like an even playing field. It all depends in the draft.
You know,
and it all depends in the first 2 minutes of the game.
Yeah.
JP,
yeah,
he died in the first few minutes. And like what we've said, Same goes with Lilia. If you shut down the Gushan or the Lilia in the first 2 minutes, that is clearly a win in your lane. That is clearly a
victory already.
a victory and a dead lane for whoever the mid laner is.
You know what, Manjin, you mentioned about this being a 15-minute game. While I want to see that, I think that we will not be seeing a 15-minute game. Why? Because I think the nature of Geo Esports is a very early game oriented. They don't want to reach the 15-minute mark. You remember in their Game 1 draft, they also wanted to go for the early game.
Yes.
They went for the Kimi and the Grok. It did not work.
You're right.
They were not working as a unit. Game number 2, they drafted sort of the same thing without the Kimi, but this time Chango and Masha.
You're right.
The tempo of the game was quite fast, and that is what they wanted to do.
You're definitely right. You're definitely right. Let's see if we can see that, because we are now at game number 3. Sunsparks will eliminate the Grok, and of course, Geo Esports eliminating the X-Borg. So, Hylos, Kufra, and
Your
Cho
team is
up for the taking for both of these teams. They will ban out the Harriet. This is clearly a respect ban for Team Geo. Esmeralda as well is open.
Yeah. I think that Sunsparks will give away Hylos and Kufra, maybe ban out the Chang'o this time, or maybe a Cho, or actually they might ban out the Lolita.
Yeah, they need to ban the Lolita, but in the second phase of the game.
Yeah, second phase.
Second phase ban.
So Hylos is a hero that they can definitely use. I think they also ban out the Masha.
Oh,
they will ban out the Kufra once
Your
again. This is
team
interesting.
Very interesting right here.
I don't understand why.
Probably this is a setup again for an Esmeralda. Let's see. What is the opening for Team Geo? They have the Hylos. They can play with the Chang'o.
Yeah, Hylos should be the first pick
there you
here.
go. There you go.
For Geo Esports. The answer now is, will they go for the Lolita this time or the Kaja? But Akai, I think, is also an important pick for Sunsparks to go with the Masha. Masha is also a deny pick. I think we also see a lot of Sunsparks plays with the Masha. They will consider the Kaja, however.
Okay. I'm seeing it. I'm seeing it now. They will go for the Claude.
Kaja.
Team Sunsparks.
Team Sunsparks wants
this
to
is
go
the
for the Claude.
this is the JP Claude.
Okay. Now Geo
JP Claude or Granger, I don't know. But again, Geo Esports, like what you said, they can pick the Chango again.
Yeah, Chango to go with the Hylos. Makes a lot of sense. They can also consider getting their Thams.
Yep.
You saw that? Okay. Thams
Like that. Okay. Okay.
Your team is picking.
Okay.
So it's Thams Esmeralda. Thams will counteract the Masha. And then Geo Esports, this is a smart move. They don't reveal their secondary tank.
They will reveal their core. It's either KLBJ or the JP Kimi right here. But I do like the opening for Team Geo. They're forcing out Sunsparks in this draft. That is a good ban for Team Geo right here. So what Sunsparks need is a burst hero, or probably a hero that can match up the tempo of the Kimi push and the Masha push.
So this is either a Baksha or a Lolita ban by Sunsparks, or maybe they can ban out maybe Baksha, and then get the Lolita
for themselves.
Vice versa.
Yeah.
But Sunsparks, I also think that they can go for a Lilia pick themselves. Like you said, Lolita is going to be banned. So this could mean Chang'o or Lilia for Sunsparks.
Yeah, let's see.
Or Baksha.
Or Baksha.
What we said.
Probably.
Yeah, we don't know.
They're
and
not
Akai is also a choice for Sunsparks, by the way. They play it perfectly well. They play it with the Kimi many times.
And it counters the Glorious Pathway. So I was mistaken. They're not going for the Claude. That is definitely the Kimi composition right here for Sunsparks. Team Geo. Quick picks right here.
Yeah,
very confident.
They don't want to give the Chango. This is perfect for Sunsparks. It would have been perfect for Sunsparks. Now, what will be your hero, Sunsparks? So Gushan is a choice for sure, but
Granger.
No way. Are they gonna go for the double marksman? This is such a classic, if ever.
Yeah.
You know what?
They need to go for a mage, I think.
Okay.
Okay, it will be definitely be a marksman.
So
okay,
the double marksman composition you play the Kimi as your pusher, and we kind of play her as a mage in a way. But more importantly, you play the Kimi as the objective taker this time. So it's gonna be either a mage killer or a mystery shop.
Yep.
And then she will focus on getting magic items instead and go for the magic damage, and then rely on your Granger to finish the game. Sunsparks, I don't suggest this at all.
Yeah, me too. Me too. Team GU clearly had this draft due to the fact they picked the Chango and the Diggy. The Diggy clearly counters that Divine Judgment and of course the Akai Hurricane Dance whenever they do layer it with the Glorious Pathway.
Oof.
This is looking bad for Team Philippines right now, but Team GU really looking strong. It's all up to the early game right here for Akel BJ. He's known with his Kimmy, especially with the outplays.
Oh yeah.
So let's see, man. What a series we're having right now.
You know what, Sunsparks, they will show this double marksman strategy, but actually it's not quote-unquote a double marksman because you only played Kimi plus another marksman, right? So what you do here, this is like a throwback to last year's or maybe earlier this year's meta in MPL in the Philippines. Particularly the double marksman strategy where you have the Kimi as the pusher with the mage killer, and it will indeed be the case. Before that, let's introduce our players. It's going to be Geo Esports on the blue side with Was on this Hylos, Libra on this Thams, June on this Esmeralda, sorry, Homies on this Chango, and Aura on the Diggy.
Here you go, Renjo will be using the Smash Fuziken as the Akai, JP on this Granger, Reflesha on this Kaja, and like what you said, the Mage Killer on KLBJ. KLBJ will be going in the mid lane. I do feel that Sunsparks won't go for any type of clash. They clearly have the split push advantage here because of the Masha and the Kimi. So let's see, because they are playing it very safe as they will get their own jungle. Look at this.
Yeah.
3 heroes from each teams having that first wooden mask.
I'm really concerned about how Sunsparks will approach this, right? Because what really will happen is that if they fail their pushes in the early game, they're gonna be left in the mid game with the Kimi and a Granger.
Yeah. And
without enough farm.
Yep.
And they can be run over by the Chango and the Esmeralda.
And they lack damage. And
they definitely
damage.
lack the damage and,
need
sustainability.
They need to move right now. That is the flicker from the Kaja. This is quite an early push from Team Sunsparks. There you go. That is the first tower of the game. They're opening up the jungle side here in the bottom lane. There is a rotation coming in from Geo Esports, but Sunsparks will just use the recall and back away, immediately getting the crab coin. And wow, quite a spider sense right there.
Spider sense is tingling for KLBJ.
Yeah.
Fuziken is here. They know. Look at this.
They know
exactly that you're there. You can't hide from me, says JP.
I've seen the future.
I've seen the future.
Here we go. This is quite a safe rotation from the Skimmy. Unfortunately for Sunsparks, the turtle landed in the top lane, spawned in the top lane. So Team Geo Esports can clearly set this up. Chango and Diggy just still farming in the bottom lane, hoping to get their ultimates up. We are now having the first turtle dance of this game. There you go.
Oh, there is a very nice dodge, but of course the first time is their mashup from the left side, threatening Geo Esports. So this is happening. The Chango farms down the bottom lane, and Sunsparks, it's gonna be important for them to secure the following objective.
Yes.
Because you know what? Even when they already took down a turret, there's still no lead in terms of gold. It's just 100 gold, and that's actually nothing.
Yeah, they don't have any assassins here. They don't have anyone to deal with all these tanky heroes coming in from Geo Esports. That is the Glorious Pathway layered up with the meteor shower. That is the first blood onto the Diggy, but again, the Chango will get that turtle's egg. Here we go. More clashes still. Oh my, KLBJ, he is trapped, but he will land all these bullets for the side of Sunsparks.
Oh no, JP with the flicker.
Coming in from Sunsparks. That is the reverse time. 3 heroes are falling down for the side of Geo Esports. 4-1 in favor of the Philippine team.
And now this is the lead. We will see the highlights of the instant replay brought to you by U Mobile. A very good glorious pathway, but even better, this usage of the ultimate from the Akai. It's not about pinning down your opponent, it's not about making chaos. And look at KelVJ with a nice find on the Hylos, nice positioning. And they do have the Divine Judgment as well. The flicker play from JP to secure the kills. Amazing team fight from Sunsparks.
Amazing Hurricane dance, like what you said, for Fuzaken, separating Geo Esports because they do want to group up inside that glorious pathway.
Yeah. Then again, Geo Esports, they're still evening up in terms of the economy.
You're right.
This
you're
is
right.
what is scary about Sunsparks. They want to control the early game, but they are able to take down the turret, but they're not making their lead.
Yes,
And now Renzo going to be trapped in a very hard spot. Does have the movement speed, will dodge the falling Star Moon and get away from the angry members of Geo Esports.
Team Geo, they're now forcing team fights because they know no one can contest the sustain of their 4 heroes. You have the stars from this Digi to zone out the minions. You have the lifesteal from the Tams, but Sunsparks with a clutch pick-off right there to open up the 17 seconds spawn coming in from this turtle.
So slowly Geo Esports are also making their real estate or taking their own share of the real estate of the map. As you can see already, they are the ones who were able to take 2 turrets, while Sunsparks already only taking 1. And now Libra against Renzo. This is completely a totally different clash from the previous game.
Yeah.
Where it was Libra to take the Thams.
But again,
the Masha, I mean.
but again, because of the wild power, Renjo will just run away from that Thams. And right now, we have ourselves an even playing field. Oh my! 1 by 1, that is killing spree from Fuzaken. Will Geo Esports force a fight? June hitting nothing but germs right here. Sunsparks, another good pickoff.
A good pick-off from Sunsparks, not punished. I think that what you need to do right now is, yeah, you get a pick-off, but you have to take another objective. Fuzaken actually jumps, but will be pulled by the reverse time this time. Of course, KelVJ with the turtle take. Who's gonna take this? It's gonna be the Granger.
It's gonna be Granger.
To get the turtle this time, securing more goal for Sunsparks. Very nice ultimate, but the time's journey will be there. Meteor Shower committed as well with the glorious pathway. Fuzaken, will he fall? Yes, he will.
He will. That is clearly a shutdown. Ara is falling low. KelVJ, does he have the rocket?
No,
he will not use it. 3-6. Geo Esports, they do want to come back, but was overstaying in the mid lane.
Okay. It was actually really surprising. Now they find a Chango, then they have the Rhapsody. Double kill from coast to coast. Sunsparks gets the kill on the mid lane and the top lane.
It's about the pickoffs right now for Team Philippines. Geo Esports, they need to be very careful. They do want this 5-on-5 wombo combo kind of play style, but Sunsparks, like we've said in the previous draft, they won't force it. They will just go for picks and they will go for split like this.
Oh yeah. This time Renzo is feeling it. He knows he does have a little bit of advantage over his opponent in terms of man fighting, and he wants to force the counter Inferno. However, Libra just stayed under the turret, disciplined enough. Now, of course, Death Sonata
layered in with the rocket.
Oh my goodness. Long range attacks, long range siege.
Long range siege.
The artillery.
The artillery is real. We're playing FPS right now.
Sunspark says, this is war.
This
and we have the ammunition. Look at the damage they have with the turrets. Just a little bit of bullets in there is enough. Water Inferno already burned. And there is another follow-up. Sunsparks. Again, JP.
Again, man, time and time again. They're picking off one for from Geo Esports. Just like what DJ Khaled said.
Another one.
Another one.
Top
8
lane
minutes
though.
in, man. We're not even seeing any form of 5-on-5s.
Now, on top, you have to take note, Esmeralda's applying some pressure on the turret. But Sunspark says, no, we don't want to take the turret this time.
Just baiting out skills.
Turtle, I mean.
We need Turtle. Okay, another last hit for the Kai. And man, another one. Hylos falling down.
Geo Esports, they're reverting back to their Game 1 performance where they are so separated around the map. They have to take note, they have the Esmeralda and Chango. This is such a very big lineup in terms of taking the team fights at early game, but this time, Sunsparks, they have achieved their early game goal.
Yeah, but Sunsparks right now, with the lead that they have and the power spikes, of course, with the items, Reflesha even getting this concentrated energy. If ever you are Geo Esports and you have this melee composition in you, if you dive as an Esmeralda and if you like chase Sunsparks, before you even get near to them, there's a lot of chunk of damage
already dealt
to you.
Exactly.
Like this, look at Aura. Look at this chick. That's a rocket, and he will miss.
Not just the
there
rocket.
You go!
What a flicker blade that says Esmeralda down already. Sunsparks with a big up, and they're not done. They found a Chango as well. 2 of the cores and the turret as well. The tempo from Sunsparks is just way too good. Glorious Pathway gonna be paving the way for Geo Esports to bounce back or retreat as well. But Libra finally wins the 1v1 fight up top.
And another one. And another one.
It's all
about
the big ups. And kill BJ.
Sunsparks.
This double marksman strategy.
Oh my. Open fire for Sunsparks. Kill BJ and JP.
They're firing at will this time. Sunsparks, they said to Geo Esports, this is war and we are winning it. We have the better ammunition. We have the better artillery.
Yes.
And you cannot survive this bombardment from Sunsparks.
Oh my, look at this. 2 marksmen chasing a fighter right here. The homies will answer with his own meteor shower. But you're not using guns. You're not using guns.
It's all about the stars.
It's all about the stars. It's all about the guns.
But then again, fantasy will not help Geo Esports win this war against Sunsparks. While that happened, Masha, the guerrilla tactic from this Masha, able to take the Lord.
Okay, here we go once again.
Oh, look at this.
Hurricane Dance. He will pop in the ultimate of the Diggy to cancel it out. But the damage is just too huge for Sunsparks. You even have the Ice Queen Wand from Kill BJ to slow out enemies. 4-15. They do have the Lord right now, and they're knocking at the doors of Team Geo Esports.
Top lane, Masha able to take out the turret. This time, another flicker blade from Reflection. Doesn't matter if it's Hylas, they take him down. The Revitalist is not going to be enough. Look at this, JP with the Death Sonata against the Esmeralda, gets the double kill. Can they get more? Yes, the tap is there. JP with another play. Triple kill for this guy. And they're not done. Time's journey. It's not going to be enough. Oh, look at this, the Maniac. JP. The winning play.
Game.
We mentioned earlier that all he needed was that meditation.
The meditation, the Zen
Reflection wants
mastery.
to kiss him this time.
Oh my, Sunsparks.
You're gonna have to give 90% of your prize pool
to JP. Mr. Leather Goods, coach.
Oh
but
my
again, man, we were mistaken. We've said that Geo Esports had a better draft. They can pull off this early game aggressiveness due to the fact that they have Esmeralda, they have homies, but Sunsparks pulling off a very uncanny Kimi rotation right here. 3-0-13 for KLBJ, and we've seen lots of pickoffs here.
Yeah,
a lot of pickoffs.
You know what? You mentioned that Geo Esports had the better draft. I would say they had a better early game, but they did not play according to their draft. They were far too separated from one another. And Sunsparks just played too good this time. They used the siege potential that they have. There was a time where they were evening up in terms of the gold, but this is the clash where the control of the game tipped in favor of Sunsparks. Also, you have to take note, the Granger is the one who you should be looking at in this specific clash because he was able to land 2 kills. And more importantly, that is Bounty Hunter that was available for the Granger. So it allowed JP to actually snowball in this game.
And he's using it for initiation every time the Death Sonata
bullets.
The coast-to-coast kills. Every time it lands. Man, you need to give it also to the Kaja.
Oh, the Fuzaken with the Kaja is just way too amazing this time.
It's Reflesha. It's Reflesha with the Kaja.
Oh yeah, Reflesha. Yeah.
Oh, yes.
And Fuzaken with this place.
Well, all of these surprise divine judgments like
Exactly,
this,
like
the last one with the flicker of that wrist.
Look at JP.
Look at JP manning up to 4. Very confident right there.
Rondo against the wall. And of course, the crits are real. The Maniac to be secured. The maximum distance of the Rhapsody, just the tip was all he needed.
Yes. Sunspark securing 4 points in this group stages.
And you know what? Reflesha tried to kiss JP. JP says, I can dodge. I can dodge many skill shots. I can dodge your kiss.
Man.
Wow, that was
Sunsparks,
amazing.
man. Okay, the Zen mastery and of course the chemistry coming in from this team. What a game, man.
What a game.
What
we
a
have
game, man.
an interview coming up. I'm excited to hear more about this, so please take it away.
Hey guys, it's Getting Q here at the interview site once again with Revelation once more off of a great win. I just gotta ask. I think everyone is kind of questioning what happened in Game 2. Like, what happened there?
The draft of the Geo gave us a lot of pressure, especially Chang'e and Lilia. They can push while defending their teammates.
I mean, that's some great insight so far, but it looks like you guys have almost pretty much secured your spot into the playoffs here. So I have to ask, like, who's the biggest competitor that you're looking to, like, completely knock out of the tournament this time around?
In the bracket or the whole playoffs?
Just in playoffs in general.
Okay, I think it will be Onic PH.
Oh, so you guys just kind of want to knock them out, one more time to kind of prove to everybody else that, y'all the better team, right?
Yeah, because they always give us a hard time, especially when in tournaments. They can really compete with us.
Absolutely love the confidence. Now, just some final words. What do you have to say to all the fans back in the Philippines? Give them something.
I'll speak in Tagalog.
No worries.
Yeah. Sa lahat na nanonood, thank you sa pag-suporta sa Sunsparks. At saka suportahan nyo rin bukas yung Onic. Pinoy tayo, Pinas lang malakas. Shoutout sa family ko, sa girlfriend ko si Rizzy, tsaka kay boss Bren.
Dude, great words. Thank you, Revelation, for the interview. We're going to throw it back to the caster's desk.
Thank you so much, Gideon, and of course, Reflesha. Do you want us to translate that?
Yeah, translate it. What did he say?
You want me to translate what he said? Good luck to all of the teams.
Exactly.
Good luck to all
he said a lot of words, but all it meant was good luck to all
of
the teams. Exactly.
Oh my. We're not biased here, guys. We're supporting each team and we respect each team.
Yeah.
So, man, like what you've said, they were clearly outdrafted in game number 2. So
exactly.
This means that Geo Esports, they can still take more points.
Oh, definitely.
In this group.
Good thing that you asked that, and good thing that you mentioned that, because I think that Geo Esports, they have a lot of potential in them.
Yes,
we saw that in game number 2. In game number 3, they just have to be true to their draft. It's amazing.
And it proves Moon wrong, because Geo Esports, they don't just play football.
Yeah.
They play ML.
They play ML. Excited to see if they can play Bruno next time. That will be after the break. However, we're going to jump into a quick break for M1 Finals. The Connection, thanks you a lot for listening to us. We'll see you after this.
Nails done. Girls with their nails done.
They told us that it's just a game. That nothing will ever come out of it. That it won't bring us fame or glory. That it won't make our country proud. They told us to stop wasting our time. Well, let them say all they want. We'll prove it to them. We'll be the champions. Mobile Legends Bang Bang World Championship 2019. M1.
You may have been denied. You may have hit rock bottom. You may have been craving for the lights. Now, all strive for one goal.
Taking that life of the Akai as well. There picks up the jump on the Esperanza.
Put your hands together for the champion.
Do you have what it takes to be a champion worthy of the highest glory? may have been denied. You may have hit rock bottom. You may have been craving for the lights. Now, all strive for one goal.
Taking that life of the Akai as well. There comes the jump on the Emerald.
Put their hands together for the champion.
Do you have what it takes to be a champion worthy of the highest glory?
Welcome back to the Mobile Legends World Championships. Here is the day of truth, because why we're going to be seeing a lot of these teams here fighting for the final slots to head in towards the playoffs. And of course, remember to catch every battle, stream like Craig, get unlimited data for all apps with Gila Unlimited GX30 only with U Mobile. My name is ICBaby12. Join with me is the handsome Gideon Q. Gideon, how are you?
I'm doing good. I'm doing good. We just saw a really exciting game with Geo Esports against Sunspark, and Geo actually snagging one game off of Sunsparks, which to me is like, oh dang, that's not bad.
Yeah, I like how you asked the question as well. What happened in game number 2? You know, honestly speaking, I wasn't expecting that as well, but still, it was a valuable time. Anything goes in the tournament itself, right?
Exactly.
We are at the world stage now. All of these teams are here competing at the highest level of competitive gameplay in Mobile Legends.
Well, this is actually pretty important because that one game might have just opened up the group a little bit more for Geo in their chances of actually gaining that top, you know, at least breaking into at least the bottom of the playoffs. Sorry, the lower bracket of the playoffs.
Yeah, lower bracket.
That's the word I was trying to get for. But yeah, but if they're going to do that, Geo is going to need a 2-0 against Evil Esports here.
Ooh, that is going to be a tough one here, but we saw how Evil Esports was able to give Todak a run for their money. It was a really close attempt as well. Very similar to how Geo Esports went with also Sunspark as well, right?
Yeah.
So these games, now they have to beat here. The winner of this series here is going to be, you know, the one that has the slight chance to make it into the lower brackets of the playoffs, right?
Yep.
And seeing how Geo Esports and Evo Esports here, both of these teams have kind of like a signature heroes from coming from these teams, right? Like I think
sure.
Husky did mention about the meta pick, right? The mainstream, the signature meta. We had the Zaz, we had the Jawhead on previously as well. But from here, Evo Esports, I feel it's going to be their Zaz. And from Geo Esports, I kind of feel like it might be, we might see a couple of maybe a Derov pick into this game here. We didn't see it in previous games, but during the qualifiers, they brought out the Derov for themselves.
Well, honestly, I think both teams are kind of prepared. And and honestly, this is after watching the couple of games for both Evil Esports as well as Geo Esports. I'm excited to see how they're going to play this out because, again, they have two very separate different play styles. They're not following the standard meta that most of us are used to. If they're going to go all out, they are willing to go double mage. Even if it doesn't, even if it just denies your opponent, they can still pull it off, as we saw with Sunspark. And the same thing for Evil Esports. Like, they were playing a really good game.
Yeah.
Overall, I just think, however, that, you know, it's a clash of play styles. But maybe, just maybe, Evil Esports might be able to snag a win here.
Yeah, definitely here. And Masha, definitely a hero you've got to be watching out for as well. And I think Geo definitely did pulled off a really, really nice Lilia play as well.
Yes.
Not many teams actually prioritize playing the Lilia here. And we see a lot of teams just completely forgetting about this hero, which just brings so much value into the mid to late stage of the game. Not the fatigue stage, but mid to late here. This is where Lilia really shines the most, just because he was able to dish out a lot of control in terms of overall damage, which is really nice. And Geo Esports is going to be capitalized on that here. So I feel like it's all about how well they understand each other's playstyle and how they come out on top of that. So I'm a little bit excited to see who will be the victors coming from this series, coming from Geo Esports and also Evo Esports.
Well, no matter what, I think you should expect a lot of bloodshed to go around.
Oh, yeah.
A lot of very early game aggression from both sides. We're just going to have to see what the draft is. So maybe we can kind of predict when that first blood is going to happen. Is it going to be 2 minutes or 1 minute? Well, maybe who gets the Grok might actually add up to that question.
Yeah, definitely here. And I feel like Evo Esports really... and one thing about Geo and Evo Esports, well, they both kind of prioritize the Digi pick into the final phase here. And there are not many teams actually prioritize Digi a lot, right? These two teams are the teams that actually play a lot of Digi. In those regards, we saw a couple of rewind there, which is really nice coming from both these teams. Unfortunately, it just didn't pay off too much for me, honestly speaking. I feel like it contributes a lot in terms of control in the early phase, but into this later stage here, the clutch time journey is what they need to close things out. But I feel like
there are a lot of teams trying to figure out how to overstep their boundaries in these regards, but you know, it's just a one-time thing. You bait out time journey, it's pretty much done. And in this case, Hylos brings out a lot in terms of that value, where you just give this glorious pathway, it just goes in, and then like, yeah, your time journey is up, it's okay. I'm just having slows, so what? I just want my movement speed to disengage, re-engage, and situations like that, which he contributes a lot in all these team fights.
I think I agree, but I think, you know, when it comes to like the counter matchups, especially against the Hylos, people are saying like, oh yeah, you know, you can like take him out easily if you have something you know, big and tanky, big and beefy, but then the Revitalize comes in, and then the big question is like, oh, can we actually chunk this guy out? Like, and so far, I think the best answer, in my personal opinion, that has a lot of versatility, is going to be the Akai. I think Akai is an overall better counter pick. It's just an overall better counter pick because it pushes you out of the Revitalize. It's like, hey, you want to abuse it? Nope, I'm just going to yank you out of there, lock you in, and you still have the flexibility of just going on other people.
Yes, definitely here. I agree with the Akai pick here, but one thing I want to actually mention as well, when I was bringing up towards the point of Diggy, right? You saw how Todak was able to kind of like counter against the Diggy play just by having those Valir just pushing you back. Yes, you know, you force the time journey here, you bait out like, let's say, a Hurricane Dance from Akai. Yeah, we're going to dive on you with the Diggy. So what? I'm just going to keep pushing you back non-stop, where your time journey is kind of like a one-off thing, whereas the spells coming from Valir just does a lot. But the only downside would be that it's super squishy until the mid to late stage.
Yeah, I definitely agree there. I mean, even though he is, I mean, both sides are really super squishy, to be perfectly honest. But I think what it really came down to is just experience overall. And I think Todak, in that particular matchup, they had the experience of knowing when they can take a fight. And the moment that time journey was down, it's like, all right, here's the green light. We have a very clear way of just winning the fight without having to really contest much. So it's about the efficiency of their spells. However, in this matchup, I'm not so sure whether that's going to be the same case. It's going to look like it's going to be in mechanics. It's going to be like a lot of bloodshed. I'm more interested to see what the side lanes are going to offer. Like you said, the Dairoth. You know, we saw the Thamos recently, and I don't know. I'm really hoping that one of these teams decides to bring out the Fanny.
Maybe, you know, the Fanny has been off the meta for quite some time here, considering that Kufra is almost 100% banned except for today, right? Except for today. Previous days, everything was just ban. We saw one time Kufra on day number 1, but that's about it. After we saw the power of the Kufra, everything just completely slid off. But today, surprising enough, that matchup against Sunsprout with Toda, Kufra was kind of like let go all the way through. Same goes for Xbox in a way. But I feel like the Kufra is going to be like the key player here. If you're talking about Fanny, right? That's one of the greatest counter. Like, excluding Ling, who is kind of not allowed to be played in this tournament as well. But if Ling is brought as well, Ling is like the new replacement to Fanny for me.
Well, yeah, I don't disagree with you. I definitely don't disagree. Her abilities and kit is just really, really useful overall. But, you know, I'm thinking about, like, you know, the good old days where it's like, if you're going to pick Fanny, it's like, easily, I'm just going to lock in Saber. And it's like, ooh, now this game just became way more interesting. And that's what I'm kind of hoping for both Geo and Evil Esports, who kind of just want to play their own game. Like, meta, whatever. As long as I get to, like, completely crush your game plan by disrupting it, by taking your picks, by counter-picking, like, that's the way to go. Like, good for them.
I know the Saber is, like, off-meta, it's the kind of thing. But when there was a time when I just met a Saber, I'm like, hey, it's just a Saber. But when he gets those, like, 4 slaughter items, okay, he can literally one-shot you with 1 out. I'm like, okay, so I can see where you're getting at. But unfortunately, say it's kind of like not on the meta. But if we really do see it, I'll be like, whoa.
I'm expecting not meta from both of these teams. Like, if there was a time to not expect the meta, it's right now between Geo Esports and Evil Esports.
True.
Like, the stats that we were given based on them, their win rates on particular champions, on particular heroes, is really weird. Like, all of a sudden you have strange picks like the Fanny, you have strange picks, you know, Dairoth here and there, Mincetar once in a while. It's like, all right, if you're willing to bring these up, especially in pro play and the qualifiers, I'm excited to see what it's like against each other. But looks like we're going to be going straight into the draft. You guys have been waiting a little bit too long, and I'm excited to bring you these games. Let's begin the draft.
Well, speaking of drafts here, Geo, what are they going to be banning off here? Are they going to be starting off with the Grok ban on pretty standard brands, or are we going to see specific bans? Seems to me it's going to be the Xbox ban right off the bat.
I think meta or not meta, Xborg is just a complete terror to deal with. Just get him out of the way, man.
I know, right? We saw how many times Xbox has one of the highest win rates out of all 3 days, right? I think the only Xbox were kind of lost. They kind of lost was the game against Horak, I think. was it?
Yeah. No, they actually won that game against
they actually
Toad.
won
Yeah,
too.
they won that game as well with the expert support, there. But yeah, Masha gonna be the next ban, followed up by the Harith
Your
from
team is
Geo. It
banning.
looks like, I mean, Geo overall just doesn't like dealing with Harith or Xborg one way or another. Get those out of my face. Evil Esports are like, all right, split push, no, just no, stop.
Yeah. Definitely, and yeah, sorry, it wasn't Todak, it was actually Evo Esports who actually lost against Todak. So that was pretty much the only time I saw an Xbox. Not that I can remember, but still, that's the only time that I saw actually the Xbox really lost, so I'm not surprised why
Your
they actually
team
banned
is
it off.
picking.
Kaja as well, we saw how Geo was able to pull that game against Sunspark in a way, but we know how powerful the Kaja is.
Rock.
But no, Geo going to be
Your
prioritizing
team
the Grok
is
here, so
picking.
Hynos is going to be immediate secure from Evo Esports for sure.
Yeah, interesting. They want to play meta. They want to have the Grok on their hands. I think that's kind of a no-brainer there. Evil Esports most likely going to lock in the high loss, but what are they going to pair it up with? Because here's the question. Kufra is up on the table. If they lock in double tanks here, the problem is they're not going to hold back a counter pick for later on, and that allows Geo Esports to be like, oh, I can lock in Chang'e if I
Yeah,
wanted
Chang'e,
to.
Lolita, right? So in this case, it's going to be a
Chang'e.
yeah. I
Your
was about to
team
say, like,
is
you know,
picking.
if you take the Kufra or Hylos, right, you know, okay, Geo is automatically going to take the Chang'e and Lolita, but in this case, Evo Esports going to be taking the Chang'e and Lolita for themselves, leaving up the Hylos for themselves. So in this case, we feel like, Geo, it's all up to you. Are you going to guys take the Kufra, or are you guys going to take the Hylos? That's what I feel like Evo Esports answer towards them.
Exactly, and it's not really like there is no winning situation here. You just lost your counter pick, which is still fine. I mean, there's Boxia on the table, but I don't think Geo or Evil Esports kind of want to force that out because then you're losing so much utility, like compared to something like a Kufra. And I think Leomon is a particularly interesting pick here because he knows like I need to get to that back line. I need to kind of like have a lot of utility while still looking to clean up the team fights.
Your
and I think this is a
team
great
is
way to
banning.
answer it. Evil Esports playing very meta here, sticking with the carry, making sure that, no matter how strong your tanks are, I will chunk them out.
Definitely. And speaking of which here as well, instantly picking the carry here just deals really well against Grok as well as the Kufra here, just because they have this high HP percentage, right? So the Lightning Wheel definitely pierces through very
Your
easily
team is
from the side
banning.
of Evo Esports. So high loss instantly banned here, no more S tier banks for the side of Evo Esports. This is something they have to worry about as well. Fortunately for them, they still have the Lolita, but in terms of creep clear potential, they need something in the pool. Like, I wouldn't be surprised to see a Diggy, it's not the best creep clear, at least you can poke it from a safe distance, right?
Yeah, and more importantly, it's like it just renders Kufra useless. He comes in, it's like, oh, I'm gonna make the big play, pops in that time journey, and it's like, well, not as effective as I thought I'd be.
I'm a bit worried here from side Evo Esports because they don't exactly have a really strong front line, except for Lolita, considering that Lolita is like a defensive frontliner, right? So in this case, I was
team
expecting
is
for
picking.
them to actually pick like Esmeralda, but seeing how they have the Chang'e, I'm worried here. They need something to actually protect this Chang'e from getting cut off, especially from the Kufra dives and also the Grok dive. So in this case,
Your
it is
team
going to be
is
a
picking.
Cho pick.
I
So,
like-
Fighter Cho? Tank Cho. Tank Cho. I think.
I like the
Tank
fact
Cho.
that they're flexing it because now it's an option. You can go either way, and they're posing the question to Jiro. It's like, hey, we have this show. We're not looking to counterpick. However, we know that it's a good matchup against Leomord anyway. And if we don't like the matchup in our tank section, we can just switch it out with something else. So I think this is a win situation for Evil Esports. Geo going to be locking in the Bruno, hovering over the Kagura. They have plenty of options. I mean, Lunox is on the table, but they
Kagura.
want that AOE.
Nah,
Your
definitely going to be
team
playing the
is picking.
Kagura for them. Like, I've seen their qualifiers as well. Their Kagura is a mean here. They tentatively play those kind of catch potential where they go in for team fights. They don't exactly commit to a 5 versus 5, but they commit into like a split push here. But Baxia definitely something that they needed here. I talked about the frontline tanks, right? They needed a Baxia at least. It's not exactly the greatest creep clear, but at least it's just someone that soaks up a lot of damage and just can push back whatever aggression that Joe's is offering.
Gatot was on the table.
True.
Franco was on the table. Akai was on the table. Like there were a lot of options, and they decided to go for Baxia. I think they have a reason for it. I just can't put two and two together here. Are they looking to go for like backline flanks and kind of hold them there? That's why I'm kind of like a bit iffy on this Baxia pick overall. I kind of like Geo Esports' composition a little bit more. I think the Kagura is a great way to get past that Lolita, because again, if you lock in something like a Lunox or maybe even a Kimi if it was up, Lolita's just going to put up that shield and be like, what you going to do?
True,
It gets a little difficult.
It's the same for the Hellcurt as well, right? Like, I think it was the game with Todak as well, where the Hellcat almost got his shots actually blocked from the shield, which is a little bit tough here, but fortunately for them, it's not exactly easy to actually land off those shields to block every single shot. But
Exactly.
in this case here, I agree what you're saying as well. So those mage picks here, I'm not too sure how they're going to be playing this out, but yes, I agree with you on a point where Geo has the slight advantage just because they have this 2 frontline tanks that just contribute so much in creep clear and just have a lot of aggression coming from them, whereas compared to Lolita and also the Baxia, yes, you can cut the backlines, you can set up a lot of damage output, but these are not the heroes that just would stand still and just take up whatever damage that Baxia is going to be dishing out though.
Agreed. I think personally, I think where it got really interesting when they decided to lock in the carry
Reaches
very
the
soon, but
battlefield.
let's get straight into the
Smash
game and
them.
talk about it a little bit more as Geo Esports is
troops
up against
deployed.
Evil Esports. Brazil versus Turkey. Who's going to take this game away?
Well, speaking of which, starting off, Chang'e is going to be on the mid side here alongside Kagura. Not too often we see this kind of mid matchup, but still, we have seen wonders coming in from the qualifiers of Turkey as also the qualifiers from Brazil. So Evil Esports and Geo Esports, that's how they got here. They are playing their signature heroes right now.
Evil Esports already going for a very early wave cut as well as contesting the buff. Wow, that's a little early here. And it looks like they're not going to get too much support from the other side of the map. Kufra, they're willing to sacrifice bot tier 1. They steal it away as 5 members and peel backwards. Okay, it's looking good, but they need to net profit themselves. They're going to take the rest of the jungle.
Yeah, I'm worried here because right now, like
They
you
just
said,
lost
5
it.
members stealing the buff here from the side of Evil Esports, and Geo Esports will get a free tower with only the Bruno and Kufra pushing that tier 1. And that's a pretty early one here. Gold Crab getting contested from Evil Kaze as well. Bottom side, the Crab actually getting stolen also from Evil Esports. So losing a tier 1, fortunately for them, they will still get 2 Gold Crabs in favor of Evil Esports.
Let me just reiterate what the priority, maybe it's just me, the priority for EXP over a torrent of global gold. So they earn themselves an extra 500, 100 over each of the members. Like, well, let's see how this plays out.
Oh, it's going to scale over time here, but the buff here will be secured from Geo. So fortunately for it, they're going to be fine. But nice block here coming from Aura. Catches onto Hitachi, forcing the flicker. Meteor Shower is there coming from Marker. Can he do enough damage? Wrong direction here, but Libra will be coming with salvage here. But the Way of Dragon catches onto. He's going to make it out of here with the King Umbrella. Here comes the Revitalize, keeping Evil Esports at bay here. And now First Blood will be taken out onto the side of Kufra. And they want more Geo Esports. They have to go on a retreat here. The Phantom Scene needs to back out as Libra will back out safely here. Evil Esports came out on top with 1 kill.
This is absolute chaos. Both sides. I'm not too sure why Geo Esports wanted to hold on a little bit longer with the Revitalize. They probably should have retreated a lot earlier. Yes, this was a good chunk out, but they have no way to kind of clear up the fight. The numbers were not their favor. Aura flickers over the wall and then kind of just stands around there. He doesn't need to be there anymore. He just needs to allow his team to escape, pops down the Revitalize, and then it kind of baits the rest of the team to be like, hey, maybe we should go back in. No, they should have completely retreated, allowed Bruno to kind of farm up a little bit more, and maybe put some damage into that tier 2.
Yeah, the Revitalize from Evil Esports was the one that actually made things really well for them. But I agree that as well, Aura had to back off. However, it's not over yet here. Gonna be jumping onto Kaze as well. He's pops the Purify. He's gonna be fine. But Kufra from the back lines, a huge Cyrus raid connects onto 3. They get the kill. Libra finishes him off. Grok commits the kill, and they want the Chang'e. They will take him down. No turtle ball for you, Libra. He's a little bit too low. Luca wants to finish him off. Will he be able to heal himself up? Yes, he's gonna try to break a dodge for it. Libra making a run. Here comes the sun. Luca, will he finish off the shield as well from him? He's not dead yet, Libra. He's making a run. What a save from Aura. Luca, what a dodge. Here comes the shield again. Luca, what are you doing? You're gonna go down. But Libra, here comes the rest of the cavalry here from the side of Evil Esports. But he's not dead. He eventually goes down. Geo Esports, they bought a 4-man commitment up top.
All right, this game is going in an interesting direction. The rest of Geo Esports holding out on their own. But again, I was talking about chaos since the beginning, and yes, this is exactly what we were looking for.
Oh my, they still overcommitted their stay from inside Geo Esports. Evil Esports managed to punish them here, but at the same time, that play right there bought Homie some time to get some farm, but in this case, Purify gets forced up and he gets taken down. So all that hoo-ha was all for naught now.
Yeah, and now Evil Esports have really reclaimed their gold lead back. And Geo Esports, all the effort that they've been putting on, that might have actually hurt them. They got that first initial turret. They haven't been farming their jungle very efficiently, and now they're at a deficit at both gold as well as EXP.
Yep, Evil Esports here with the Bucks. Yeah, we know he's one of the most mobilized tanks in this game as well. He's so easy to rotate here. However, here comes the Cobra. He's going to try and pick a fight against Luca, but he'll pop the ultimate and make a run for it.
Yep, the Tortoise Resistance dropped already. Wow, Waz is taking a lot of damage. Itachi is in a lot of trouble here. The momentum has already been put on, but he has to force the flicker himself out. I think they honestly should go for a lane swap here to allow Bruno to break that tier 1.
Definitely. Nicely done there from Itachi as well, forcing out big ultimates coming from Geo Esports. And because of this, they buy a little bit more time to actually snowball their way through. But now was getting chased off here. But here comes the Cobra. It is a setup. Does it able to connect here? Unfortunately, it doesn't. They have to force themselves to disengage. But Aura will get chunked down from the Meteor Shower. The Turtle Bra from Mocker. And Ash will catch out the Kagura. Where's the Widow Dragon? Yes, it is. He catch one. Libra, you're in trouble as well. Live right. Revitalize has been used as well as Evil Esports. They're coming on top. They're going to snowball their way through the game. And Baxia catches on Bruno. Bruno, where are you running, my friend? Where are you running?
Rest of the team is pulling up as Evil Esports after winning a convincing team fight 3K ahead. They need to start getting these objectives. Top tier 1 will be going down as well as Mocker. He's making sure that he's cutting down Libra. Libra's in trouble. Aura, great play. Comes and flickers in, making sure Itachi, he's not going to be making it out of there. And now Luca's in trouble as well. Great play coming out of Kufra.
Nicely done there with the flicker. Tyrant's Rage here, and now he's going to steal off the goal as well. Nicely done coming from Geo Esports. All hope is not lost yet, but let's take a look at the replay right here.
One more time. Look at that.
Flicker.
Oh! So clean. So clean.
Ouch. That's yummy right there. And because of that, we get to see Evil Esports here. They overextended. They're a little bit overconfident. Did not expect the flicker play here coming from Aura. So in this case, Geo Esports, how would they capitalize on this here? They had the early engagement here, but let's take a look at itemization right now.
Yeah, overall, I mean, everybody's just picking up their... Oh, boy. Oh, Libra's in trouble. Goes down, instantly getting caught out there. Great play coming in from Ash as well. Oh, wait, hold up. Look at the rotations. Here it comes. Waz, he's already putting it into KT, but he has to pull away. He's trying to buy some time to make sure the minions go down, but it looks like Evil doesn't want to go for another risky dive. They learned their lesson.
Alright, he's all by himself. Geo, you have no backup. Where are you going? Bruno is in the vicinity. Hobie is on the top, but here comes the Tyrant Rage. Doesn't go for a stun, but instantly gets bursted down from the Chang'e, and now Nobis is going to be next. Here comes the Way of the Dragon, and he goes down as well. The power of the Chang'e with the turtle buff. Oh my, oh my, oh my.
So much damage coming through, and I think Evil Esports is just so much better in terms of their map awareness because they are catching them off and making sure. Oh, June gets quite a bit of damage, but
Meteor Shower
follows up into the back line. One more time, throw another one into the blender.
Oh my, that power here coming from Mocker, and you saw that how he had the turtle buff is just doing so much damage, right? This is him without the turtle buff, and he just got his glowing one in like less than a minute ago. So this is where he's gonna chunk out a lot of max HP here by Cobra. The Way of the Dragon from Ash catches on Aura. You're all by himself. The Tyrant's Rage. Where's the follow-up? It's too late. It's all down. Here comes the Domino Blast as well. Catches onto Homies. Evil Esports. They're taking towers after towers, objectives after objectives, and Evil Esports, they are the mysterious villain indeed.
Man, wow. This game, I can't even, I don't even know what to say at this point. And at some point, you have to question what's going on here. As now, they're going to take him out. Oh, but he wasn't able to get to the Way of the Dragon. Oh, he was so close to just one-shotting Ash there, but luckily the Way of the Dragon was still in his grasp. The rest of Geo is kind of pulling backwards. They need some breathing room, but Evil Esports 7K ahead. Like, they are willing to drive their lead down Geo Esports' throats.
Oi, oi, oi, oi, oi, Evil Esports. They are the perfect healers indeed. However, we saw the power of Chang'e with the glowing one. This time, he's got an Ice Queen one here. Geo Esports, they have to be careful here. We see the Baxia. Nice stun there coming in from Cobra. Instantly gets shut down. Godlike strike for the Cho. Evil Esports, they take the tier 2. They're looking for more. And Geo Esports, how will they defend against this here? They're trying their best. June getting poked a little bit here from the Chang'e. Here comes Baxia cutting the backline. He wants to catch the Bruno, but Grog forcing the wall charge. And he's going to disengage, but the tier 3 is going to be an objective here from Kamikaze. Evo Esports, they've got the tier 3s. Now they're going to be transitioning into the tier 2 now. But now, here comes the stun on the Libra. Libra, where are you going? Marker is going to meteor shower you. He's going to take one. Now he's looking for more, but all second tier 3 goes down. Immortal up on Baxia and Evo Esports. They're choking Geo Esports all the way through.
Yeah, they're making sure they have the revitalize. It's like they're all refreshed now. Oh, but the Tyrant's wrapped into Tyrant's rage. They actually get one. Aura goes down. The rest of the team continues to progress forward as they are getting completely sieged down. Mockery with that amazing ultimate. He has so much damage packed into one child.
One child indeed. Wall charge being expanded as well. Luminum Blast catches on the one. Chang'e almost bursting down June once again for the second time. But Geo Esports will push back. And Evo Esports, they are going to reset this fight here and prepare for the Lord. That's so. Geo Esports will live to fight another day.
Yeah, but I think they pretty much almost secured this game. 10k gold ahead of their opponents here. All they have to do is kind of just choke them out, do the Lord, and look to push for the end game because Geo Esports is a whole item down.
Oh, that's not for now, but the Lord, they are going to be trying to secure a couple of takeoffs here before transitioning a lot. But Evo Esports, they see the Leomon up top from Libra, and because of that, they are going to try and steal off the buffs. Your Hurricane already up. A Wind Talker already up on the Chang'e, and Mocker, he's gonna be very, very slippery on that later baby child.
Yeah, this is just a complete slugfest here. Now Geo, they've been taking a lot of these risky 50-50s and they haven't been winning them. And because of that, Evo Esports has developed such a large lead, getting a lot more picks, playing the map a little bit better. They're going to get one more catch here. They locked out Aura. Aura's in trouble as the rest of June. He's going to go down instantaneously. Itachi looking at that Numenor Blast, locks down Aura one more time. 2 kills secured, but that's not all. They're going to turn around on Libra, who's trying to make a play, pushing them away to try and clear the waves as he does successfully. Now, it's just a matter of time before this game is over.
The creep wave is coming in. Revitalize being expanded as well. Evo Esports, they're thinking about closing this game. What can homies do? Nice wall block there, but Cho. Ash comes again in the way of the dragon, catches the ground. He's taking the tower, but can they burst him out inside? Yes, they will. Legendary for Mockery. And now, this crystal is going to go down as Evo Esports will take game number 1. Not Mockery, but Mocker the man.
Oh my goodness. The absolute beast here. Absolute beast from both sides. They like to play flashy, that's for sure. They want to make sure they're like, hey, check out this cool trick before I absolutely demolish you here.
Oh, seeing how Mocker was playing there, it reminds me of that childhood horror film that I watched. It's called Chucky.
Oof.
It reminded me of that. Like, look at the damage output. The evil Chucky just...
He's going to hear that. He's going to lock on Angela next game just to be like, I'll show you. You want to see a doll? I'll show you. I'll show you a doll. But yeah, just a good, a complete slugfest for both of these teams. They're taking these risky 50-50s, knowing that their mechanics should be better than this. And every single time, Evil Esports, they managed to start etching it out in this war of attrition, started to develop a lead, completely suffocated them out of the jungle, and that's where it got difficult for Geo Esports to come back into the game.
Yeah, Geo Esports here, like, we know how early aggression they can go with the Croc and the Kufra, right? But unfortunately to say, they need, I think the thing that actually equalized the first phase was that 2 gold crabs that was stolen from Evo Esports, right? They lost the tier 1 tower, they got that 2 gold crab. That was what they actually opened things up to actually equalize the economy a little bit here in the early phase, which allowed them to fare well in the later stage game. But after that, I think it was the early engagement which they kind of messed up here from the side of Geo, where Evo Esports, they will manage to actually capitalize and got so many kills out of it.
I mean, honestly, if I was Geo in this position, and when we look at the stats here, it's overall you can tell a lot of the damage is coming from their members. But more importantly, look here, this was a particular fight that honestly shouldn't have happened. You can see that Bruno on the bottom side had already cleared the wave. He's going to farm some more, disengage from this fight entirely. There is no reason to fight here. The moment you disengage, use the Revitalize to protect yourself, heal up a little bit more, reset. You can allow Bruno to kind of go into another lane, break another tier 1, because remember, it's before that good 6-7 minutes where tier 2 still has that shield. So, might as well take the rest of your tier 1s.
Yeah, definitely here. The Revitalize proved to be a huge factor here. We know that Evo Esports had those kind of sustainabilities to work with, as compared to Geo, where
they don't exactly have Revitalize. They are like a one-hit pony kind of thing.
Oh,
With like
so
here,
good.
even as well, they just won this one-off combo. Imagine if Evo Esports had the Revitalize as well, things would have went a little bit south here. They could actually tank through it just because of how tanky the Baxia and the Lolita is contributing in all this defensive strategy.
Yeah, and overall, this is where the slugfest continues to go on, and that's when Evil Esports, they realize like, oh, we have a lead, and you guys aren't really doing too much. You're just going back into the lanes. You can't force any more fights. Now we're going to slowly suffocate you. Get one pick, okay, go straight into the jungle, take everything away and push you out of it.
Yeah, I really like how they utilize the timings really well here from Side Evil Esports. Like every turtle buff that they get, they abused it to the max up on towards Chang'e, right? And Mocker was just dishing out so much damage on the T5s here. I think it was this one final point as well where they actually committed a fight, where four of them just focusing one, Mocker was just gatekeeping the rest from the south side of this battle, where it was just interesting. Yeah, it was this moment here, you see how Mocker played it. They were committing from the side, he was just gatekeeping his way through with a meteor shower later on. Right here, and everyone was kind of hugged behind the crystal because of that meteor shower.
They all knew what was going to happen. They could see his positioning. They knew it was coming. They felt like it's coming. It came, and then they're like, you know what? We got to back out from this one.
But in this case here, congratulations for Evo Esports for taking game number 1, but they need one more game if they want to stand a fair shot to fight for that lower bracket slot.
Yeah, they really need to keep on winning. I mean, a 2-0 for either one of these teams is really important here, but more so for Evil Esports. And if Geo brings this to at least a 1-1, that kind of denies Evil Esports the opportunity in that sense. So it's kind of like the odds are stacked against you at this point.
Well, actually, not just them here. Both teams are also having their odds stacked against them because both these teams need this 2-1. At least 2-1 if they want to play the safe card and then hopefully get a 2-0 in the following matches.
Yeah, again, we're just going to have to wait and see how these two teams play out. So far, as predicted, it was a slugfest and absolute chaos. I was just surprised that they were willing to take a lot of these fights where they're so confident that even in a 4v5 situation, they're like, you know what? We can do this.
Definitely here. And speaking of which here, the Grok and Kufra was great, but at the same time, I feel like the Bruno and Kagura was a little bit too far off to play a little bit early stage here. We know Kagura transitions really well in the mid to late game, right? They needed someone to dish out damage in the early phase here to pair out with the Grok and also the Kufra. I agree with what you said as well. You said maybe a Lunox, maybe a Kimi would be better, but just because the Lolita pick was just so strong for Evo Esports, it just forced them into the situation where they have to pick the Kagura. They drafted the best of what they could have done around them, but at the same time, execution-wise, it was really tough. It was really tough to pull off with the Kagura.
Yeah, I mean, I can definitely understand if you went even, and I think that was the big question, is like, when do you stop taking these 50-50s? Like, they were so confident every single time that by the time they realized, like, oh, we can't take these smaller trades anymore, like, it's too lethal, they're gonna dive us. That's the moment where they realize, like, oh no, now we're in deep trouble.
Oh yeah, when we talk about Evo Esports gameplay as well, I like that they understood their heroes really well. They played it to the maximum capacity of what they could have done, could have not done as well. If you pay attention to how the Cho was playing as well, where they were just running around, catching those right targets, the way of the dragon. We have been talking so much about the Chang'e, we've completely forgotten about Cho coming from Evo Esports, just catching out all these players from Geo, right? They were just caught up so many times out of position. And Geo, I think, remember that one play up top where they actually overextended the dive from Geo to behind the tier 1, where they just committed fully here, brought so many players all the way top. The fight dragged on for so long from the side of Evo Esports because it was a clutch play from the Leomon, right? Coming from Geo. He bought so much time, but it gave also Evo Esports the time to actually go in for the kill. Yeah, that was kind of like a freebie, I'm going to give it to you. But the reason why they did it was kind of similar to how Todak played against Evo Esports as well, where they had the I think it was the Marsha just running around just buying time, right? The whole intention of it was to buy time for the Bruno to come online from Geo. But unfortunately, as soon as that happened, you saw the Cho and also I think it was Chang'e just came in down, caught off the Bruno, and that was pretty much whatever strat that they tried to do, just threw out the window.
I think that's a really good point and a really good example that you bring up here. The main difference between those two examples, where Todak was running around with the Masha and Geo Esports with the Leomord as well as the Kufra, the main difference was there was a clear objective with Todak because they were having a good push. They were looking to break a specific objective, which in this case was either Lord or a tower. On Geo, on the other hand, it's like you're buying time to farm.
Yeah.
That's not exactly a optimal solution to your problem. You need to be able to start taking out the tier 1s, and I think with Bruno, they did an amazing job breaking a tier 1 less than 2 minutes into the game. That's when you do the lane swap immediately. You could potentially break another turret on the opposite side of the map, and that will keep you even in the game, even if you're giving like 3 or maybe even 4 kills.
Yeah, definitely here. I think it was like they broke the tower in what, like 1 minute 05, 1:05 before, I think almost the crab just spawned, right? Before the river crab actually spawned. So they broke the tower. I was like, huh. I never knew a Kufra and a Bruno could break a tower that easily on the first minute. I'm like, how is that possible?
I mean, they didn't really contest them. Evil Esports is like, you know what? We're gonna send 5 men into their buff. We're gonna deny them EXP. Again, 2 different priorities from these teams. However, Evil Esports won out in the end because Geo got caught out a little too many times and were unlucky on certain 50-50s.
Yes, definitely here. And we're looking forward to see how they're going to be playing this out here, as because right now, Evil Esports, they're in the lead here. They need this 2-0 against Team Geo. But I don't know what kind of strategy that we're seeing here, because Evil Esports, they tried to play the Zaz pick in the previous game against Soda. It didn't work out. Are they going to bring this Zaz pick for this game?
I hope they do. I'd really like to see Zaz back into the game. Evil, making sure, again, don't want to deal with split push. We want to make sure that we can hold our ground. And I think considering what their playstyle was of sending 5 people into the enemy buff side, like, again, a Masha would be pretty detrimental.
A Masha, yeah, definitely here. We saw Evil Esports definitely played the Masha really well. Geo, on the other hand, I don't know. Like, both teams actually play a really good Masha. It just comes down to how well they're going to be drafting each other here. Like, I like how they forced the Lolita Chang'e early on from side Evil Esports, so I wouldn't be surprised if they ban the Chang'e this game. But this leaves up a lot of heroes in the pool. In this case, Kufra is definitely going to be let off the grid once again.
Yeah. I mean, Geo, they don't want to ban out the Chang'e. They could easily hold it up for themselves because they are on red side here. Now, the question is Evil Esports going to hold on to it? Because if they do, it's like, oh, it's going to get instantly counterpick. Is it worth it? Now, we have to go to the next best thing, which is Kufra. Maybe even a Trove if they want to flex out, but most teams won't go for it. But Harith, I completely forgot about it. Still on the table. Early pick, I mean, it has its power.
I didn't like it, but I saw how Torak struggled with it as well. They had one single Kufra, but eventually they still won the game in a way. Sorry, did they win the game? Hold on. Let me see.
Okay, while you look for that, Geo just locked in both Kufra as well as Hylos, 2 power pick tanks here, and I think that's going to make a huge difference. Evil, even though they are wanting to show off the mechanical supremacy with the chill, it's going to be a little bit more difficult now that they have both Kufra as well as the Hylos. They work hand in hand nicely, and if Geo gets the Esmeralda in the next rotation, like, ooh, that's a nasty comp.
Yeah, the Kufra versus Harith, the Kufra still won against the Harith, despite Toda going up against Evil Esports, right? So Evil Esports, they prioritize Harith. They know how to deal with the Kufra early on. But in the late game here, it's definitely going to be a tough thing here. But in this case, the Lunox getting picked off here, and like, okay.
Why? That was the perfect time to pick up an
Esmeralda, right?
That would have been so good. That would have been so good. Okay, fair enough. They take the Lunox. I think it could come down to champ, like what kind of hero pool that they have. I'm going to give them the benefit of the doubt there. Lunox is not bad, but I mean, Esmeralda would have been so nasty. You have the Glorious Pathway. You have the combination with the Emperor's Wrath and Revenge from Kufra. That would have been so good.
Yeah, definitely. I agree on that point here, but at the same time, give them the benefit down here as well. Because I remember, if in case Evil Esports pulls some freaky draft, at least you're not tied out to just getting the Esmeralda, which can't do too much in that regards, which I agree. But at the same time, Evil Esports, they have to figure a way to deal with Lunox here. But Lolita is going to be one of the heroes that they may ban here from side Geo, because it just cancels out whatever Darkany damage being dished out from side Lunox. If and only if they go for it.
Agreed. And I think Geo, they just want to ban out tanks. Like, just get rid of the tanks, limit their options. Yep, Lolita, get rid of that. Don't let Evil have options here. And now they're going to get the first pick. They could go for a Leomord again for themselves, take away a super safe pick, but instead they go for the Kimmy for their marksman.
Wow, marksman Kimmy, very, very long approach here. We've seen the meta shift a little bit here, but marksman Kimmy is still a viable pick here. But fortunately for Geo, I think Geo is the only team that plays Kimmy with a jungle emblem, if I'm not mistaken. Todak plays it as a mage. So if not mistaken, no, actually it was Sunspark that actually played it as a jungle emblem.
Yeah. I mean, if they wanted to, they could go for it, but it looks like they're going to go for 2 secondary tanks. 2 actually really effective tanks here. The Baxia deals, sorry, not with the Kufra, but it deals specifically with the high loss really nicely. The Kanton is a good shout, especially if they are ahead. If they get a lead like they had in the previous game, tower dives are just like on the table.
Whoa!
Your
Whoa!
team is picking.
Whoa! Whoa! Whoa! Okay.
Just go next. It's
Wait.
done. It's done. It's done.
Like, I'm a big fan of Estes, but I've not seen Estes played at the highest tier of competition, and most of the time I see it, it doesn't work out. I agree the Baxia is a fantastic pick just because it deals really well with the high loss, and we know how well the double revitalize or maybe even single revitalize with the high loss, with the Glorious Pathway is insanely strong, right?
Yep,
but
yep.
I think the Estes pick right here, we have the Baxia kind of like a free Durance with the Halberd.
Yep.
Pairing it with the Revitalize, pairing it with the Moon's Blessing coming from Estes. We are talking about double heals versus double heals. And look at this, double Revitalize up on towards the Estes and also the Baxia. Oh my god, this is a crazy draft, but it feels like the perfect draft as well.
Here's my opinion. Evil Esports 100% win team fights. There is no way they're losing team fights unless somebody has slow fingers. Like, if they're playing at the top of their game, there is no way they're losing team fights. Geo Esports, what's really interesting is that their early game is particularly strong. If they don't get a lead and get Hayabusa ahead to create that split push, the game is slowly going to unravel out of their hands towards mid-game onwards. So again, it's about who makes the least amount of mistakes coming into this. They need to play to the win conditions. And for Geo, which I hope they see this, they realize that they cannot win these team fights anymore.
No, I have to agree and disagree at the same time, but you know, Fighter Cho is one of the strongest, hard-hitting fighters in the game as well. I'm a little bit worried here in a sense where they don't exactly have a super tanky fighter, but at the same time, Estes and Baxia kind of compensates that with the double revitalize. So Cho, he can actually go pretty hammer here in this team fights here. I think they may be playing around the Cho a lot rather than playing a lot around this Baxia and Estes pick.
Exactly, but that's the thing. If you're playing around one hero, and if Evil X identify like, oh, we just have to worry about the Cho, they can just pick and choose their fights wherever they want, and I think that's kind of the big issue. Let's go into this game, see the Elaine assignments for both Evil Esports against Geo Esports in Game 2.
Truth be told, Gideon, I'm a little bit weary here from side Evo Esports because of the creep clear potential, but they still have the Harif in this game. So let's just see how they could be playing this off here. Geo Esports going to be starting those off here. You can see the bounty ball connects on the Luca.
Be aggressive.
I don't think he can run from this here, so he's half HP down right before the first creep wave here. So Geo Esports, they are going to go super aggressive in all these team fights now.
Yeah, just keep taking trades like there's nothing he can do. He's going to get level 2 really soon. They should back off right about now. Revitalize has already been popped up, but all right, he's gonna walk away. He's gonna walk away A-okay. They win the trade-off there. Ash making sure Libra doesn't even get the buff. Ooh, Geo, they have to play this early game super aggressive, super strong.
Yeah, they definitely can play this hyper-aggressive from side Evo Esports with the Kimi, with the high loss. Definitely one of the stronger picks here. But Evo Esports here, they have to rely solely on Ash, on that Cho here to make a lot of space. That they're doing exactly right that here. But speaking of which here, Geo Esports, they're definitely going to be having the slight advantage here, you know, trading a little bit here. But once the first level 4 comes in from both these mid lanes, and this is where the turning point for both these teams now.
Yeah, I think as of right now, Evil Esports, once they hit their level 4s, this is where the game sort of changes. Mocker, he's already level 4 here. He's just waiting for Kates to hit his level 4 and the rest of his team. They should honestly be pressuring the buffs at this point in time just to make sure they don't get ahead, because Geo Esports on the bottom side of the map, they see 4 people, they're like, all right, we're going to punish top side.
And of course, for those of you watching as well, this is going to be a redemption code for you guys. Freebies for everyone by MLBB World Championship 2019, known as M1. But as of now, back into the game here, we see Baxia from the side of Luca. He's setting up push here. He's going to make a retreat. He scouts his movement coming up from Geo Esports, but it seems to be a little bit of harassment here. But Luca is a little bit overextended here, but he will get punished immediately just because they have the Cobra. But here comes the Way of the Dragon from Ash. They will go in for the trade. They're looking for more. Here comes the rest of the team from Sunny Evo Esports. Brilliance gets forced down. They will get another one. And June, where are you going? He's going to be fine here with the Purify. And Evo
Esports wins this 2-0. But unfortunately to say, in terms of network here, they lost a little bit here, but they will immediately transition into a turtle buff.
Like, look at where the mistake is made. Immediately, he sees the problem like, oh no, he sees Ash a little too late. And then literally, Ash just wins them the team fight with a third hit with Mikundo landing on 2 of the core members, and the rest of Evil Esports is just like, alright, let's just push on through. 5 members catching on to Lunox. June doesn't even stand a chance.
And this is what I'm talking about, right? Evil Esports, it all comes down to that pre-4. The pre-4 is going to decide the entire tempo for either of these teams. And you saw after they won that first engagement here, they immediately dived on towards the rest of the members from Evil Esports. They didn't expect how much power that Evil Esports was coming in. They ran into their face. They could not dish out damage because of this S-Staff pick here, and they were able to come on top. And fortunately, they also had the total buff in favor of Evil Esports. So Geo Esports, they have to take a chill pill, wait for the third buff to expire before coming into fight. But it looks to me, they will try and fight against this Baxia now.
Yeah, I think honestly, at this point in time, there is no need to take the chill pill. They need to kind of trade a little bit more often. They need to be a little bit more aware of where Ash is at all times, because if he gets that side flank and gets to the back line, it's going to cause a lot of disruption, and they have to play front to front.
Yep, Evo Esports was like 2k behind Geo Esports. Now they're taking lead with 1.8k. But it seems to me the slows are coming in. Kimi coming in, tags up Itachi with the long range. It doesn't even matter here, but Luca will get caught out here. Here comes the bouncy ball. The revitalize is there, but from behind, the Tyrant's range is there. Geo, they're forced to disengage, and the Glorious Pathway is there. Everyone from the side of Evo Esports are pretty slow, and Geo Esports will make it out safely. Nicely done from them.
Yep, nicely done indeed. Geo Esports on the opposite side of the map. The Hayabusa is getting a free push, which finally he's not getting pressured by 4 to 5 members of Evil Esports.
Yeah, that's what Geo Esports is trying to pull off as of now. But however, how is it? Oh yeah.
Yeah, however, they're going to keep on pushing on forward as Geo Esports
Turtle
slowly pulling back. Evil
soon.
Esports wants to make sure they're holding him at bay. Aura's in trouble. One more Chrono Dash is going to do it. He picks up a free kill, goes down to the bot lane. They're going to take Turtle away as well. Was holding his ground.
Oh, are they going to be fine as of now? You can see Evil Esports is trying to secure the turtle buff once again. But Geo Esports, they've lost Aura in the process. And because of this, it's going to be another free turtle buff in favor of them, but Libra is going to make a run for it here to buy a little bit of time. Pops his shadow kill here, and I'm not too sure if it's a good idea. Can he escape here? Does he have the illusion? He's surrounded from the guys from Evo Esports, and he will go down. But while that is actually happening here, Geo Esports is looking to trade a tier 1 up top.
Yeah, I mean, Hayabusa just needed 3 more seconds before he had quad shadow, but Was almost picks him up. Mocker was able to get out of there with a Chrono Dash. Was is now in trouble as he's on top of the bouncing ball. Can he actually make it out of there? The Chrono Dash is so powerful with a synchro vision. He's going to be walking up the Salmon Force, allowing with the cooldowns to dash forward without anything to worry. Now Hummus is in trouble. He's trying to get out of the Moonwell. Gets slowed. He's locked down. Luca follows up June, turning it around, but the Revitalize is put onto the ground, but Estes is keeping the rest of the team alive. June's damage is nothing at this point in time. Mocker can dive. He walks through another Salmon Force, and it's over.
Chucky is here, ladies and gentlemen. Chucky is here. Marker with the Child's Play right here. And he is going to be able to dish out so much damage. Let's take a look at the recap as well. You saw the Revitalize from the side of Hylos could not do much. As you can see, everyone from the side of Evo Esports, they could just go out and go hammer because this Estes is keeping so much damage here. And it allowed Backstage to just go run rapid with the ultimate, which is fantastically nice to watch.
Yep, and Libra just got his Blade of Despair here. Was is going to be on top of Mocker. Mocker can't really get out of the way. He pops the Salmon Force. He's just waiting for it to finish before he puts in the hurt into Was. He's not going to let him walk away without some damage in return.
And at the same time here, Geo Esports, they need to buy a little bit of time here. They're 3k defensive here. Now Blade of Despair up on Ash. And Cho is going to hit like a truck right here from the side of Evo Esports. Geo Esports, they have to reset this fight. But fortunately for them, they still have a little bit of map control to work with. So this is going to buy a little bit of time for the Kimi to come online. 0-1-2 with the jungle emblem.
Soon.
He needs those marksman items. Same goes for Libra with the split push. But is Evo Esports giving them the split push potential? Because right now, the Turtles are for contestants here. And no, they will lose Cho here. Nice catch from side Geo Esports. But here comes Mocker with the bouncing ball. Was going to be blocking his way through. Salmon Force has been committed. But Aura will go down eventually here. Lunox with the brilliance. But double kill for Mocker. And Evo Esports is going to take 2 in the bag.
And what was I saying? They don't lose team fights. Evil does not lose team fights with this composition. And Gio hasn't got the items. It's like, oh, Legendary coming in from Mocker. He wants one more. Wasp is going to go down to the beast himself. Estes picks up the kill instead. But oh my goodness, Evil is basically unstoppable.
Nicely done here. They understood their timings from inside Evo Esports. They know that, hey, this is time for them to shine. They can run rampant here, just snowball their way through. And I'm surprised Geo Esports is actually responding to all these fights here, because the best solution right now is go for the split push. Unfortunately, they say they could not do that because Libra is always getting caught off in a sense here, because Luca, this tank is just so mobile in terms of rotating.
Yeah, they just need to hold their ground. Hayabusa needs to push one more way, but I don't think Geoda has enough wave clear to push them out. As Luca, he's making sure that with Baxia, he's blocking all the shots, making sure like, hey, it doesn't matter, I can take the damage. As Estes is gonna bring me back up to full.
Look how mobile Luca is, right? He's just zoning just by applying pressure, by just spinning around. And Geo Esports a little bit afraid to actually contest him here, expecting the Baxia may or may not just jump anytime here. So Evo Esports is definitely one step ahead in the mind game department.
Yeah, and it's so brutal to watch because Geo, what can they really do? Oh, Libra trying to make something happen, but Ash walks near the way, making sure that he gets the way of the dragon onto Libra. He needs to dash out of the way. Well, third hit, Jakuno doesn't actually hit. One more hit as Ash quickly flickers out of there. That was a close hit. Well played to both sides.
Well, the fight is not over because from behind, Marka goes in for a casual tap here. Nice passing with the alley-oop, and he will get one. Luca trying to catch out the Kufra, but unfortunately say he can't do any much more. But Marka right now still has a total of 1.2k crit on that tariff here.
Yeah, it's absolutely ridiculous, and I don't know how Geo Esports is going to stop them at this point. They need to somehow find the catch while dealing a lot of damage to Mocker, but they have no real way of stopping him besides the Kufra, and Kufra hasn't even finished up his second item.
Oh, speaking of second items here, I feel like Geo Esports, they have to buy a little bit more time because right now the Lord is up for contestants and this is where they need to split up the push. But Evo Esports does not letting them slide here. 3 people taking the Lord. We see the Baxia and Joe also pushing top and middle lane, and because of that, they're able to stall everyone in Geo Esports in the base. Marker now with the concentrated energy available here. How do you kill this Harif now?
I don't think they can. I think Evo Esports is just so far ahead. They've developed a 9k gold lead, and they're also completely zoning Geo Esports from walking out of their base. Again, similar to game 1, they're choking them out. They are not letting them touch the jungle.
Oh my, Evo Esports. Lord is going to be knocking onto the tier 3 here. Here comes the glorious pathway being expanded from the side of Geo Esports. Davenport as well. They will try to burst down onto a Toro. Legendary for Walker once again. Brilliance has been committed here. SS healing his way through. Hayabusa dishing out a little bit of damage. Unfortunately, doesn't have what it takes here, but the tier 3, they're just tanking their way through. Evo Esports, they don't care. They're tanking the tier 3s, but eventually found out they don't have those creep waves, but now transitional bottom, now going into the kill as well. They will take out the Ludas. Wasp is going to be next. Here comes the Wave of Dragon and double kill, maybe a triple. Unfortunately gets secured from Ash instead, and Evo Esports, they're going to go for the T-Buy. They're diving to Libra. Libra, where are you going? I'm coming, baby. Let me kill you. Let me tap that. Unfortunately, he saves the day in a way where he's going to be in towards the fountain.
Yep, Luca, his immortality just broke, and Aura wants to keep him stuck just there. He needs a little bit more time for his cooldowns to actually activate. Aura stands right on top of him so that even if he transforms to try to hop over the wall, he won't let him. Oh no! He sees the Harith and he backs away.
Oh, Evo Esports here, they will take the tier 3 up top now. Middle tower is pretty much exposed. Tier Esports, he's all up to the higher for the split push here. Wasp with the Tyrant's Revenge, doesn't connect. He's going to use the bouncy ball to disengage here, but the Estes slow with the Examine Force, so much slows here from the side of Evo Esports. How will they fight this here? They need the glorious pathway and get a really good setup here from side Geo Esports if they want to stand and make a chance to make a comeback now.
And now Libra, again, the 1v1 of a lifetime has begun. He dashes back. He's trying to clear the waves. He doesn't really want to interact. Quickly, takes the shadow, but he doesn't use his ultimate yet. He's holding it up to make a play, but again, mid side is under a lot of fire as the team fight has broken out.
Evo Esports, they're thinking about closing this game. Baxia goes in for a dive, but Cho will finish off the Hayabusa down below. Revitalize has been used from Aura, but unfortunately will get shut down from the carry. And now Boss is going to be next. Double kill for him. It's not over. Homie is trying his best to defend here. They need to reset. The crystal is pretty much exposed and up for grabs. How will they take this here? Can't say. The carry is going to be focusing on the crystal, and this is going to be game for Evo Esports. 2 clean zeros.
Woo! Looks like their aggressive play style and prioritizing the EXP. Even though they're willing to sacrifice a tier 1, they made a net profit off of their 50-50s, and they kept getting up on top. And I think it's a crushing defeat for Geo Esports because it's the worst way to lose when you can't even walk out of your base to get that farm. And I think it's an impressive play style from Evil Esports. You just cannot let this team get that sort of lead.
Yeah, definitely here. And they needed someone to actually buy time for the Hire to go for the split here. And it was really tough here because you could see how mobile Evil Esports means in most of the team fights, right? Like even the slows as well. You saw at one point the Samuel Force were expanded. Same goes for the Estes slows. And without the Glorious Pathway, you saw that Geo was kind of like, I can't move out of this here. We need the Glorious Pathway to get out. And that's a great way to bring the Estes into the meta here. And not a lot of players, especially myself, have always been trying to bring the Estes into the meta. I feel like Evil Esports, they found a weird niche situation which allowed them to pull this draft off. Which was really nice.
Yeah, sure. I mean, that's one way of thinking of it. I personally think that they just needed to not take 50-50s that they can't win, because again, their objective was to break turrets, and I think Geo had the right idea, just a little bit poor on the execution, because number one, here is where you can clearly see that Cho is already on his way, and they make that simple mistake of just, if somebody would just point out on the map like, hey, Cho's missing, he's coming, we've already got the first kill, we could just back off, and you net yourself some gold off of that kill, and you could pressure another turret.
Yeah, I feel like Ash definitely caught them off surprise. He came out of the bush because of that, and because of that kill here, they were able to come on top. So it's just fantastic here. But as the game progressed here, this was where, like I said, after the pre-4 decides the tempo, right? This is their first 4 coming in from Evil Esports here, immediately making full use of the Estes Goddess Blessing, and they were just running rampant here. Homebase was trying his best to dish out damage from the side of Geo Esports, but unfortunately Evil Esports had the upper hand here. They know they have the advantage. They had double Revitalize as compared to 1 Revitalize on towards the high loss.
Yeah, and even though, you know, Kufra is a natural counter to the Harith here, but the moment he just gets around him, it's like, oh, you position the bouncing ball a little bit off, Harith gets behind, and then if you have super fast fingers, the chrono dashes, you can get that reset so quickly. And I think time and time again, he's so far ahead, and with the support of Revitalize as well as Estes, he's just unkillable.
Yeah, definitely here. And you see at this point as well, they were kind of stunned in the sense where, hey, the creep waves are kind of like pushing in. There's no creep on the tier 2, and it was like, oh wait, there's a creep wave down bottom. They just went down. So it was a little fun moment there for Evil Esports, but still very, very great attempt here, because they work as a single unit. They live together, they die together. That was their mindset right there in that situation.
Yeah, and that's already an impressive feat for both of these teams here. But I mean, overall, this game has just been a complete slugfest, and Geo every single time can get a little unlucky with these 50-50s. Like, just a small micro mistake costed them such a huge snowball in favor of Evil Esports. I mean, it's a crushing defeat, but I think it's something to learn for sure.
Yeah, definitely here. Experience is key, especially if you want to stand up to be one of the best here in the M1 World Championships here. Who will be the one here for today's here? We pretty sure today we are going to be looking for 2 teams going to be representing from this group heading in towards the playoffs. Oh, that is going to be a tough one here, but it's going to be a long day, but we have more games to come later on though.
I mean, it's a vicious cycle, but still natural selection must take place, and only the top 2 will be moving on from this group. And so far, Sunspire looks like they're in a good position, but we're just gonna have to see. But let's have a look at what they have to say, the winners, Evil Esports, in their interview.
Thank you very much, casters on the desk. And now we have our victors here. And of course, congratulations, Evil Esports, for taking that convincing 2-0 victory. And of course, I have our dear players right here. Why not introduce yourselves?
Hi, my name is Ercan. My nickname is Luca.
Hi, my name is Diyar. My nickname Itachi.
Well, of course, Itachi and Luca, that was some phenomenal gameplay. You guys picked Chow with great success, and also that pocket pick of Estes, which nobody expected coming in, and it worked really well. So what went on into the draft? Like, is it something that you guys are really familiar with, or is this something that you want to try out?
Actually, Estes is playing in Turkish many times. In Turkish server is popular champion, but Asia not picking so much. So we wanna use Estes, Asia, and it's go very well.
Oh, yes. And of course, we saw the results. It was really great. And of course, in terms of team fight, you guys are looking to be one of the best out of all these sort of regions to actually pull off some amazing sort of high kill volumes. And of course, today there was also some setbacks as well. So how do you guys feel right now? Because there's still more games to be played out in this group. Are you confident of making it out of this group?
First, we feel good because we win match versus Geo. But we are not so much comfy because we have the other match with Sunspark, and Sunspark I think is a strong team. If we win against Sunspark, we will be very comfy.
What about you?
Ben iyi hissediyorum. İlk olarak mükemmel hissediyorum. Takımım da mutlu. İlk maç hata yaptık. Filipin'e karşı, Malezya'ya karşı pardon, TOD'a karşı hata yaptık. Ardından sonra güzel bir geri dönüş yaptık. Ve hepimiz mutluyuz. Bu kadar.
All right, and of course, some great matches that you guys displayed, and I'm pretty sure that you guys gained a whole lot of new fans, and of course, it's definitely a really great support coming from the fans back at home, back in Turkey. So is there anything both of you want to say to the audience that are currently watching the world stages of M1 World Championship?
Türkiye'deki arenada bir şey söylemek istiyor musun?
Hepinize teşekkürler ilk olarak. Bizi buradan desteklediğinizi çok iyi biliyorum. Hepinizi çok seviyorum ve buradan Sora'ya da selam yolluyorum.
I will say thanks for support and I will continue Turkish. Destekleriniz için herkese çok teşekkür ederim. İzlemede kalın.
All right, thank you so much. Of course, that's definitely great stuff. So I wish you guys all the best for making out of Group C. Now, of course, back to you guys, casters.
Thanks, Contra. And some great words here. Again, they're not feeling too confident, especially against Sunspark. A very formidable team, and it's definitely understandable. But I'm confident that if they can even snag one game, that elevates their position so much more.
Yeah, definitely here. And hopefully we'll really be seeing a little bit more games here coming from Evo Esports here. Fantastic performance coming from them. But I'm a little bit worried here, considering that they showed the S-Nice pick here. How will Sunspark respond to this right after this? But as of now, we're going to be taking a short break before we go into the game here. As of now, remember, catch every battle, stream like Cray, get unlimited data for all apps with Gil Unlimited GX30, only with U Mobile. My name is ICBaby12. He is Gideon Q. See you guys in the next game.
Nails done. Girls with the nails done.
They told us that it's just a game. That nothing will ever come out of it. That it won't bring us fame or glory. That it won't make our country proud. They told us to stop wasting our time. Well, let them say all they want. We'll prove it to them. We'll be the champions. Mobile Legends Bang Bang World Championship 2019. M1.
You may have been denied. You may have hit rock bottom. You may have been craving for the lights. Now, all strive for one goal.
Taking that life of the Akai as well. There becomes the jump on the Esperanza.
Put your hands together for the champion.
Do you have what it takes to be a champion worthy of the highest glory? have been denied. You may have hit rock bottom. You may have been craving for the light. Now, all strive for one goal.
Taking that life of the Akai as well. There becomes the jump on the Esperanza.
Put your hands together for the champion.
Do you have what it takes to be a champion worthy of the highest glory?
Good-looking men are in front of you right now. I'm just kidding. Good afternoon. The Manjin and Wolf connection coming at your screen for series number 5. Here we go. Sunsparks versus Evil Esports.
There you go. Of course, M1 World Championship Group Stage.
Let's do it.
Brought to you by our official sponsor, U-Mobile. Live stream on YouTube Gaming and presented by Moonton. Down now on our 5th series of the day, which is interesting because it can still shape up what will happen in our group stages. Now, just to quickly remind you of the format, only the top 2 teams per group will advance. All right, and then the top one of each group will be in the upper bracket of the finals.
Of the
second
finals.
placer on the lower bracket, while the bottom 2 will be eliminated.
Yeah.
Now, Manjin, hear this.
What's up? What's up?
Sunsparks, they are at 4 points.
4 points.
After their back-to-back 2-1 victories.
Yes.
Evil, however, after their 2 zeros, they're now at 6 points. This means that Evil, they only need to secure 1 victory, 1 game,
one game
against Sunsparks, and they are already at the top.
The team
Upper bracket. You know what? They have secured their playoffs for sure, but
Of course.
that's upper bracket that we're talking about. Sunsparks, if they win 1, they are gonna make it to the playoffs already. Lower bracket. If they get the 2-0, however, they will be the ones in the upper bracket. So Sunsparks, really, they
need this. They need this. For the people in the Philippines, if you support Sunsparks, you need to raise your hands right now and give them your energy. Meanwhile, here
Your
comes
team is
Evil
banning.
Esports from Team
Turkey.
Turkey, pulling off an Estes lineup. Of course, it is quite popular
team
in
is
the
banning.
Philippines
Definitely.
as well. But again, man, what a day we're having right now. Huge games, to say at least. Here we go. That is the Chango.
Chango immediately banned by Sunsparks.
Of course.
We saw Team Evil Esports actually just pick this once. Chango, but you know, statistically speaking, Sunsparks, they have not been that successful against
Your team
against
is
the
banned.
Chango.
Against Chango. Okay, now their second ban will be the Esmeralda. Meanwhile, Evil Esports is gonna ban out to the Masha, here, eliminating the split push potential that Fuziken and the rest of the crew can do. 28 seconds left onto the banning phase. Look at this. Evil Esports really planning this out, taking their time on who to ban. Again, we've talked about this time and time again. For the side of Sunsparks, they do have a very flexible draft in terms of the tanks, right? So I'm guessing that
Your team is picking.
they're putting an end to this early game split aggression that Sunsparks can
Your team is picking.
can offer, as they will now pick the Harriet.
It's the Harith to be the priority for Sunsparks. I like that they're still keeping their confidence this time.
Right? Look at this.
However, Evil Esports, they might go for the Kufra this time to go with the Hylos.
Yeah.
Or either or. They might go for the Hylos first.
Whoa.
This time it's the Granger. They really have a different approach.
Yeah.
They did use... Actually, no, they have not. They have not.
They have not.
Picked
Kufra. Very unorthodox
team
picks
is
here
picking.
coming in from the side of Evil Esports. But as you've said,
It's the
as you
drop,
predicted,
surely.
it is, of course, the Kufra and Granger. They immediately secured their late game here. Sunsparks taking their time. They're
They might go
hovering up the Grok.
They might go for Thams to go
Yep.
with this Grok.
Okay.
I don't suggest them picking another tank.
Cho.
I like this, however.
Yeah.
Cho is good for Sun Sparks
Rock.
because this can act as their offlane,
Your
but it is
team
also
is
a deny
picking.
pick.
Yeah.
One of the most picked heroes today for Team
Team
Evil
Evil,
Esports
yeah.
is the Cho.
Yeah, of course, that is of course their favorite. Plus, it can act out as a flexible pick here for the side of Sunspark. We still don't know. Probably they will choose to use this as their side laner or their support. It will at least it will still depend here for the side of Evil, but they will go for their core. This is
Your
looking very
team is
scary
down.
now.
It's the
The Lunox and the Granger damage right here for the side of Team Evil. And
Your
as you
team
can
is
see,
banning.
they will eliminate that healing factor from the Estes.
Of course, the heal is coming out from this Estes, a support that probably is new to the people here
Whoa.
in the
Your
in the
team
global
is
scene. But
picking.
we know that in the Philippines, this is one of their best
Picks.
you know,
yeah.
picks. And statistically speaking, Sunsparks, they win. They during their MPL run, they don't win when the Estes is available for the opponents.
Yeah.
This time they will ban it out. Maybe there's some bad blood between Sunsparks and this hero. Maybe it's just some
Yeah. That's the reason
bad
why.
omen.
So the reason why they lost game 1 and game
Leo
2
Mord.
against
Your
Onyx.
team
But
is picking.
Evil Esports, man, lots of firepower here coming in from their composition. You have the Leomord crits, the magic percent magic damage from Lunox, and the crits again from the Granger. So what they need right now is, of course, their last support. But as we've said, this Cho is either
Your team is picking.
either a side laner or a support. We still don't know if it's going to be the Xborg support or the Cho support.
Yeah, we don't know yet.
But we do know that JP is really good in using this Claude.
Blood, for sure. Now, Evil Esports, they can consider getting the Lolita or maybe an Akai this time against the Sunsparks. It is really good against the Harith.
Yeah.
And this could be their additional, initiator or crowd controller for Evil Esports.
I'm like what I'm seeing.
It's indeed the Lolita. We did mention it's either the Lolita or the Akai this time. Now it's gonna be a support Cho and a core Xborg for Renzio with Coach Leathergoods bidding goodbye to the
Patting their
team.
backs,
It's gonna be up to Sunsparks on how they can execute this time.
I like what I'm seeing. I do feel that we're going to have that this game is gonna be a bloodbath.
It is
due to the draft. I love the Lolita pick.
Yeah.
I'm non-biased actually, but I do like the lineup of Evil Esports. They're keeping it basic.
Yeah, they keep
basic core heroes and basic supports.
Yeah.
Nothing special, right?
I really love the last pick
Simple.
Lolita because it actually answers a lot. Like, for example, the Claude, even when the Blazing Duet is up, you can just put up the Bulwark and
shield,
there's just the stun. You know what? When you pick the Harith, you want to take control of a certain area, and that's where a Lolita shines. When you don't, when you can be surprised on how much Lolita can have in terms of the in-game factor when he is in play.
Yeah, conquering territories is the name of the game here for game number 1. One Evil Esports, one win away to secure that upper bracket slot here.
Exactly.
Very interesting, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, for you guys to catch every battle, stream like Cray, get unlimited data for all apps with Giller Unlimited GX30 only with you mobile. Here we go. We're just waiting out for the game. Sunsparks, they look pretty nervous here, but look at the eyes of KLBJ.
Yeah.
Just very relaxed. Let's see, man.
Yeah, again, we're gonna go back to what we were talking about earlier. Team Sunsparks, they need to secure a 2-0 to get to the
right
upper
now.
bracket because again they will get up to 7 points compared to Evil with just 6 points.
This is it.
If they lose one game, they automatically will not be able to make it to the upper bracket. But if they lose both of their series, there could be a chance for either Axis or Geo to get their slot instead. So Sunsparks, what they need to do is at least get one win against Evil.
All right, let's see If that could
5
happen,
seconds till the enemy
5
reaches
seconds
the
till the
battlefield.
enemy reaches the
Smash them.
battlefield. Let's go into game
All
number
troops
1.
deployed.
Renjo will be using the X-Board, Fuziken as a Grok, JP as the Claude, the Reflesha as the Cho, and Kiao BJ as this Harry.
Evil Esports now playing in the red side. It's Katzing on this Granger. It's Luca on the Kufra. It's Mocker on this Lunox. It's Ash on this Joe, and Itachi from Konoha
Oh my,
playing the
oh
Lolita
my,
this
oh
time.
my, here we go. Oh
Of
my,
course.
from the Akatsuki clan.
Well,
coming here in Malaysia. Let's go. JP and Reflesha will just go for that early Crimson Lizard and will definitely get this Crammer. But Ash from Pallet Town, man.
Ash from Pallet Town have to back down. This time against the members of Sunsparks. You have to take note this Cho and this Claude. Oh, very nice.
Nice bait coming
Nice
in
bait.
from JP.
Using the momentum.
Yep, using the momentum just to last hit and get that Crammer. As we can see, 46 seconds left for the turtle to spawn here in the bottom lane. We are now seeing the Kufra and the Lunox in the bottom side of the, rotating the bottom side of the map.
Oh, Zaman
Probably
Force
wants to get the buff. But meanwhile, you can see in the
push.
camera, a quick push
Definitely.
coming in from Sunsparks.
Because of the chrono dashes, it will be enough to take a turret. Now
Yep.
it's just 1 minute and 36 seconds. We
Yeah.
know that this Harith does have a lot of objective taking potential because of the chrono dash and the Zaman Force.
Yes, of course. And they do know that the turtle will spawn here in the bottom lane. That's why Sunspark immediately went for the push. That is 477 crit damage in the early stages of the game coming in from the dead zone at a warning shot to say at least 2 minutes in. Here comes KLBJ.
KLBJ, Zaman Force gonna be committed, but a flicker away coming out from Evil Esports.
we
As
go.
now they
Here we
disengage.
go.
The dodge on the tire stage. KLBJ is quite low,
Whoa.
and the Lunox will take care of him. That's the first blood going in favor of Evil Esports. They're not done. They want to take the turtle this time, but in comes the export. The damage is there. The fire sticks will be dealt down, and the blazing doom is there, but it's not gonna be enough. The turtle still on the Granger. The Lunox to be safe this time. No pickup whatsoever from Sunsparks.
No damage yet, and 2-man Numinum Blast coming in from the Lolita secured the kills from the side of Evil Esports, as we are now seeing the U-Mobile replay. KLBJ miscalculated the Salmon Force. 3 heroes from Sunsparks still very far from that clash. And man, with the amount of heroes here for the side of Evil Esports, they really won that fight.
The mobile replay, there is gonna be more. Very
There
good
you go.
ultimate, but there's no way of the dragon.
Whoa.
Of course, the Cho will be taken. Mega kill for the Lunox.
Oh
Can they
my.
get more? KLBJ Chrono dashing away. And of course, the fire from
Fire
Renzo.
stakes.
It's not gonna be enough. Luca able to run away. Fuzaken not gonna land the power of nature to anyone. And Evil Esports, they disengage. 9.5k already up
Yeah.
for Evil Esports. Only 8k for Sunsparks.
Oh my, Mocker just mocking them right now because he is definitely at his maximum potential. This is what's scary about the Lunox, is that if you give her a good early game, she, or the player, I mean, can actually tower dive you every time.
Definitely.
anytime.
And it looks like they will dive Fuzaken this time, but this is a Grok. Not the best target to go for.
Yep.
This time they will take, however, the core guard. They will
Core
steal
guard.
this one,
Here
but
we go.
Sunsparks will defend. A very good ultimate in here. The Numinous gonna be cast, but the Grok already down for the count. Can they get more? Yes, they will. They get the second one. Third one, of course. KLBJ
no.
will run away with the Zaman Force,
Yeah.
but the Claude trapped in a very bad spot and will be gunned down by the members of Evil Esports.
Keeping it basic is the name of the
Turtle
game
resurrecting
from
soon.
Evil Esports. Lots of fire damage in the early game. U-Mobile replay right there. No damage whatsoever for the side of Sunsparks. Of course, they do have the Claude, which is actually a late game hero. Plus, the X-Borg is in the top lane for the split. Man, Evil Esports
It's
is
all
putting on a show.
It's all about the early game for Evil Esports. We saw their past 4 games. They want to take control of the early game. That's why they take the Leomord. And now a very nice Grok block, but Luca jumps away.
Yep.
Courtesy of the Tyrant's Revenge, the turtle will be taken by the Lunox. It gets scarier by the minute because the Lunox does have percent-based damage, and if you add into account the power of the turtle buff, you cannot fight against that
Cannot
Luna.
fight, of course, an 8% extra burn. Ladies and gentlemen, Evil Esports lurking in the mid lane, eyeing this first tier tower. They do want to open up the jungle and of course the other lanes from Sunsparks.
Oh, Blast guys on the setup and the jump from the Ultra. Oh my goodness, they burst down the Grok and they will get more. The Cho will flick her way to the right. Now it's gonna be Luca to find him. Will they go for more? I think Evil Esports, they don't want to necessarily dive because a pickup on the Grok is more than enough already.
Oh my, Luca stretching,
Stretching!
and they will get BJ. Oh no, man, this is looking bad for Sunsparks as Evil Esports very confident in landing those landing those skill shots. Plus the Dead Sonata really paying off. 210, ladies and gentlemen, 6 minutes in, just like what Squidward is saying, evil.
Every villain is
lemons
for Evil Esports. But what they're saying right now is everyone who they are facing up against can be considered lemons because they're just destroying
everyone. Too sour, man.
Oh my goodness, Evil Esports 10-2 with 20,000 in the bank, taking out 3 turrets already, only giving up 1, and now they are poising onto the bottom lane. They catch up 1 once again. There's gonna be the Way of the Dragon, gonna be committed by the Cho, but of course the ultimate from this Kufra is not gonna find anyone. However, Evil Esports, they are still controlling the map this time.
All right, let's see Itachi running away. Sunsparks hoping to get back from this very huge deficit. 7 minutes in, man. Evil Esports just...
Oh, no way!
No, look at this! Luca boxing out, kill BJ, and where's the play? No damage output whatsoever for Team Sunsparks, and that is a free turtle for Katzi 304.
I thought that we only see Luca in NBA as the Rookie of the Year, but Luca from Evil Esports
is here.
Showing us
is here.
He's gonna be the Rookie of the Year, but there is gonna be Luca still surviving. The ultimate will be there. He will die this time, but it's gonna be a luminous last one. A connection coming up from Evil Esports as they take out 2, but the shutdown of the Lulux, a double kill from JP. It's gonna be up to Evil Esports how they will convert this 3 versus 3 in the middle. But Sunsparks, they say we have to cease fire. We have to back down.
We need to discipline ourselves. But Itachi, that Numinum Blast, just like in the anime, popping that Sharingan and putting an end to 3 heroes for Team Sunsparks. Man, this is clearly Evil Esports, the Evil Esports game. Sunsparks still buying time. They do want to give JP this opportunity.
Watch out for Luca.
Luca.
Almost hitting that, but there is going to be the bouncing ball. Will they go for this? The stun. But of course, JP is going to be hurt. Definitely. Ash, can he catch up? And yes, he will. It's going to be a kill on the Claude. Ash and Luca, this connection, my goodness. Evil Esports, they're just out for blood, and they're not stopping another catch up on this Pirate, but it's not gonna be enough though.
Luca going loco. That is the Dead Sonata mega kill coming in from the Granger. Plus that extra crab coin. Itachi once again very confident. Naruto is not in town to save your lives. 414. Oh my, kill BJ with a slither of health.
Can you run away?
He can't. He can't. There's no stopping Evil Esports. That is the ultimate of the Kufra, and that is the Lord for you. Man.
Evil Esports, they're relentless. They do not stop. For the past few minutes, we have that stop with our play-by-play because Evil Esports, they just keep on fighting.
They're not stopping.
They just keep on finding all of these kills.
And it wasn't Squidward who said that quote. It was Mermaid Man himself. Evil for Evil Esports, man. Look at this. More aggression coming in.
Oh, aggression does not stop. Itachi is angry. He wants more. He wants to be in the upper bracket.
He wants more
of the playoffs of M1. Renzo, having to use the last insanity just to get away from Evil Esports.
Itachi
Through
team.
the middle, there's the Lord, Manjin. What's gonna happen here?
It's in their names. Evil
Luca, no
Esports.
way.
There you go. Here comes
No way, Luca.
Oh my. That is a Numinum Blast being charged here. Two-man knockoff. Sorry, two-man stun coming in from Evil Esports. 4-17. That is the Lord and Evil
Luca.
Esports putting an end to the dreams of Sunsparks for game number 1. Wow.
The kill machine.
The kill machine.
Killing machines.
The killing machines.
Evil Esports proving that they are the best in terms of taking down the opponents, picking them apart. In terms of action, Evil Esports, they are relentless. You saw that in the game.
Yes.
They did not stop.
Yes.
Every time they find
Every
an
time.
opening, they just go for it. And with this, they get up to 7 points. They've secured their upper bracket berth. And surely they're above the clouds right now. Turkey is on the map of Mobile Legends.
Welcome to Turkey, Malaysia. Welcome to Turkey.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my goodness.
I can't get over
But still, this is just game number 1. Oh
know what?
my, this is clearly an upset for us casters as well. We've been talking about this bracket since last week.
Oh man, you
But
know what?
Oh man.
This is Luca,
Luca
going loco.
Luca going loco, like what we've said.
So crazy.
So
You know what?
so
I'm
crazy.
gonna say it outright. At least 4 Tyrant's Revenge connections on the Harith.
On the Harriet and
At
onto
least
one.
4.
And that was the beginning of the disaster
Exactly.
for the side of team Sunsparks. They were just too hasty on getting this turtle.
The blade.
And look at this. Team Evil took advantage of this 5-on-2
Exactly.
matchup. Plus, it's not even Evil doing the work. It is, of course, from the Uchiha clan himself. From Akatsuki himself, Itachi.
Yeah.
Landing all of those clutch, huge Numinum Blast.
And of course, with the Granger control and always the catch coming out from this Cupra. It's just way too amazing. And I think that all the Numinum Blasts that we've seen are stellar. It might not catch like 3 members at the same time, but whenever he catches all of those important like units, like for example this one,
yeah,
more than enough to get the kills for the team.
That was the flank Numinum Blast right there for Mr. Itachi.
This
But look
one,
at this,
my
this is it.
goodness.
He is going loco.
With Ash in there, just using the Phantom Steed to deal the damage. More than 1,000 damage, I would say.
Yep.
And this is another fight, like Luca going loco, always catching KLVJ. And when the members of Sunsparks try to help KLVJ, they will just be taken down because the rest of the cavalry, the rest of the villains, the Evil Esports team will take down. Look at how well they're playing against Sunsparks this time.
Very, very well and very aggressive and very clean. What I like about Evil Esports here is they don't care about the split push. They don't care about
none of
the
those
masha.
shenanigans.
None of those shenanigans. We're keeping it simple. We're
Simple
simply evil.
ML.
Simple
Simply
ML.
yeah.
Simply evil.
Simply
evil.
Oh my goodness.
And man, look at those faces. We're quite happy coming in here.
I'm sure
Dude.
that they're feeling right. I'm sure that they're feeling the
good.
momentum.
Yes, they're feeling good.
Taking down every villain, everyone in front of them will just take him down. Evil Esports.
Every villain is lemons. I cannot get over that quote right there because evil, man. Look at their logo. It's
just pure
a
evil.
Deathbringer. It's a Deathbringer.
It's pure evil.
It's pure evil, man.
Wow, Sunsparks. It's gonna be up to them how they can muster the light this time to shine down on Evil Esports. Maybe get the victory. How can they bounce back in game 2?
This is gonna be hard. They do have 4 points.
Yeah.
They still have they still have a chance in the playoffs, but I do feel that Evil Esports now secured that upper bracket. So Sunsparks, if they do come back from this, that will give them 6 points.
6 points.
And it will probably secure them the playoffs.
It is,
right?
it is.
Right?
Definitely. So here's the deal, right? Evil Esports, because they took one game away from Sunsparks, it's impossible for Sunsparks anymore to catch up
to the
so
upper
that the upper bracket is no longer available for Sunsparks. Evil, they have secured themselves their upper bracket berth. Now, Sunsparks, the crazy thing here is, Manjin, hear this out, if they lose, they will only get 4 points total. That gives either Axis or Geo a chance to catch up to them. Because, you know, if Axis gets the 2-0 over Geo or vice versa, their 1 point will become 4 points.
Yes.
Tied up with, of course,
one hero,
Sunsparks.
one team. And we're going to have ourselves a tiebreaker.
For sure.
Right? And still, Sunsparks, the fans here in the Philippines, they're definitely praying right now.
You know what? You mentioned about the fans from Turkey raising their hands. I think what should be raising their hands are the Filipino
people, right?
Filipino people, raise your hands right now if you want to support Sunsparks for Evil Esports. You know what? The way I look at their team right now, it feels like they don't want to give at least a point to Sunsparks.
They don't want to.
They don't want to give Mercy. This is Evil Esports anyways. Mercy is not an option for them.
Yeah, you're definitely right. Exactly. Look at the
My
faces
goodness.
of these guys. Look at this. Faces of evil, ladies and gentlemen. My, oh my. Straight from Turkey to Malaysia. Putting on a show. Putting themselves on the map. And right now, the smiles on the faces of Sunsparks.
And I think we're going to go to the
I
game.
think we're going to go to the game. Look at their flash. He's not even doing the thumbs up. He's not smiling anymore.
You know what?
This is it. This is it.
The game indeed. I was looking at the stats right now. That's the thing with Team Evil Esports.
Your team is banned.
They can play so many types of heroes. They play the
Yes.
carry.
Yeah.
They play Garukacha.
They have Cho.
They play Zask.
Yeah.
They play Hellkurt. They have Cho, Estes, and Baksha. How do you draft against these
Your
guys?
team is banning.
Let's see. Let's see if the Sun can still spark for Team Sunsparks here at game number 2. They will ban
Your
out
team
again the
is
Masha
picking.
and the Kimi. If it works, it works. From them, nothing new. They can still open up again with their Kufra, or probably with the core Granger that they had.
Definitely, I think Kufra. They picked Kufra. Oh, actually, that has been only the second time that they picked Kufra. So people don't really can't really know how to counter against them yet.
Yes.
I think they also picked up the Hylos. Grok is also an option.
Yep.
And Xborg.
Yep.
And Evil Esports. You saw in that previous game, they aren't afraid to even pick the Granger first pick.
They're just taking the time. And that Granger does have the killing spree. The killing spree assassin emblem. And that's something new. You don't see players pulling off that emblem.
Killing spree.
Yeah.
Usually
with
it's Bounty Hunter.
Usually it's Bounty Hunter, or if you want to be flashy, you go for the Electro Flash. But man, like what we've said, that is the Kufra opening right there for Evil Esports. Why fix what's not broken? Again, let's keep it simple. Here we go. Sunsparks with their own Kufra opening. Let's see.
Granger and of course the Grok is the answer from Sunsparks. I like the idea of picking the Granger right now because you don't want to give it to Evil Esports. Plus, Sunsparks, they are successful this hero anyways. It's a very good hero for
JP.
So it could be there for the team.
And it's going to be the Granger and
Your
the
team
Grok.
is picking.
What kind of comeback can Sunsparks do in this game number 2?
It's Cho.
Wow, that
and
was
Lunox.
quick. That was quick. That was quick.
So back-to-back
Your
games, they
team
picked
is
it
picking.
against Geo Esports. I mean the Cho, and they were successful with it for sure. They also pick it up on either Ash or I think Itachi. So it could be played as a core or a support.
They're battling with 2 anime characters here,
Oh,
man. You've got Itachi from the Akatsuki
team
clan,
is
and
banning.
you've got the
From it-
world's very best. The very best
From
there
the
is.
Uchiha clan.
From the Uchiha clan.
But
Sorry,
the
sorry.
Akatsuki's their group.
Yeah, the Akatsuki's their group, right?
Yeah.
So here we go. Here we go. Kidding aside, guys, it's now time for the second phase of the picks and bans. That is the Esmeralda here. probably the best hero right now for KLBJ. But man, this is indeed another Lunox who actually
Your
counters.
team is banned.
This is Esmeralda and the Grok.
This is scary. Lolita has been banned by Evil Esports. They might be poising towards another marksman play, maybe a Granger or a Claude. Oh, sorry, a Claude and a carry. Next pick. Also, Lolita is one of the successful heroes for Sunsparks, and you don't want to give it with the Rock and Esmeralda, which could have been really good for the team. So the carry is their ban. They know
Your
that something
team
is up.
picking.
They're happy to give the Claude because the Claude is not that strong anymore.
In the early game.
In the early game, for sure. Sunsparks, what is their answer? Is this the Akai this time?
Let's see. Let's see. They need another
Or the
support.
Baksha?
They need they need crowd control.
Oh, sure. Kaja.
They need crowd control.
Kaja is good because if you pair it up with the Granger, there's a lot of damage that
Instant
you can do
damage.
with it.
Plus, it counters. It serves as an
Your
answer to
team
the
is
Kufra.
picking.
That matchup is quite 50-50. So I like the Kaja here for the side of Sunsparks. Meanwhile, Evil Esports, the only marksman left is either the Claude or the Bruno.
Oh, no.
Oh no.
It's the Bruno.
Oh no.
They know that
Oh,
this
no.
is effective against the lineup of Sunsparks, naturally grouping up together, and the ultimate from Bruno is gonna be incredibly good against group up type of lineup. So they're gonna lock it in.
They
What
want
is their it's the Estes.
Here we go.
This is scary.
It is that hero. That hero. 100% win rate against Sunsparks in the MPL Grand Finals.
They will lack other
And they're-
Thams this time.
The Evil Esports is just laughing right now. They're pulling off that evil laugh.
Estes is a good hero here because if you look at Sunsparks, they don't necessarily have the burst. Yes, you do have the Death Sonata, but until the late game or the mid game or the late game, you will not be able to use it as a burst.
Yes.
Now, the big problem you have with damage over time, like the damage of Esmeralda, is that you have to take time. And Estes, with this purification and the revitalize from the Kufra, there's just way too much healing coming up from Evil Esports. It's gonna be scary, but Sunsparks, they should be counting on the fact that they still have very good type of damage in courtesy of the Esmeralda and the Granger.
The Granger, yes. But again, you counter the Estes with assassins, heroes that can dive in and separate him from Clash. They do have that with the Kaja as well, the Divine Judgment. But man, in terms of the combo, in terms of the Clash itself, Sunsparks, it looks like they do want to group. They do want to group up. And Estes is the type of hero who is good, who is great in those group up situations.
In 5v5 engagements, you're gonna count on the Estes, not because of the crowd control or the damage. It's more about the heals. All right. Now you have to take note. The Bruno exists as well from Evil Esports. It poses a different kind of threat when it comes to group in terms of 5v5 clashes. Because of course of the ultimate, but we're gonna find out as we hop into game. Is this the last game for Sunsparks and Evil Esports? We're gonna find out. Evil Esports now playing the blue sides. Luca back on the Kufra. Now Ash on the Cho, Mocker on this Ludox, Itachi on this Estes, and Katzi on this Bruno.
Rencho will be using the Thams, Uziken as the Grok, JP as the Granger, Raflesha as the Kaja, and Kiel BJ on his signature Esmeralda. Standard lanes coming in from both of the teams. Luca and Mocker right here. They do want to go for the Mother Shocker and the Baby Spinner. But their real names are is the Statute Stalker, Shocker, and the Statute
Chaser.
and the Chaser.
The blue buffs, basically speaking.
Yep, let's do it. Ash going here in for the cut. He knows his capabilities against this Thams pick. So back to what we were talking about. We do like the lineup of Evil Esports. They need to actually pick Itachi here. Sunsparks, I do feel that they're still focused right now. They're great in these kinds of situations. Always losing, always losing one game, and then after that, coming in from a comeback.
Redemption code now up for the grabs, guys. Look at the bottom part of your screen while Luca shows you how to land the stun. Renzo will have to back away. And of course, this is your redemption code. Just head to mobiledge.com/code exchange and you will have the chance to get some gifts.
Put it in. That is the tip. Again, coming in from KLBJ. Nice grok block from Mr. Fuzaken, but the damage is not
Turtle
enough.
resurrecting soon.
Of course, because of this heal coming in from the Moonlight, the Estes.
You know what? Imagine what happens now is that Evil Esports, they have denied Sunsparks at least one lane of minions against KLBJ, or even more, because they want to fight this time. This is the Granger with the Death Sonata falling star, but it's gonna be stunned up, cancelled by Luca once again, but the turtle will be slain by the Bruno. Can they get more Lunox with the Brilliance?
Nice block coming in from Luca, but that is again the ultimate from Itachi. Put in the Moonlight Immersion. Mocker will just get that grok.
The Divine Judgment though.
That is a good Divine Judgment, of course, from the Gadget. Is double kill for Mr. JP. Here comes Ash. Pops that Shunfo. That nice counter go from KLBJ. And we have ourselves an even ball game. 2-1 for the first 3 minutes of this game.
Burns just says, okay, fight there up top. I'm gonna make the space, take the space here in the bottom lane.
Okay.
You mobile replay, a very nice block coming out from the Kufra. That's Luca, and now he actually took a lot of time away from the Granger.
Yep.
But the first blood still goes to the Granger this time. That they chase Fuzaken and they will get the kill. However, they have overextended this time. Raflesha just gets the level 4 in time.
You're right.
And the Divine Judgment is available. They get the kill.
Quite a long skirmish we had there. But now we are at round 2 of our objectives. We are now transitioning into the mid game. So both of these carries, they do want to get their buffs. That is again another falling star moon. A good falling star moon from KLBJ. They're forcing out the steam fight. But the heals, man. But okay. Take it easy. Take it easy for the side of Sunsparks. They're very disciplined. Immediately backing off after that one pick.
Do not overextend. Just get what you can. That is indeed the kill on the core anyway, so you're pretty confident with that. Have to take note, nobody is having Retribution at this point. All purifies, all sprints. And now Luca once again with the connection. They do have the bouncing ball. And there is the Way of the Dragon, the ultimate playing perfectly. But the counter go, the Divine Judgment to take out the Cho. The Grok is going to be taken down as well. But at least a 1-for-1 trade-off for Sunspark.
Okay. I like the aggression coming in from Luca and Ash. But I can feel it. Raflesha is in his gaming zone, is in the zone right now. With all of this clutch Divine Judgment to counter go and to re-engage. But right now we do have the turtle take. Here you go, Luca with another stretch.
Luca with another stun connection, but of course the Grok is here. They do have the damage healing coming up Nestes, but the Lunox with the Brilliance. Can they take it down? Revive there's also there for the turtle for the Esmeralda.
That is a 5-man Moonlight Immersion coming in for this Estes. They want to chase, and they want JP holding hands together forever, no matter how long. That is indeed a killing spree for Mr. KLBJ, but Bruno free hitting everyone. 3-2-3. Yeah, it is 3v3. Fuzaken, sure you can. That is a nice slam dunk for Mr. KLBJ, but again, 2-2. What an even ball game.
Action Jackson is what we're seeing right now between Sunsparks and Evil Esports. Game 1, it was all about Evil Esports dictating the tempo, but Sunspark says, no, we're not gonna go out this way. We're gonna fight. Game number 2, they're matching the movements of Evil Esports, fighting when the fight does break out, and Sunsparks are actually leading by 4,000 right now.
This is actually the reason why they banned out the carry, because the Bruno is not very good in the early game. He's like a mini carry, actually.
A mini carry.
A mini carry.
I love it.
If this is a carry pick, that fight would have immediately went to in the favor of Team Evil Esports.
Let's say that as the Death Sonata signals a fight here. A warning shot from Sunsparks, but they themselves back down. Bottom lane, there is going to be the Way of the Dragon against Renzo. Renzo, can you stay? No, you can, as Mocker is there. I think the Durance might have been available already for Mocker.
Yeah,
actually went for the concentrated energy.
Yeah, of course, JP as well locking in his VOD right now. 6 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. Both of these teams, they do want to be in the driver's seat, but I do feel that Ash is really doing a great job in controlling the tempo and finding fights.
But
Look at this.
Yeah, just going for the split push. You have to take note, however, Manjin.
What?
3 turrets already gone
For,
from Evo Esports as Sunsparks already take it. And Turtle will be now in the hands
There you
of
go.
the Esmeralda. And there is the ultimate coming up from the Kaja.
He gets the ball, but again, Luca is just too tanky, but he will indeed die. That is a touch from Mr. Macker to the falling Star Moon. There is another block. Nice Moonlight Immersion, and the Blessing of the Moon Goddess won't be enough for this Estes to save his allies. 2 heroes falling down for the side of Evo Esports.
And Sunsparks, they will transition into taking the turn. This is a very good indication of a good team.
Yes.
Always convert your kills into objectives, and now they are up at 4 turrets down. That means they also have so much economic advantage. 7,000 in the bank for Sunsparks in terms of gold lead.
And this is looking bad because the Bruno Katzi is not really paying off for the side of Evil Esports. They do need to buy time for him to probably get the Berserker's Fury or other core items to deal with this kill BJ Esmeralda.
Oh, nice steal coming up from Sunsparks.
Yes.
The buffs, of course, it matters a lot, especially in the mid game where you really want to fight against your opponent.
Yeah, of course.
Taking it away from your opponent is really good.
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
That was clearly a mistake coming in from Raplacia. Nice response here for the side of Evil Esports, repelling the initiation from that Divine Judgment.
They did commit their ultimate, the Tyrant's Rage, perfectly against Raplacia.
Yes.
Very well done. Luca is really performing so well.
Yeah, very patient.
With this Berserker's Fury.
Mr. Luca, as we've said, if we're in basketball, all this stretches, all of this Tyrant's Rage is at a 70% field goal right now.
Oh, yeah.
Catching
For sure.
everyone for sure.
Rencho, however, being caught here just away of the Dragon. The Counter Inferno will not cut it as they take out this FAMS.
Nice
Evo
catch.
Esports, the very nice catch in there now.
Nice
Sunsparks,
catch.
however, they're looking towards the Lord.
They were trying to create space. They want to set up for this Lord. Here we go. Luca once again going for the ball. And again, man, no damage whatsoever, Mr. JP. That is the knockout coming in with Lord.
they
There's
bait
another
out
clash.
Luca.
That is another Moonlight Immersion. They bait out Luca, as you've said it. And here comes Ash once again, lurking in.
Lurking in again, Ash poising, but there's the Grok with the Power of Nature hitting on the 3. Falling Starman gonna be cast, but the Lunox already with the Brilliance this time. Sunsparks will just back down. Fuzaken, very nice usage of the Guardian's Barrier, but it's not gonna be enough for sure. What this makes, however, is that Sunsparks will take care of the Lord.
Yes, they
Evil
will.
Esports cannot fight anymore.
Fuzaken creating space for his team to get this large fish, which is the Lord. We are at 10 minutes. This is the 4th round of objectives for both of these teams. So Team Sunsparks, they will just wait out for the Lord, clear all of their jungle, and then they will probably go for this immediate push that they want.
Rock block is there, but Evil Esports, I think they're waiting for an ambush this time. Fuzaken is actually caught in a bad spot this time. Cannot wild charge because of the bouncing ball. This time though, they have the damage. They have the Bruno in here.
That was bait! That was bait!
That was actually a bait! Like you said!
Debated by Mr. Fuzaken. You Fuza can't kill me, says Mr. Fuzaken. And 7-10. Nice pickup coming in from Team Sunsparks.
Sunsparks now leading by 10,000 with the Lord on their side this time. Baiting out the members of Evil Esports. Taking out the turret in the mid lane. Can they still get an inhibitor this time? They can easily do so. That's the Lunox using the Brilliance just to clear out the minion wave.
Let's see. We shall see. We shall see what kind of defense will Evil Esports do. What kind of evil thing do they have,
Itachi.
minds?
My goodness. And the turret quickly falls. Sunsparks, they can feel it.
They can feel
marching towards the
feel
right
it.
side in the middle. There is the Divine Judgment and Bruno goes down.
That is got Bruno on the floor, ladies and gentlemen. Mortalities being brought here by the side of Team Sunsparks. That is another knock-up coming in from the Cupra, but again, that is another way of the Dragon. KLBJ just cleaning house. JP and KLBJ wrecking havoc, going ham, and it is a wipeout. We are going to game number 3.
Sunsparks with that victory earns their slot at the playoffs of M1 World Championship. And what they needed to do was just to match the movements of Evil Esports. Don't let themselves be ran over by the killing machine of Evil Esports and fight back. Sunsparks this time have dictated the tempo and taken the victory.
An eye for an eye, fighting fire with fire is the name of the game here for this Filipino squad. Very commendable. They're very commendable here. Like, for example, KLBJ not really backing down, having 706 in his stats. Oh, man.
Fuza can't touch this.
Fuza can't die.
Fuza can't die.
Fuza can't die.
He did die twice.
Yes.
But KLVJ and JP, this is their comfort zone. I love that Sunsparks consider getting the Granger in their first set of picks, right? Their first and second pick.
Yep.
Which, you know, gave them the access to their favorite hero, but also denying it away from Team Evil.
Yeah, I like the shutdown to Mr. Bruno. If you do run the Bruno lineup, you will invest a lot of time for him to be online.
Yeah. Sunsparks, we know them as a team that always wins the best of 3 series.
Yep.
Will drop one game, but can definitely win a series. This is the first loss, however, of Evil Esports.
Yep.
And let's actually watch the highlights on how the story developed throughout the game.
Yeah.
There was a great time where Evil Esports are matching up against the members of Sunsparks, but there was a time where JP was already uncontrollable.
Very KLBJ is very impressive here, dodging skills in and out. And look at the discipline from Sunsparks. After that death of Itachi, the Estes, they backed off immediately. Meanwhile, Reflesha is also commendable because of this clutch answer to the with the Divine Judgment. 4 minutes in, this is probably the best, the opening for Team Sunsparks as they got this turtle. Plus, there is no damage yet from Cat Zay.
You know what? I hate to cut you, Manjin, but this is a very good response from Team Sunsparks. What they did was when the Moonlight Immersion was used, they just run away. They fought when the ultimate of the Estes is no longer available. That meant that the Estes is a non-factor for the team.
They studied it. They studied game 1 and game 2 of the MPL finals.
Finally, they will win against
Finally, they
Estes.
won against Estes for the first time. And this is where Fuza can't die. That is clearly a bait for Team Sunsparks. I love what we're seeing here, Mr. Wolf. We're going all the way. It is a home run. It is now game number 3. Man, I do feel Team Evil Esports, they do want to take this in the bag. They still have something in mind. But Team Sunsparks, going back to their Zen mastery, going back to their zone, not playing tricks anymore. They're not playing with their food anymore.
That was a very important victory because they did secure their playoff spot.
Yep.
Now that they're at 5 points, Evil is at 7 points currently. And whoever wins the next game, will win the series, but it won't matter that much in terms of, their qualification to the playoffs. So at least Sunsparks, they can breathe right now. And all the Filipino fans and all the fans from Turkey, they all can breathe and just enjoy this game number 3.
Enjoy this game. Nothing to win, nothing to lose type of game.
Wow. But then again, these teams, they looked like they really are eager to get that victory because of how much they prioritize getting the kills.
Yeah, and they're very aggressive. Very aggressive. Here we go.
Draft for
Draft
game
number
3. Sunsparks versus Evil Esports.
They still want this 2-1.
Definitely.
There's no mercy for both of these teams. So let's see. Sunsparks, what is their opening? They're willing to give the Estes because again they do know how to counter it. Just back off after that Moonlight Immersion and after that Blessing of the Moon Goddess. Meanwhile, Chango is their priority ban. Meanwhile, Team Evil Esports getting rid again of this Masha.
Yeah, for the 3rd time in a row, they ban out the Masha. They don't want to give it. Sunsparks are pretty adamant of not giving the Chango to their opponent, so it's almost the same in terms of the bans.
Yeah.
The tricky part here is Sunsparks will have to think, are they going to give the Granger to Evil Esports in their second phase?
Yeah. No,
they ban out the
Your
Kufra
team
this
is
time.
banning.
They're now respecting Luca.
Respect for Luca.
Respect for Luca.
Oh.
Respecting the MC.
The
bro.
MC.
Respecting the MC. Okay, let's go. Evil Esports, there's something new for them. They don't have that Kufra opening, but they sometimes pull off, again, like what you've said, the Hylos or probably another Grok here in this fight.
Yeah.
What will be the ban?
They also banned Lolita, if I'm not mistaken, but that was the second phase.
Yes.
Hylos, like you said, is also a very important hero for both teams. But Evil Esports,
Your
gonna go
team
back to
is
what works.
picking.
Ban out the Kimi. Don't give it to Sunsparks, knowing that in their last series, whenever they get the Kimi, they close out the series.
They
Your
win.
team
Of course,
is
they win.
picking.
That is a good opening here for Team Sunsparks, as they have a control of the jungle due to the armor here of the Grok. Quite safe here. But look
There's
at their
the
faces.
Granger.
They're very disappointed with their game
Your
number
team
1.
is picking.
There you go. There you go. Instant core heroes for Team Evil.
Evil Esports already showing their hand. They want to play with the Harith and the Granger.
Yes, yes.
Quite scary, but Sunsparks, they know that they can counter this. They have Esmeralda to deal with the Harith.
Yeah. This is, and look at the thumbs up.
Oh, yeah.
KLBJ giving in the thumbs up.
All right.
He is confident right
Confident right
now.
now.
He is confident right now. When he saw the Harith pick, like what you've said, okay, go for the
Your
Esmeralda
team
right
is
away.
picking.
It's the
Non-hesitant.
not even hesitating. Like
Yeah.
I said, Gaja is the answer for Sunsparks this time.
Leomord.
But the Leomord,
Your
Evil
team
Esports
is
will go
banning.
back to their roots. Giving it to Ash was the best thing that they did during game number 1.
Yes,
And
yes.
just look at this. 3 core heroes for Evil Esports already secured. They have so much priority for these 3 picks that they are willing to show their
it.
hand already.
They're willing to show it. You cannot counter our best picks.
And this is Evil Esports telling us they want to go for the killing machines again.
Yeah, the early game,
Your
early game
team
aggression.
is banning.
That is an interesting ban, by the way, for Sunsparks. Neglecting this Baksha and Leomord fast-paced rotation.
team is
So what's
picking.
left right now for Sunsparks is probably the Claude for Mr. JP.
for the Claude.
Yeah, Claude.
If that happens, Evil Esports will pick up the show and they will be super duper happy about it.
Yeah.
Akai is available for Evil Esports. They can consider that as well. Lolita is also a very good pick, by the way.
I think this is a Diggy pick.
Yeah, you know, Hylos, of course, is there.
Your
Hylos makes a lot of
team
sense
is
this
picking.
time.
Yeah.
Oh.
So they have a lot of mobility. Like what we've said, that is Claude for JP. The only one S tier marksman left. But what is the hero for Renjo and Flesha?
So it's gonna be Thams.
It's Thams.
For Sunsparks.
It's Thams.
Evil Esports, I'm actually wondering what they will get as their last pick. We mentioned earlier that the choke could be there because they need the stun. I think Akai also merits a very important factor here for Evil Esports, so they can consider that. Well, let's see.
Let's see. Claude. Okay, there you go. As the pick. Luca. I think it's for
Your
Team Evil
team is
Esports, they're just
picking.
waiting for the hero of Luca. Okay. Oh
It's
no.
Lolita.
Lolita.
Oh no.
So we mentioned about the Lolita, right? Because
Yep.
it blocks many of the
Oh,
skills,
skills.
from Sunsparks.
Yeah.
Have to take note. Bulwark actually cancels the Falling Star Moon.
Yes.
She
it
just
does.
receives it.
It does.
And of course, the Blazing Duet, that's gonna be food for Luca. Luca will really love to receive those bullets coming out from the Claude. And important to take note as well, you cannot use the Guardian's Barrier when the Bulwark is up,
shield.
so that's one thing. Yeah.
This is indeed the best pick for Team Evil Esports, answering 4 heroes.
Yeah.
With the side of Sunsparks.
You know what? If anything, Manjin, it's a good answer. But I think that we're gonna see still a bloodbath
It
for
is.
both teams.
It is.
It's gonna be
It
kills
is.
after
I am
kills after
expecting
kills.
that as well.
Yeah.
I am expecting that this game will have a lot of action and will have a lot of rumble. Here we go. Man.
Oh,
what
wow.
a day it is.
What a day it
it's
has
the
been.
5th series.
The 5th series, we have defined the winners of the group stage, but we still want to know who is the better of the team. Is it Sun Sparks or is it Evil Esports?
Evil Esports.
We're about to know as we now head into Game 3 pretty soon.
Yeah, pretty soon. Again, guys, thank you so much for watching us. That is it. We've got the signal. We are now going inside the game. Welcome to the
5
Celestial
seconds
Palace.
till the enemy
Evil
reaches the
Esports on the red
Smash them.
side. Cat Z is
All
doing the
troops
Granger.
deployed.
Mocker as Harriet. Ash will be using this Leomord. Luca as okay, Luca will play the Hylos in
Hylos.
Itachi. Once again
Back at
is
the Lolita.
the Lolita.
Perfect. Now Sun Sparks from the Philippines. They're playing on the blue side this time. It's gonna be Renzio on the Thams, Kuzakan on the green of the Grok. I mean, it's JP with the Claude, Raflesha on this Kaja.
Here we go.
And Kill VJ with the Esmeralda.
The final game for Team Sun Sparks, if you're a fan in the Philippines. But meanwhile, Evil Esports just again putting on a show, putting on a great show. 50 seconds onto the first timers here. Here we go. That is clearly an invade for Team Evil Esports, forcing the Stamps to go for his lane.
Wow, that was a core guard aggression from Evil Esports, and they will keep themselves intact up top as Leomord is there with the dash and the momentum, but receiving some damage from the Claude.
Okay.
They will dive in. Polystar
Okay.
to finish it
Blood.
off. Sun Sparks gets first blood.
I like the response. An exchange for that core guard will be a first blood, and of course, a tower. We've talked about this yesterday, that it's better that you get the first tower because it will definitely open up the map, and of course, it will undoubtedly increase your income
Your
better.
economy, exactly. And what you do is to always have a composition where you can push the first turret.
Yes.
Because you can get the kill up onto your top lane wherever you're playing. If you're playing blue or red, whatever happens, you're playing on the top lane.
Turtle
You
resurrecting
overcome
soon.
it with so much damage and initiations, and then you push it. It's not enough that you fend off your opponents.
Your opponents.
You need to take the turrets with it.
Because turrets wins games.
Yes.
That is the reason why we're playing MOBA right now. But Evil Esports just inside the bushes, lurking and eyeing this turtle. Here we go. A Zaman Force.
Wow. Very early.
Very early for Mocker. So Sunsparks knows this. There's no Zaman Force for Mocker. So this is clearly an advantage for them. Four heroes are here. JP is here. Here comes the Flecha once again with another clutch pickup. That is the Blazing Do It for you. Plus the block from this Grok. But man, Luca is still alive. Ash with a counter go. Waving that sword. Okay. 2-1 is the score, but this is a one-on-one, of course, here in the bottom lane. Make that 2-on-1.
Jay threatened by Katzi. Katzi actually to steal that Kramer away from Esmeralda, so a very nice steal. Evil Esports, they still are trailing behind by a lot. You have to take note. Sun Sparks, they have the lead.
Yeah.
About 2,000 almost this game, or 1,500.
It's still not over. Still not over yet. I mean, what I'm saying is that Sun Sparks knew that the Zaman Force was not online. But again, Evil Esports with a good maneuvers and great decision making, backing away from the Grok block, and again, Ash with a clutch disengage.
Ash is here, found by Fuzaken. There'll be a fight. Raflesha knows that something is up in the bushes, so Evil Esports will just transition into the turtle this time.
Okay.
Really catching up, really recovering in terms of the economy.
Good recover here. Like what you said from Team Evil Esports. Katzi now having his nimble blade. I'm not sure if that's a Raptor Machete, but again, Evil Esports, they're investing a lot in this late game. I do like the matchup between both of the marksmen here. JP opting to go for the high-end drive to sustain that lane. That is the best jungle emblem right now for this Claude. Nobody is using the Bounty Hunter anymore. But again, as I say this, like what we've said, Team Sun Sparks looking for blood, looking for fights.
Bloodlust Axe very early taken by Ash this time. And if you look at it, it's Festival of Blood, not Bounty Hunter or Killing Spree or High and Dry for Ash.
Yeah.
Going for the sustained battle because he knows they want to fight because of this Granger, Harith, and Leomord pick, they know that they want to prioritize getting the kills. Numinum Blast gonna be whiffed and killing off 99.9% of germs, but however, JP outrunning the gunman from Evil Esports. Wow, what a play.
Like, he's asking Katsi, hey, who's the better marksman?
I'm gonna show you.
I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna show you. But again, okay, there's a 4-on-5 fight. That is the flank coming in from Fuzaken. Luca is just too tanky right now, soaking a lot of damage. With Sun Sparks, they are in control, controlling the tempo of this game. 5 minutes in this game. Katsi, actually, we've talked about this game number 1. Like what we said, they want sustained fights. They want to prolong the team fight. This is quite a good option for him with the killing spree, which gives you 30 a lifesteal after kill 1.
Exactly.
But again, Evil Esports, their aggression has fallen down.
They will chill out this time. This is the lowest kill score so far for both of these teams when they face up against each other. So this is, you know, both of them respecting the prowess, their kill process. As they say that though, it looks like there will be a clash match.
There we go. That is a zoom out in our camera right there. That is another Zaman Force. 3-man knockoff coming in from the Grok, canceling the aggression for the side of Evil Esports. Man, what a play for the side of Sunsparks. 1-1 is our score. Someone is pinging the top lane. Kill BJ and company getting Luca. You can't go loco here. 5-2. Very disciplined here for the side of Sunsparks.
You say that KLVJ is actually pretty far forward, but again, this is an Esmeralda. Knows his capabilities. Have to take note, the Numinum Blast was there. The angle was correct.
The angle was correct.
What Fuzaken did was to just use the Wild Charge. Watch out for the Wild Charge. There you go.
Wow.
Cancel on the Numinum Blast. Perfectly done.
It's like Ken from Street Fighter.
Sure you can.
Sure you can, says Fuzaken, knocking 3 heroes in the air and giving Sunspark this certain amount of advantage for at around 6 minutes of our game. 4,000 gold lead right here.
The placing do it. The falling star, but the counter of the Zaman Force. However, Luca gonna be left to his own accord as the Glorious Pathway is already there. They will not chase. They say that though, somebody's taking care of business up top and he might be cut off by the members of Sunsparks. No, they won't. They will just focus on the turret this time.
All right, they will force this one. They want to get Ash. That is the horse right there. But you're not in the Old Town Road, says Sunsparks. Another Numinum Blast.
Nice dodge.
Missing, hitting nothing but germs. Here we go. Sunsparks, very self-assured in diving the tier 2 tower.
And Fuzaken is happy. He's farming in the middle, already able to facilitate to take the mid lane turret. So that is 4 turrets taken down by Sunsparks, elevating their lead by up to 6,000 gold by 7 minutes and 50 seconds, Manjin. I think that is already so high.
That is so high and they are unfazed. Meanwhile, Team Evil Esports.
Fuzaken is farming.
Yeah, they don't even know who to focus fire right now. Is it going to be the Tams or is it the Esmeralda? Lots of sustain actually for the side of Sunsparks.
You know what? The poorest guy in Sunsparks right now is the Kaja.
The Kaja.
But the Kaja is still richer than this Granger. That's scary. Sunsparks,
that's scary.
they're leading by extremely.
Yeah, that is bad news.
High.
That is bad news. Here we go. That is the Lord coming into your screens, and JP will immediately get it. He wants to end this now. No more joke time.
This time they will take it in their hands. And they will go for the Lord. The Lord has been slain.
This is very interesting because Luca was very impressive in the previous games, but now he has the Hylas. Hylas is quite passive in terms of initiation, unlike the Kufra. So this is a very different game for him.
Definitely.
Mocker is the one initiating fights, but you can definitely get out of the Zaman Force whenever you see it. Yeah, you can disengage.
That is exactly what they're doing, right? If you look back game number 2, they just went away from the Estes when the Moonlight Immersion was available. And this time when the Zaman Force is available, they just back out. They don't have an Akai to disengage, but what they do is just Okay, let's get away from the zone, from all of
Yeah,
the Terran.
zone, yeah, alright.
Terran-based skills that Evil Esports are doing.
Oh my, KLBJ. It's because of the thumbs up.
Oh yeah.
It's because of the thumbs up. That is the signal. That was the signal of KLBJ. Hey, dude, I got this. I got this from the Philippines. Let's see, ladies and gentlemen, they are knocking at heaven's door here in the bottom side. That is the Bulwark Shield for the side of Mr. Itachi. First objective secured by the side of Sunspark. Make that 2 towers.
Can Evil Esports still fight against this? Inhibitors are down, and Sunsparks, they're still threatening the mid lane. Will they dive? I don't think they should be. As Sunsparks, they cannot afford to make the mistakes this time.
They're patient, they're patient.
Divine Judgment into the
Wow.
monsters, into the Falling Star Moon. What a combo! The Chains of Stuns.
The Chains
Sunsparks
Stuns.
takes down the Evil.
Okay, Raplesha with 6 assists. Man, three Divine Judgments, 3 clutch Divine Judgments to get this picks and to have the advantage. Sunsparks clearly on a lead and owning Evil Esports.
They love this.
They love this. The Filipinos back at home are smiling right now. Meanwhile, Turkey, yes, they secured, of course, the slot for our playoffs. But again, who is the better player? Who is the better team? That is the question right now.
That is the question indeed, as the stun connects on the Esmeralda this time. Art of Thievery, only still some movement speed and attack speed. JP, of course, they will pick up the Harriet. Wow! It's amazing once again.
That's amazing, and I think that's game. No core heroes left for the side of Evil Esports. What a good Luminum Blast. Batman kill. BJ, the king, posterizing Evil Esports, and the Filipino pride is still alive. Sunsparks getting 2-1 once again.
They will secure this series victory for sure, and they will secure their playoffs spot. And more importantly, they have won the hearts of many for sure. They will make their fans confident, but you have to give it to Turkey, man. This team from technically nowhere, out of the map, out of the radar, showing up this time 2-0, back-to-back 2-0s, and then making it work for Sunsparks with 7 points in this bracket. They're so happy for sure.
I do feel that Evil Esports, they are the dark horses of this tournament. Congratulations to Sunsparks. The Filipinos now they're celebrating because they secured, of course, the playoffs. But man, I do want to talk about Evil Esports more as man. This is ML. You cannot count out teams. Yeah, anyone who is not in the radar. Who is not in the radar.
Not at all.
Not at all.
We will talk about that later as we discuss the highlights this time, so we can see how the story developed. You have to take note, this is the first turn to take. Back-to-back games, they did this. They ganked the safe lane, and then they take down the hero in there, and then push the turret. This time, though, was a good retaliation, a very good Death Sonata, but the discipline from the side of Sunsparks, they just backed down after a kill.
Yep, you're definitely right there. 6 minutes into the game, this was the second turtle take for both of the teams, and that was an astonishing way of Fuzaken using the wild charge, not even hitting the wall, just do the knock up and do the immediate counter go for Team Sunsparks, and that sealed the deal. That sealed the deal. That is the nail to the coffin here for this team, and with that, 7 minutes in, Sunspark very confident and going for the very aggressive plays. Not that hasty, but still, these are calculated risk plays for the side of Sunsparks, and that ended the game.
Definitely, I think that whenever they fight, it's to their advantage this time. Right? If you look back at game number 1, they were reacting so heavily against Evil Esports that they don't really necessarily take advantage of what they have in terms of draft. That also happened with their second series and their first series. This time, in their back-to-back victories against Evil Esports, they counted on the fact that they have a little bit of an advantage in different facets of the game,
Yeah.
like the killing machine in game number 2 or the objective taking in game number 3.
Evil Esports is the team to look out
For sure.
I do
For
feel
sure.
I do feel that they are even though they're evil, they can be the anti-heroes of
Maybe.
this entire tournament.
I'm sure.
Right?
No, after watching this,
After watching
and
this,
if you're a fan of Mobile Legends, you're gonna have to appreciate what Evil Esports has done. Technically speaking, people don't know them just yet. Maybe, of course, the Turkish know them.
Shout outs to the people in Turkey.
Oh yeah.
You have a great team, and
Yep.
probably you're looking at the next champions. What a great
What
storyline
a
as
great
well,
story.
right?
If that happens,
If that
man,
happens, man.
they're gonna make a fan out of me for sure.
Wow.
Good games to everyone.
Good games.
Definitely from both Evil Esports and Sun Sparks.
Yeah.
For sure, a lot of stuff that we have learned through Mobile Legends. You know, this will be the only series that we saw almost the same bands.
Yeah.
Like the Chango as well as the Masha.
Yeah.
Who would have thought that they would be the band material in the
this,
World
in the
Championship?
yes.
Wow.
Man, I do think that this is the best game for today.
The best series.
Best game,
yeah.
the best series for today. Clearly an upset for the side of Evil Esports.
I want to know what the players think for sure.
I want to know as well.
I'm looking forward. I'm looking forward to knowing what they think about the game because it was really interesting. For sure, there's a lot of pressure after their loss.
About the team.
Let's actually head into the interviewer this time.
Thank you very much to the casters at the desk. I'm standing here right now from the winners of the previous series, Sun Sparks. I'm here with JP, the man of the hour, the man of the game. How are you guys feeling?
We're happy.
You're happy. So did you expect, you're champions from the Philippines, now you are the leader in Group C. Did you expect the series just now to go to Game 3?
We expect the...
Say, go.
Ano ba yun? In-expect na namin na mangyayari yung puro panalo pero di namin inasahan na magiging puro 2-1.
We expected that we will always win, but we didn't expect that it will be always 2-1.
All right, so unexpected hard game. They gave you a run for your money. So what happened between Game 1 and Game 2? Game 1, Evil Esports, they crushed you guys. But Game 2 and Game 3, Evil Esports didn't even get a single turret. What did you guys change to make that happen?
Na-earlyan yung first game namin kaya medyo nahirapan din kami.
Our target was the early game, so we can control the map, we can control the flow of every minions. So yeah, we more or less we will have the advantage every team fight.
Alright, so you guys have locked in your spot in the playoffs. You're in the upper brackets, and earlier on you guys mentioned that your target here is to knock out Onyx PH. How do you guys feel after this convincing lead in Group C?
Paano? Ano ba? Yung leads sa tapan.
Kasi lead tayo ngayon.
Masabi naman siguro antayin nila kami sa playoffs.
Just you wait. You will see in playoffs.
All right, words of confidence. So final question: will we expect any surprises, or are there any last words from you guys from Sun Sparks? The sun is radiating on you guys right now. What can we expect from you guys in the upper brackets?
Marami pa silang aabangan sa amin saka marami pa yung papakita.
There's so much for you to watch, and we have many secret. We have many surprise for you guys.
All right, surprises it is. Guess we'll just have to wait to find out. Thank you very much, JP. Congratulations, Sun Sparks, for making it through. I'll throw it back to you guys at the desk. Take it away.
All right. Okay. Thank you so much for that interview. So,
yeah, actually, there was a little bit of
There's
mistake. A little
guys.
bit of mathematical mistake in there.
Okay.
So Sun Sparks already won 3 series for sure,
Yep.
and they do secure their top
upper bracket. All right.
Evil
so
Esports were in a position where they can
go to
for
the upper bracket.
like they can secure.
Yeah.
But because of that loss, now it's gonna be dependent on who will
Win the
next-
last series.
Last series for sure.
Yeah, we were clearly
Yeah.
mistaken, guys.
But you know what happened here, Manjin, is that Sun Sparks, their points are not that high enough,
Yeah.
and practically Todak can still catch up for
can
sure.
still catch up the upper bracket
Yeah.
because they have 4 points.
Yes, exactly.
Right? Okay.
4 points.
So Sunspark securing the playoffs. And
Playoffs
that's it
only.
for us.
Playoffs only.
That's it for us.
That's-
That's it for us.
Magid and Wolf will be back for you. Well, the M1 World Championship will be back for you guys, so do not go away.
Girls with the nails done. Girls with the nails done.
They told us that it's just a game. That nothing will ever come out of it. That it won't bring us fame or glory. That it won't make our country proud. They told us to stop wasting our time. Well, let them say all they want. We'll prove it to them. We'll be the champions. Mobile Legends Bang Bang World Championship 2019. M1.
You may have been denied. You may have hit rock bottom. You may have been craving for the lights. Now, all strive for one goal.
Taking that life of the Akai as well. There becomes the jump on the Emerald.
Put your hands together for the champion.
Do you have what it takes to be a champion worthy of the highest glory? You may have been denied. You may have hit rock bottom. You may have been craving for the lights. Now, all strive for one goal.
Taking that life of the Akai as well. There comes the jump on Emerald.
Put your hands together for the champion.
Do you have what it takes to be a champion worthy of the highest glory?
And welcome back to the Mobile Legends Bang Bang M1 World Championship. My name's Contra. This is Husky alongside with me, casting the final series of the day. And wow, we're seeing so many games pass, and that Pura series was definitely a showstopper, but we still have to carry on because now we will see Todak facing up against Geo of Brazil. Of course, welcome all on board. If you guys just tuned in, you're not too late to enjoy more Mobile Legends action. And Husky, I'm pretty sure you got a lot to say about that really, really great Best of 3 series.
Oh, I mean, first of all, I did not expect Evo Esports to draw blood from Sunsparks, but Sunsparks the whole day they've been getting 2-1, 2-1, and 2-1. So now they are temporarily topping the leaderboard with 6 points. Geo Esports, they only won one single game, and it was all for Sunspark as well. We've talked about how Todak and Sunspark look like the two dominant teams that will qualify, but there is still a very slight chance that we might see a 3-way tiebreaker if Geo Esports manage to make some magic happen.
Yes, and they're definitely eyeing out for at least some pride as well as some points heading to this. And who knows, with that sort of disruption, if they were ever to defeat Todak with a 2-0 victory, then that tiebreaker would have happened, of course. But it's still that sort of a question whether or not can Geo challenge the Malaysian favorites here, because, of course, after Evo's SG was taken down, this is the next hope that's going to be taking the air of what was fallen in Group A. But now Group C here, we talk about the Group of Death, and we're of course looking forward for some amazing matchup. And now things are getting so stiff, and we're really going to find out who's going to be emerging in towards the playoff rounds, because this is the decider, and it's really down to every single one of these games. But Geo here, of course, really had to buckle up for this ride, because Todak is not an easy opponent at all. And even when we look at Sun earlier on, the SS, they were on the brink at one point that everyone was like on their seats, thinking that if they were to lose that series, then things would get even worse for some of these guys, because why? They might have just been eliminated right there, and they fought back. And every single series that SS played today, they managed a 2-1 win, though not as clean as some other teams right there, but wow, they definitely made a statement.
Yeah, and there's a part of me that wants to see Geo Esports get some payback onto Todak, simply because of what Moon said. They said that, hey, you know, from where you guys came from, you guys are only good at football, but maybe not MLBB. Oh man, if Geo Esports, if they want to do something, this is the chance to make a statement and say that, hey, we are good at the game. This is why we're representing our nation in M1. As much as the chances are bleak, we cannot count them out. They did manage to take a game off of Sunspark.
Now, of course, we're also going to look at Todak right here, the team that skyrocketed from the qualifying rounds of the MPL and straight went into the grand finals as well. These guys are not stopping right here, and now, of course, we're going to see the game starting shortly, but of course, seems like they're still testing some of the peripherals, and who knows, once they're ready, we'll be heading in towards our very first draft between Geo versus Todak right here. And of course, from what you saw, Geo brought some new flavors. That's something that's really fresh from what we always seen throughout the meta. And of course, Bruno has been picked up a couple of times before. It's really about how do you utilize Bruno's kit itself, because the element is pretty valuable in a team fight.
Yeah, and I think I did mention a couple of times on the broadcast that as we progress down the group stage, the draft, the picks and bans will eventually change in terms of what becomes a priority. Grog has been led through almost every single game. If you look at day one, 2 days ago in Group A, Grog was like the must ban, but now Kufra, Grog are kind of being led through, and this is where teams start to find answers instead of just avoiding that hero completely. And the Burmese go effect from yesterday as well. Evil Esports, they might have completed all 3 of their series, but they did show that some of their pocket picks can be really formidable. And right now, if we want to kind of look into the future and expect an almost impossible tiebreaker, Geo Esports might be the team to make it happen.
Well, Geo Esports, of course, they are the ones that could disrupt the entire tempo, and who knows, we might just see that tiebreaker happen. And if that does, we're going to be, of course, kicking ourselves back in the seat here for even more games to come, but I would gladly cast this one with you, Husky.
Oh, I would gladly love to see, like I say, I want to see some payback, and you can see Geo Esports, they're having a lot of fun. They know that they're on the back foot. They only have 1 point, so losing a single game is not an option. They have to 2-0 this to even have a chance to breathe a bit more in this group stage. And of course, against Todak, a team that when they went up against Sunsparks, they took 1 game over Sunsparks. When they went up against Evil Esports, rough game 1, a breeze through game 2 because they implemented this whole split push strategy. Geo Esports, if they have been watching, they better be prepared.
Yes, indeed. And of course, now we're looking at E1 here, one of the best tanks that we've seen coming from Malaysia. He's been eyeing on securing that Grok pick most of the time, and throughout the entire season that they played in the MPL, we've already seen a lot of great win ratios, though the KDAs, of course, would say otherwise, because he's a really selfless tank, and that's what kind of player that he is, that he is actually the kind of guy that goes in diving head first so that they get to secure a little bit of that lead for the side of Todak. But of course, all eyes are on Moon to see whether or not can he carry the weight to push things through and head in towards the playoffs of the M1 World Championship.
Yeah, Moon, he talked the talk. Now it's time to walk the walk against Geo Esports. You know, directly calling them out, but of course in a really in a friendly way. It's all about sportsmanship. It's all about a little bit of banner, and Todak, they are not afraid to showcase that, to show that their dominance. This is them playing on home ground, and of course they want to be the second Malaysian team to lock in their playoff spots after Axis Esports yesterday.
Not only that, they are eyed to be the best. So of course, I'm not going to break it down to some Pokemon songs right here. And we're of course looking at Geo. Not really having the best run so far, but then again, they have definitely earned so much respect from the rest of the world because of their performance, which I felt they were, of course, making some really rash decisions that kind of resulted in towards a couple of all these hiccups that they've met in between the way. But now, in towards the final series we go as we head in towards the picks and bans here. Well, I'm expecting the Kufa to axe out. Same goes to Export, but, well, they're going to start things off with the Harif instead.
Yeah, Harif has been prioritized a lot since yesterday. And of course, Todak, they are eyeing for that 2-0. If that get that 3 points, that will set them in the upper bracket instead and push Sunsparks to the lower bracket. Just now in the interview, I did it with JP. I say that, okay, Sunsparks, you guys have locked it the upper bracket. That is just a temporary factor. But Todak can easily change that by taking down Geo 2-0. Kufra has been taken out, Grok as well.
Now I'm looking at Todak right here. Of course, they ban out the Grok, and that also means that on the second pick, which will be on the side of Todak, they will have a lot of options left on the table. So they can even leave out options like the Kaya as well. So for the side of Geo, they are also spoiled for choice. It really depends on what Todak has to ban. I do think that they should actually take away some of all these really nasty tanks like the Hylas, which has been picked day after day. So now we're seeing whether or not Todak will go for that sort of a ban, but instead they remove Chang'e
Your team
heading
is
in towards
picking.
the battlefield.
Yeah, and I think a lot of teams are starting to realize how good and how effective Chang'e is. With Chang'e, at first, people kind of debated, do I want to go Chang'e? Do I want to go Gord if we put aside Esmeralda, Harif, or Lunox? I personally feel like Chang'e is so good because of that meteor shower alone. At level 4, you basically can secure an objective. The turtle, the turrets, even the jungle camps. But Joe, they can start off with that Masha pick.
Wow, now we're seeing that Kaja coming into play as well. So I'm not too sure what will they pair up against with that matchup, but of course, with that export being left out wide in the open, I would say that in the early game, it will be a little bit tough for either side to actually secure that sort of lead, but of course, we know that Masha almost pretty much unkillable in those sort of situations. This is going to be some hassle for Todak, but wow,
is
3 tanks that we're seeing here in that sort of way. Well, of course, arguably fighters as well in that sort of sense. But I would definitely say that they need to make sure that whatever Todak's doing on the next phase, they need to remove some of all these burst damage output, and Todak here going in for the final pick.
Yeah, the Hylos and Lolita, it seems like these two heroes have been the new favorite duo for most of the teams to go for, and that's the case. Hylos has been banned now, I believe, in day 1, but now it's getting through just like Grok, just like Kaja. Even Xbox has gotten some leniency. Teams are now letting Xbox do simply because they realize that, hey, you don't have to necessarily ban out this hero because there are ways around it. And I think from day 2 onwards, from yesterday onwards, the solution has become clearer and clearer. Lunox will be the final pick for that phase 1 for Todak, and Geo, they will ban out Arkai.
Well, we're seeing that Arkai, of course, being removed, but then again, Todak can always go for that Franco as well. Remember, they have picked a whole lot of Franco throughout their entire run as well, so I'm definitely seeing that they have that sort of a run that they could possibly go in for that, and that's definitely one of the picks that has been seeing the light of day back in the playoffs of the MPL as well. But of course, I can't really go back to the past. It's all about the future and the present for Todak here, because if they slip out right here, they will be crashing out. So they cannot afford to slip up. Now, for the final ban, it seems like they're going to go for some options right here, and there will be banning out that carry. Well, I love the cameraman, man. Like, they just show that, okay, cover into this, let's pick a category, go Sizzle Marksman. It's like, okay, any, meeny, miny, mo. Should we get off the Kimmy or the carry?
Yeah, I think the carry is a slightly better choice. I think if you kind of read what Joe Esports have been picking, Kimmy is not on top of that list. Got a quick shout out to the cameraman. I love the camera work. But Cho as well. He has only been picked once yesterday by Lucky. Excuse me, on day 1 by Lucky from VFM, but today it seems like it's the Kung Fu Hustle show. Cho has been picked so much. Todak and Evo Esports absolutely love this. Different playstyle. Todak loves the tank Cho, unlike Evo Esports, they plays the carry Cho. But maybe Joe Esports this time proving me wrong. They go with the Kimi and they can lock in that.
Well, I would definitely say that Lilia would be something that's going to be really effective, especially if she gets into that sticky situation. She can always use her Omen and just hit back into towards where she came from. And in the case that if there's going to be any sort of chase coming from that Aldous, well,
yeah,
it'll get it pretty much interesting, because no matter how you want to press that out, it'll still come for you. But Midstar is definitely going to be that great option if they were to engage. But then again, I'm not too sure about this, though. I do prefer the other choice instead, but it's not too shabby of an option. And now Todak opting to lock in that Hayabusa. So we're about to see some great OG shadow kills across the board. Now that we've seen this sort of lineup here, I would say that Todak here is taking a very aggressive approach.
Yeah, and Todak, they have played this split push composition. They played this I want to fight you composition. And obviously for this one, Todak just wants to dive straight onto Joe Esports' face. We talked about this Lilia pick. Did not expect to see that, but that is possibly the most important series, especially if you're Joe Esports. They have nothing to lose, practically almost nothing to lose. That Lilia pick, I think it might, let's hope that it might be something that throws Todak Esports off.
Well, I'm really looking forward to what the Lilia has to offer, and as the game skills, Lilia is going to be scaling off the charts in that sort of sense, as she'll stack up so much of that ability power. And of course, there's going to be a lot of all these things to factor in as well. Is that Cho going a fighter Cho, or is he going to go in for that sort of a burst potential? And, you know, today we've seen some great runs coming from Evil Esports, and they were that team to successfully utilize those Cho in most of this situation. And now we're seeing Todak, of course, not to say that they're emulating it. They have been also playing a lot of Cho as well, but we're not really seeing the Malaysian side using it to great effect. Of course, we're seeing across Access Esports as well as EVO's SG. Now, let's head into our very first game between Sunsparks. Oh, of course, I got bamboozled right there. Geo Esports as well as Toda.
Yep, slight visual glitch, but it's fine. You guys did not miss anything. This is, in fact, Geo Esports against Toda, the most important game for Geo Esports. It's like Brazil hangs in the balance. They cannot drop a single game, and Toda is not going to let that happen, at least to themselves as well.
That's right, and of course Libra, my horoscope as well, just hanging on over the bomb side, will possibly clear off the lane while we're seeing a little bit of invades from the side of Todak as well. So great hit start for the side of Todak, while Geo as well as Aura is just mirroring the moves and slowly taking camps after camps. While the Hayabusa is playing pretty much stable at the corner, he's not really going to be challenged all too much. And by the way, I mean, X-Ray, who would possibly think of diving a Hayabusa who could easily just juke you off? Yeah, and I like what Geo Esports is doing. First of all, you pointed out the mirror, and I was about to point out that maybe Geo Esports wants to go for this 4-1 composition. They are going to start off with a bit of crowd control onto X-Ray, who has to juke around left and right, trying to go for Aura, but Homies is there. It might be first blood though, and it will. First blood going over to Geo Esports. Almost catching on to Aura as well, but definitely a tall order to be able to achieve, because there's just so many of these members of Geo Esports diving right in for members 2-1. He did no other option, and instead of actually hopping right back, maybe he might have a better choice running all the way towards the tier 2. But look at Chiku though, they're already setting something up to take down the very first heart in the span of less than 2 minutes. Well, this is definitely some great work coming from Toda, and we've seen them prioritizing objective, and that's definitely the name of the game for them. Yeah, this is definitely Toda's style. They go for that early tier 1. Their fastest record was actually against EVO Esports earlier today. Under 1 minute, they got that top tier 1, but even though it's not as fast, it does open up the objective, the turtle for them, and especially for those of you guys who did not notice, Toda will always go for the tier 1 that is the closest to the turtle pit, simply because it gives them this control over that area. Kaida does have the divine judgment, not able to find a target just yet, but Geo Esports, they have to be cautious. We're seeing one member get a cape clipped out right there, but E1 instantly pops out that flicker, and now Aura's trying to go in for a little bit of that sort of a smash of the hammer, but that's not going to be all too much of damage coming from the Lolita anyways. Now, looking at Chiku here, it's going to be E1 going in for that Divine Judgment, and oh, that's a big wave of Dragon coming out as well. The Blast heading on towards the Sadakai. That will be the first kill, headed to Lilia, and Chico's the next one to... Oh my! 3 kills in the back for Geo Esports. Aura survived that. Toda Esports, they got the engage. Nernas was waiting for the ambush. Meanwhile, X-Ray getting disarmed by the house shock from Libra. Libra trying to run him down. One last auto attack will do the job. No, X-Ray managing to get away, but this Masha seems like Libra doesn't want to give up. X-Ray just toying with him right now, but has the overstay is welcome. Backup is coming in. There is the arrival from Geo Esports. Libra will not be able to get the kill onto X-Ray, but a quick throwback to that fight just now. The engage from Nernas was perfect. The last insanity, 3 members of Geo Esports got called out, but commendation to Aura. The Numenon Blast was on point. Zona the rest of Toda, giving his team the opportunity to launch a counter attack, and they got 2 kills in return. That's right, and there's also great backup come from Toda members as well, hitting with the arrival in the mid lane, with 4 members covering the tracks of X-Ray, so that buys him enough time. But now Geo's attempting on that turtle, and Geo understands that they cannot afford to lose a single game at all. They're going to go in for that sort of a great hit start here with 8,000 in terms of deficit for Toda. Yeah, and when you wound an animal, they will bite back hard, and Geo Esports are doing just now against Toda. They have a lot to prove. They want to prove Moon wrong. They want to prove that Geo Esports is here to stay for a bit longer. They won that 3-way tiebreaker, and it seems like they're going to converge on that bottom lane as well, but the target is going to be on Libra. Toda or push him off that wave. They're going to lose Nernas though. That kill goes over to Homies. Now they get the Divine Judgment onto Libra, but Libra has the flicker, and he should be able to get away. And he definitely managed a sweet escape, while Geo will be able to open up the mid lane. This is going to be some great control of the map for Geo Esports now that they can freely roam across, while Toda taking a lot of time to even try to push Masha off the lane, and there's not enough time to be bought to even crush off that tier 2. But now Aura is going to be spotting out Chiku, and he's just going to be receiving a little bit of that sort of a
greeting, and not even securing that camp anyways.
And if you pay attention right now, Todak has started their signature 1-3-1 push. Top tier 1 down, bottom tier 1 down. They can send those two solo laners to go for that split push, but right now was kind of call out Way of the Dragon, does connect onto it. He does have the Revitalizer. Now the Glorious Pathway, not enough. They pull him back with a Divine Judgment. Back up a bit too late from Joe Esports. Libra as well, getting called out and will be taken down. Nowhere for him to go. The flicker expanded to no avail. Joe Esports, do they still want to continue this? And it seems like the answer is yes. Alright, that's rush right in. You had to live that. Maximum charge comes out from Homies, but Todak, they will go for a full retreat.
Well, I really like how they saved up the Divine Judgment for that really late out coming from Libra. And of course, now that we've already seen Geo here, of course, getting those sort of a lead early on, they are trying to actually extend it, but they don't really seem to see any sort of formula. Maybe that second turtle will be able to bait out members of Todak to commit to this one. Once again, heading in towards the mid lane, and the Hylos is so tanky, it's not really of a great idea to actually go in for that commitment upon him. And of course, all they need is even more lockdowns to be committed. But over the top side here, we're seeing another turret getting destroyed.
Both teams now have different objectives. Joe Esports won that second turtle, whereas Todak, they want to punish Joe Esports by taking down Masha and possibly going for that tier 2. Turtle will be going over to Joe Esports Libra. He knows that he might be in danger, so he waited as long as he could. They will concede this tier 2 away. Maybe not. They found the X-Ball, but Todak will find Masha in return. The trade that we've been expecting, but we'll see if Joe Esports wants to continue this push. The answer might be yes.
And we're seeing 2 ults being committed just to take down the Masha. And for Geo, they're opting to actually focus on mid lane, and that's going to be X-Ray here trying to chunk out all this mid wave, which means that Geo could not afford to actually stay ult so long to push the mid lane. And instead, here comes the Righteous Pathway coming from the Hylos as well, just to be able to clear off the mid wave. Too little too late it was for Geo to stay.
Yeah, X-Ray, perfect understanding of what to do. He canceled the recall of this Hylos. He was almost going to reach recall back to base, but the Shuriken managed to cancel that, forcing a reset and giving Todak that inhibitor. And that is what Todak was feared the most. Their split push capabilities, their understanding of this split push macro, and Joe Esports are falling prey to it. Nernas now with that flamethrower is going to chunk out Aura for a bit, but Joe Esports, they're clumping up. They might be ready for a big fight.
Now we're seeing that Lord spawning towards the top side of the river as well. Well, there's definitely going to be that setup coming from Geo Esports. The Brazilians here are on the hunt, on the prowl, looking for some of all these opportunities, and Libra is just waiting things out. And now immediately committing towards the Sanchiku, but instead get caught up on E1 once again with the Dragon combo with another kick, and that will be a dead Masha, and Todak now gets a free tower.
Well, it seems like Geo Esports not really respecting what Todak is trying to do, and this is what Todak does best. Get a pick off, get a tower with that as well. The conversion of a small pick is just amazing from Todak and Geo Esports. They're trying to respond across the map, but they are just being split apart by Todak. And you can see Todak right now, they're quickly collapsing on that top lane. If Joe Esports don't retreat right now, they might get caught out. The Glorious Pathway does come out though, the stun, and there's the Luminous Blast. Gonna land the Moon, but Noon goes into that bridge. They also get the kick onto Rod to cancel the ultimate. Kaja with the Divine Judgment, call onto Homies. Homies is now down. It seems like Joe Esports immediately, they ran out of gas. Double kill for the Lunox. Todak, they are finding every single avenue. Joe Esports desperately trying to run away, but it seems like Aura is not gonna make it out. The Lolita gets taken down. Todak find 4.
And now it's only down to Libra, and what can Geo do? They're already marching right in. They don't care at all. And now this will be Todak here at least securing that one game to head into the match point. And there's no way Geo can come back out of this game.
Todak with that win. You can see that they're rejoicing. They have already secured playoffs with that victory over Geo Esports. And the next step is to get that 2-0 to lock in the upper brackets. Instead, Geo Esports completely disintegrate in that game. They've watched Todak play 2 series in a row, but they failed to figure out that Todak always go for that side lane tier 1 to get control of the turtle. They go for the other side lane tower, and they go for the split push. Marsha had to walk the hall of shame because he was not able to find a place to recall, and it was just complete macro brilliance from Todak.
That's right, and heading into this matchup, it was Moon once again being the MVP for Todak. And looking at all these members, they definitely worked hand in hand to secure that. And once again, giving credit towards Chiku as well as Iwon because of both of them working together to be able to lock down that Masha, which proved to be a nuisance. Though, of course, you see Libra here, 0-3-0. It does not mean that he was not really doing his job. Like, he's still actually getting a lot of all those tower advantage and all these split pushes, but they're all pretty much getting separated in all sorts of way. And of course, with that being said, Todak now are on that match point here, and they just need one more win. And perhaps they might be able to actually top the groups if we really calculate correctly.
Yeah, it's either they're already in playoffs, like I mentioned just now, and all they need to do, one more win, and they will be in the upper brackets. And whatever I said about Sunsparks being in the upper brackets will be completely invalid, because that means because they will be sent to the lower brackets. But either way, the fact that Todak with that dominance, being able to secure at least a spot in that main event at Alexander Arena in 2 days is an impressive feat. The second Malaysian team to make it through. So at least Axis Esports, the Homeland brothers, will have a bunch of comrades to kind of celebrate this moment with. But Joe Esports, they still can potentially push it to Game 3. They might want to leave this championship and land a blow before departing.
That's right, and now we're here to see what can Geo Esports fix, because they started off really strong. They took out some of these hurdles. They have great absolute control, but they lost out the macro game. They left the top lane out in the open, and they just pushed them off from the side lanes and slowly find those sort of advantages. And it was only Lamashias that was guarding the side lanes, and she could not even do her proper duty to even go for that split push in that sort of sense. And with that being said, then there's just no response from Geo as they were trying to respond with another push on their own over the mid lane. But X-Ray immediately clearing off that one wave immediately halted them on their tracks, and they really have to resort to the plan B, which is to retreat. And by the time the Highlights gets back to the base, there was only one tower left.
Yeah, you can never challenge Todak in this macro game. Todak has played this since the beginning. They know how it works, and it's really hard for Joe Esports to find a counter this fast. So in the draft for game number 2, Joe Esports, they really have nothing to lose right now. They have kind of been officially eliminated from the championship, but they still have potentially 2 more games to go. And for this one, at least their objective is to draw blood from Todak before they leave.
Well, they definitely need to actually draw all sorts of blood that they can possibly get coming from inside of Geo Esports to at least stop Todak on the tracks for the very least. Of course, if you guys are looking at the score lines, there's going to be an update coming up really shortly where Todak just got themselves 1 point out of that sort of match that we saw previously. Now, Chang'er, Kaja, Masha, as well as Howard. This is a consistent band that we're seeing throughout 2 series so far. Now, of course, E1's going to be locking his signature pick, which is a Grok. And now, I'm not too sure about that Balric, because the last time I saw Balric, it was back in Season 3, which was somewhere earlier of the year. Well, Kufra definitely will be that better option for Geo Esports.
It seems like the meta for Group C has always been the Kufra X Borg opening, or at least you will see these 2 heroes in the same match. But Geo Esports, they get the Grok. Grok was not picked in the previous game. It was banned out by Todak. But Geo, if this is the time to bring out their best pick, I think they don't have a much other avenue to go for. So Lunox will be locked in as well.
Well, I really do like the Lunox pickup right here, because Moon is usually very efficient, not getting caught in that sort of a skirmish every time they engage. And in the case where if a Kufra hops right inside of that sort of a pit, it's going to be that Order of Brilliance being popped just to go in for that safety net. But Extra Hero is going to go for that chill and possibly will pass it over onto Chico or even Nindas in that sort of sense. So let's see what they're up to in Phase 2. While Geo Esports, of course, trying to figure out how could they possibly find a way to actually get some advantages out of this.
Oh, I just realized that Todak is on the blue side, but you know, it's just small things. Now, Looking at Geo
Carry.
Esports, going to be Carry
Your team
locked
is
in.
banning.
Libra's going to take that, but I believe that Homies will be the one piloting this hero. We've seen Carry some success, some failures across these 3 days, but the part that's undeniable was that today we saw an amazing performance display from Carry by Evo Esports' Ash.
Well, I definitely say that Ash is definitely one great player out there, and not only that, and Sunsparks themselves, they
Your
also
team
played
is
out some
banning.
great sort of marksmen, especially things like the Granger, which Todak also heavily relies on in those grand finals against Evo's Esports back in MPL. Now, of course, for Geo, Aura is going to be making that decision to lock one more ban away from Todak, and I'm not too sure how they're going to be actually approaching this, but I do think that they should take out one of these fighter tanks available, or even take out the Lolita in that sort of sense, because they've already got the Hylos already being banned away. So just negating even more options will be great.
Yeah, the Lolita ban, either that or the Archive, but it's going to be the Tamus ban, the fighter
team
that
is
you
picking.
pointed out earlier. So Tamus taken out. I feel like Tamus isn't going to be the biggest issue for Joe Esports to deal with. They can still fall back to the Lolita if they want to. They can fall back to the Archive, which I personally prefer a bit more, simply because there's a Cho on Todak's side. The Hurricane Dance is effective to prevent this Cho from getting that Way of the Dragon off. But it's going to be Joe Esports starting off this pick phase. They do have the last pick advantage, so this might be their chance to throw a curveball like the Lilith in the previous game. Even though it did not work out, it could be an avenue for them to capitalize on.
Well, I would say that they definitely need to capitalize on those sort of situations, but Kagura is being hovered as well as Luck. So this will be possibly the very first Kagura that we're seeing for today, and well, I'm not too sure on how they're going to commit to this, because they're going to bring out the Mincetar pocket pick of Todak. Well, of course, it hasn't been locked in, but if the Kagura goes in, it's going to be pretty hard for her to actually escape with those sort of Umbrella Yin-Yang overturn as well.
Yeah, it's a direct counter to the Kagura. This is actually the second Kagura pick. I believe Joe Esports picked Kagura previously against Sunspark, and they lost. But no, it doesn't hurt to try again. It is one of their comfort picks. But we're not getting a Ministar. We're getting a Kimi and a Valir for Todak.
Well, all hands on deck. We're already looking at some pretty high burst damage output coming from the Todak side, as we see Kimi as well as Cho. I think that this Cho is going to be going a little bit offensive as well, because look at them from the side of Joe Esports. They're not exactly all too tanky, so if he were to actually go in with that sort of build with the Blade of Despair as well as the Endless Battle, then they could easily go in for some great bursts. It's only that sort of a Kufra on the way to actually knock them out in that sort of sense. Not too sure what those signals are for, but I'm pretty sure that Todak now says this one's for the fans.
And Daira for Joe Esports. I believe IC Baby 12 did point out to me, I believe off the broadcast, that Joe Esports might bring out this Daira. I guess he was right. So the last ditch for Joe Esports, like I said, nothing to lose. It's time to go all in. I'm not sure how to feel about this Dairov. He is the lane dominant one, good at 1 versus 1, but horrible when it comes to a full-blown team fight. We'll see how Joe Esports kind of play around this particular fighter.
Well, I am definitely excited to see that 1v1 situation on those lanes, but now we've already seen those sort of drafts. I'm still favoring the side of Todak for that sure firepower that they do have on their arsenal. Now, heading it towards the side of Geo, what do you feel like is the strength of what the Brazilian side does have?
I feel like for Joe Esports, I look at the draft and it isn't those that you don't see every day, right? The Kagura, the Dairov, is kind of split between I want to fight you, but I don't really want to fight you. Maybe the Dairov is like your pseudo, just like your substitute to the Marsha, the alternative to kind of deal with Todak's split push. It could be that, but the problem with Libra last game was that if you are playing a hero like Marsha, you don't want to be camping in the brush waiting for your prey to come, knowing that you are not 100% going to kill him. You need to constantly be getting resources, and what Libra did, He was waiting for in the brush for way too long. We'll see if he changes his habit, because game 2 is ready. Let's jump right in. The last best of 3 for today. Toda against Joe Esports.
Now we're having our very last game. You guys are looking forward for the grand finals. Pick up this code right down below to get 25% off for the MLBB World Championship 2019 M1. Now E1, of course, having that rhyme with M1. He's trying to actually get himself a little bit more of that lead. We're already saying that Toda has already qualified, but they are looking to be having that safety net in the upper bracket. So E1, of course, and the rest of Toda has the hometown cheering them on as well, as this will be played out in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. Flicker has the pop on the side of Libra as they continue that hot pursuit to chunk out that turret HB.
Yeah, Tyrov is just so ineffective when there's more than one enemy hero within the same vicinity, and you can see that he already lost his flicker. Tora's gonna get that first turret if Joe Esports do not respond, and it seemed like Joe Esports, the same issue that Evo Esports had earlier on against Toda, is that they are not responding to Toda's aggression of taking those early objectives, and this time it's going to be Joe Esports being pushed to the back foot. 3 members from Toda are already there. They can easily look for a dive onto Libra if Libra stays any longer. That tail is going to go down again. A minute and a half on the dot. Timing is perfect. Joe Esports, they want to find something, but they will lose that first blood over to Moon.
Now we're seeing a whole lot of that sort of advantage given the overside of Todak as well. Now, of course, this is the reason why a lot of all these teams actually ban off Kimmy, because of the sort of the shots that you could just slowly chunk out the tower so quickly. And once again, less than 2 minutes. That's one more tower to give away. And of course, that's going to be some redemption codes for those of you guys back at home looking for some goodies. So make sure you take a screenshot and immediately go in to redeem this code with that sort of link given right down below. So make sure you guys don't miss out and don't ask for even more, because you guys always say, hey, we want to claim some codes. Now, here you go.
Yeah, if you're watching right now, out of all the tens of thousands of people, if you make the extra effort to screenshot that, you are going to be the one walking away. Todak now, they definitely will put in effort to lock in that 2-0. One of the reasons Kagura is not picked so much was because it takes too long for Kagura to come online, and she does put herself at risk a lot of time just to get those kills secure. You can see Toda, this time they're not prioritizing on the turtle wave because they know Joe Esports, they don't have any way to answer that, and Moon getting the second kill on Kagura again. They're gonna lose the export to Kimmy. Chiku getting his first kill.
Yep, and one by one they will fall, and Was have no more options to actually even go into his jungle to even farm things out. Almas is just trying his luck as well, but knowing that Moon is inside, he's not going to be fate checking that rush anyways. But look at Was though, he's still hopping right in, and wow, Moon still secures that buff in hand.
Slightly bleak for Joe Esports. From the get-go, it felt like they did not know how to deal with Todak's macro play, and understandably, it's not that easy because Todak, they have been doing this for a long time. They know how to tug and pull and drag their enemies around. Even Sunsparks today in the opening series did fall victim to the macro play that Todak displayed. The Joe Esports, they're finding it really tough to even get it engaged.
Well, we're looking at Was here, of course, having a lot of flexibility as a Kufa to easily hop out of that battle as well. Now, we're looking at the Dyrov kind of overextending as well, trying to secure that River Crab, but there is the Lunox as well as the Grok going head-to-head right down below, and now they're already giving chase towards the side of Libra, and there is still the outlet yet to be used here coming from the side of E1, but Libra will be able to escape, and here goes Way of the Dragon coming in from X-Ray to secure the kill, and there's going to be more to come as they're on that tower. Last is out of being popped out as well. Ours is going to clear off the wave, but look at all the members of Geo, they're dropping to less than 50%.
Yeah, X-Ray just styling onto Libra. The flicker was on point. The Way of the Dragon was perfect. Todak now is on the second turtle. Joe Esports, it seems like they want to contest this as Was jumps right in with their ultimate, but turtle will be secured by Todak, and it's a killing spree for Moon. Tiku now is going to laser down that Xbox. The wild shot is on point, but E1, and he won't even go down. Joe Esports, they lose everything in that fight.
My, oh my, look at how the Cooper actually overextended. Yes, he could possibly go in for those knocks, but the follow-ups were not really that efficient because we let Oro, he's already low, and that wall charge knocked them both up in the air as Lunas will be able to secure pretty much an easy kill being set up from the side of the Grok.
Yeah, the E1 wow charge, he flickered, and his ultimate was it was directed in an angle that actually knocked out both the members of Geo Esports. It is just perfect game sense and knowing how to close out a fight. E1 now is going to be that front line for Todak again. But Todak, they have absolutely free reign of Geo Esports' side of the map. You can see Aura now getting low. The guard is there, just coming home. Is survives for now. But Waz actually jumps in, finds the kill. But E1 is in the back line. This Grok is an assassin. Mega kill for Moon, and was alive, but now he's dead. Triple kill for E1.
Well, should have renamed to something else instead of was. Now, we're looking at Libra, of course, at least getting a consolation prize over the bottom side. But have a look at the replay brought to you by U Mobile. And instantaneously, that stun over to the side of Holmes and E1 at the back line here, taking that double kill. They still went in for a dive with the Order of Williams being popped. Make a kill for that Lunox and eventually close out against 40 members of Geo. They could not even defend that tower in peace.
Yeah, and seems like Todak, they're gonna hold true to Moon's word. They need to make sure that what Moon said stays true in this championship. Geo Esports, 11-2 in favor of Todak. We are only 6.5 minutes in. The third turtle will be up for grabs. Todak is gonna immediately collapse on that objective, and Geo Esports, there is no way that they'll be able to contest this.
4 kills in the back for E1 as well as Moon, and Libra right now already have that Bloodless X, so not too shabby after all, but still not enough damage output coming out as you see that Lunox is going to go 1 versus 1. Libra, can he possibly run out of this? I do believe that there will be no chances whatsoever as we see June as well as was already arriving. Tyrant's Rage over the side of the wall as well, so that's a huge shot coming from Kogura, and now Master Silent chasing over on the side of Chiku, but there's too many members of the side of Tuna to actually bring them all the way down, and there's only gonna be Carry waiting in the mid lane, and wow, Todak definitely gonna be crashing out from the bottom side.
Oh yeah, E1 is the main carry of Todak in game 2. 6-0-5 on this Grok. He's an unstoppable beast. He does not care what Geo Esports tries to do. We talk about this Dyro pick. Only good in solo lane. The moment that there's more than one enemy hero, Dyro just completely becomes ineffective. Libra, the entire game, it felt like he didn't get to play much at all because of Todak's extremely impressive macro play. They catch out where this Dyro is. They always make sure that if Libra tries to do something funny, they're pushing away. You don't even need to kill this Dyro. You just need to make sure that he doesn't get access to any resources.
No, looking inside of Todak as we see them slowly camping out by the corners of the bush. So that's going to be less than 35 seconds for them to actually get themselves that Lord in hand. And if they do get the Lord right here, then they will definitely be able to secure the game. But if Geo Esports gets in towards that Lord pit and manages to go in for that still, then maybe they might actually buy themselves a little bit of that lifeline.
Yeah, and Chiku's damage is just absolutely insane. Pushing Aura and Holmes back. Endless battle picked up by X-Ray. This show, he can go whatever he wants and still be effective because of the lead that Todak has. Very first siege, Libra getting gunned down, almost goes down to the Valley, but Geo Esports, they'll need to desperately defend this, and Dyrov will be burned to a crisp. Libra now out of the picture for 25 seconds.
Now, looking at the way that the waves have been pushed out really well, which means it's call time for the Lord to take it down. So Todak instantly responds with this and hits back in towards pressurizing the rest of the members of Geo. They have to escort the top lane wave though, so they're just going to be trying to set it in sort of the same shape where the mid lane, of course, right now doesn't have any sort of minions at all, so it's going to be pretty tough. But then again, Lord has been called out, and Geo Esports, how are they supposed to stall this?
I hate to say this, but it looks really, really bleak. Felt impossible. Feels very impossible at this point of the game. We're only 9.5 minutes in, but Todak they have a massive 14k net worth advantage. This is a net worth advantage that is almost impossible to recover from. And Joe Esports, they only have one last fight. The maximum chance already comes down, and now the Lord will engage on the inhibitor. Actually goes right in. He finds the kill. Kagura is down. Actually gets down. Style points on it. Dyro finds the kill on the X-Ray, but Joe Esports needs to do way more. The Lord does get eliminated. Aura will survive that. Maybe not. Immortality gives him a second life. But Tolak, they're gonna split up the battle lines. 2 on the top, 2 on the bottom. Chiku just pressuring Joe Esports back. They get that top inhibitor, the middle inhibitor now. It's gonna be the next target. Tolak, it feels like they don't want to waste time. They want to go for the end. All members, all hands on deck. Malaysia is looking at Tolak right now. E1 goes for the flicker wild charge. No kills yet onto Joe Esports, but with the minion wave crashing in, Tolak, they're preparing for that final siege.
Now, of course, they are also trying to take down the very final turret that they have, and the base is right now. Ball and Aura will be taken down for the killing spree. Chiku was going so hard, and they're not even letting any room for them to breathe. But look at E1 though, as much as the tank is being brought down pretty low, but there's no members of Geo to finish him off.
Joe Esports hanging by a thread. They are walking on a tightrope, but with one last member down, 10 more seconds until the export comes back. Tola, do they need 10 seconds? And it seems like Joe Esports will have slightly enough time, but they lose the Kufra. Was is now down, and it seems like Tola's going to go for the final push, waiting for the minion wave. Middle lane is the target. Chiku dropping low. Joe Esports, can they defend this? The crystal is exposed. The flicker in from the dive takes down the Kimi. Joe Esports, they might just live a bit longer. Last insanity for Aura doesn't connect onto Nerna. The next raid will have to be forced to retreat. Joe Esports, they still are breathing, but barely doing so.
Yeah, and we'll look at Joe Esports. At least that was a valiant effort for them to actually hang on for dear or alive. Though, of course, the export not really in the best of form. At least that immortality is going to buy him a little bit of that sort of space. And this is what I really dislike about support export, where you really got to play really defensively if you're really behind. And look at all these items. It's just supposed to be made as a tank power straight over the wall, and that will be one more kill for the export. So, of course, he has proven me wrong. But Aura here, of course, get a little bit of redemption, and E1 just charging right in, just forcing him to run the wrong way.
Yeah, Aura buying time for the rest of Joe Esports, and this is a death that Joe Esports will take any time. Killing spree does go over to Nernas though. Fortunately for Joe Esports, they're still managing to hold on. They bought the time. The glowing staff right now. Golden staff, excuse me. On home is the carry, slowly coming online. Joe Esports, 16k net worth deficit. All 3 lanes will be constantly pushed in by Tolak. They have to deal with those super minions 24/7. But it seems like Tolak have not found the recipe to close out this game just yet.
Well, of course, Todak usually have some of these struggles hitting in because they want a crystal clear victory. And in order to do so, they really need to find that sort of a loophole that Joe Esports have. So they're just trying to find a way whether or not can they punish either one of these members, because if they do commit to the Kagura, there's still chances where she could just easily slide away as well. So they're not taking those sort of 50-50s without thinking twice.
And maybe with this Lord, Todak can finally close out the game. Joe Esports, they want to try, but the Lord is dying way too fast. Todak zoning out Joe Esports means that they will secure the second Lord, and they have found that final piece of the puzzle to close out game 2. And we'll see if Joe Esports can hold on against this incoming force.
E1 just protecting his KDA by buying immortality. Well, I'm not too sure does any one of these members from Joe Esports really want to focus down that really tanky route to begin with. Now he's just standing in this way. Maybe he just really want to find a way to just block some of all these minutes with those walls. So now just waiting for all of this to march, and look at the charts. Oh my, the goal heading in towards about 20k.
And I like what Todak is doing. I like what E1 is doing with their Guardian's Barrier. He's constantly placing this down to stall out the wave. So when the next minion wave spawns, you will have 2 waves crashing in that middle lane. It will be impossible for Joe Esports to defend against this magnitude of a minion wave, and Todak can easily close that out. So just smart brains from Todak, understanding how to manipulate the minion wave. This might be the final push.
Well, I definitely would say that this might just be the end of it all for the side of Joe Esports. But now, this is going to be the last hurrah coming from the side of Geo. Whether or not can they defend the base, and Chiku already chunking out Auras.
Oh, E1!
Oh, there we go!
E1's gonna go in with a wild charge, and now Joe Esports, they need to hold on, but they lost to the Lord pounding on the crystal, and Team Malaysia locking up a bracket from Group C.
Todak Esports, of course, finally getting themselves that upper bracket with this sort of victory. And there's just all smiles and high fives all across the board. Unfortunately for Geo Esports, this is where their journey will end.
Geo Esports, they are the 5th and 6th team joining Evo Esports to wave goodbye to the M1 World Championship. But for Todak, their run continues a bit more. They can have a bit more break. They are in the upper bracket right now because of that 2-0 win. They are a point ahead of Sunsparks. So Sunsparks will be knocked down to the lower bracket in the double elimination format when we get to the playoffs. And because of how the bracket format works, Todak, I believe they're going up against RRQ.
Well, RRQ is definitely a really huge titan to be waiting in that bracket as well. And I'm definitely looking forward for this, but let's break down some of the post-match statistics because E1, as much as a tank, look at him go, 6-0-8, and yet again, he's not the MVP. It's actually Chiku here, possibly dealing the most damage as well. And even in terms of the gold, you can see that Chiku is definitely loaded in the back. And for Geo, I mean, I don't know what to say about some of all these performances. I felt like they have a really rough day from start to finish, but hey, they are, after all, the best coming from Brazil, and they could still walk back home with that sort of title intact. And, well, definitely, we hope to see Jill in the upcoming future rounds of the World Championships. Now, let's head into the highlights of this match.
Yep, the highlights brought to you guys by Yu Mobile, and the entire game, entire series, dare I say, was just Todak styling on Geo Esports. There was pretty much nothing Geo Esports can do. Game 1 was a masterclass of macro play, but Game 2 was just an absolute storm. E1, 0 damage item, but somehow he has the most kill in his team, and it just shows how good Todak are at understanding these opportunities and situations. Look at this particular replay. E1, Goddess Bearer, splits up the battle lines of Geo, and he just assassinates the backline where you don't normally see this, but because it's Todak knowing how to deal with Geo Esports, they made it look so easy.
Well, just indeed. And look at that. Kufa, of course, trying to fight back with that sort of Tyrant's Rage as well. And instantaneously, with that sort of respawn, with such quick reactions, Todak had called in those backups. And with that, they just turned things around. And this was where they were having that Lord coming in as well. But it was a really huge pickup right there as that Kimi goes on the mega kill. But yet again, they didn't really have those minutes to actually end it as of yet. And they could actually finish off much later onwards when they secured the second Lord.
Yeah, and that was the previous replay was, Geo Esports managing to hang on a bit more. But with this second Lord from Todak, I think everyone kind of agrees that there's no way Geo Esports can defend against this onslaught. And Todak, I would say this is a breeze for them.
Yeah, they definitely had a walk in the park, and now heading in towards the upper brackets. A lot of Malaysians definitely will be very happy about this as they are doing the country proud, of course. And I would say that Todak is one team that a lot of teams really have to look out for in terms of macro play, because we saw they were behind in one of these games and they still came back. As much as Evil Esports got 22 kills in the back, and they were about 8 kills, and they still managed to close out the game upon the members of Evil Esports. And now they're looking at the hot favorites coming out from Group C. And of course, let's head over to our host to have a match interview with the rest of Todak.
All right, we are here with the victors of that last series, Team Todak. My name is Wolf, the interviewer, and of course, this is Moon, Coach Amox. Congratulations for the victory. Okay.
Thank you. I feel so happy, and I think we deserve this.
Oh, do you think we deserve? Okay. Amox will actually translate some of what Moon will say, but the first question now is, everybody's asking about this. How did you talk to your team after losing against Sunsparks in your first series?
Apa kau beritahu team lepas setelah kalah first series tu?
Okay, saya sebagai kapten mesti kena bagi semangat kat tim. Jangan bagi diorang down. Even kita orang kalah first series pun, kita orang bukan kalah selama-lamanya. So kita orang just keep trying and belajar daripada kesilapan and keep going.
Okay, after losing the first series as a captain, I feel that I need to not let myself down because the team relies on me. So I back the team up and then we keep our heads high and then we say we can still do this and go to the upper brackets and we did it.
Alright, wow. Alright, very nice words there. Shaking her. Of course, upper brackets should feel amazing right now. And you know, after losing to Sunsparks, you were the ones to the upper bracket instead of them. How does it feel right now, and how are you gonna prepare for the upper bracket match?
Kita akan cukupkan training and belajar lagi meta-meta enemy and try untuk counter dorang. And insyaAllah kita akan buat yang terbaik untuk supporter-supporter kami di luar sana.
We'll always learn from our mistakes. Doesn't mean that we lose a game means that we lose the entirety of the tournament. We'll still get back up and then make a comeback. And with a little help from here and there, hopefully we can make it through all the way.
Alright, we're making it through all the way. And now, of course, the whole of your home crowd is looking at you right now. Do you have any message to the fans out there for supporting Team Todak, and what should they be expecting in the playoffs? You can speak in Malay perhaps.
Semua orang Malaysia tengah tengok dorang. So apa kau nak ucapkan pada dorang?
Kami nak ucapkan terima kasih sebab support. Kita orang nampak tu. Kita orang nampak korang bagi tahu kita orang yang jangan putus asa even kalah first match atau apa semua kan. Kita orang nampak cuma tak sempat nak balas and
we can do it
and keep supporting us lah. If kita orang jatuh bangun kita orang kan. So kita orang harap kita orang dapat buat lagi yang terbaik lah daripada kali ni.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much. Congratulations once again. We do hope that you perform well in the playoffs. That has been here with Moon and Amox and Wolf, of course. So now we're gonna head back to the panel to wrap the show up. Please take it away.
Thank you very much, Wolf. And well, Moon, as the captain, didn't just back up his team, he backed up his words, and now the entire Malaysian crowd is going to back out Todak as they join Axis Esports in that playoffs.
And we're, of course, having Moon here. He was just having a little bit of that sort of a nervousness as well, of course. And you can see he is definitely ecstatic to play in the playoffs. And I love the humility that he has, although like they definitely have some clear victory in that very final round. Then they are now on their way in the very first playoff runs of the M1 World Championship. Now let's see what we have here in Group C. So Todak will be the first seed with 5 wins and 2 losses, tallying out to 7 points. 1 point right below them will be Sunsparks, which came really closely with 6 wins as well as 3 losses. Well, Evil Esports, of course, we talk about that possibility. If Todak goes on loss, then they will tie things up for that sort of a tiebreaker. But of course, that is not happening right now. So we have to bid goodbye to Evil Esports as well as Geo Esports.
We also take a look at tomorrow's schedule, the final day from the group stage. 2 more teams, the last 2 teams from out of this 4 will make it through to that playoffs before we head over to Axiata Arena. But it's going to start at 10 a.m. as usual, as per the first 3 days. These 4 teams, well, unfortunately, 2 more will have to wave goodbye.
Well, this is definitely going to be some of the best action that we will see, because we're also seeing some of the top dogs here and one of the hot favorites of Group D of course, will be EVOS Indonesia.
Yeah, EVOS Singapore has been knocked out, but let's not forget, there's still EVOS Indonesia or EVOS Legend, and of course, Onyx from Philippines. Sunsparks have been eyeing on them after getting a reverse sweep in their domestic championship. And Onyx, if they're listening to the previous interviews, I think they're also out for that redemption match. But for the other two teams, it feels like we might see an underdog story. We have yet to see this just yet throughout this first 3 days. Evo Esports, they were the closest, and I think you talk about, if you want to, if we keep our eyes on Todak, it's the macro play, and I dare say Evo Esports, they are absolutely amazing in team fights, even though they were knocked out.
That's right, and not only that, you just mentioned about the two other teams as well. One of them will be 10 Seconds, who also have a great stellar lineup, who are really great in terms of their team play. And of course, there's also one and only female player playing for the side of 10 Seconds Gaming. And of course, now it's time for us to also wrap things up as well.
Yep, we'll say goodbye to you guys, but we'll sign out the show. Do enjoy the highlights. We'll see you guys tomorrow.